This band slaps. They're so fucking good, dude. They've also been around for like 20 years, which was the thing that really blew my mind about them. I was looking at their Bandcamp and it's like, been around since 2007. I was like, holy shit, really? Good lord. Artificial brain. That sounds like I should know what it is. You also got a Crypt Brewing comment from and said that they liked their beer. Really? That's actually really funny. That's kind of incredible. I was thinking about bringing the Crypt Brewing logo back and then making like not a t-shirt, but like a cap. That's similar to the what's it called? Minecart certified cap. Honestly, the proper response, I think, Orange underscore TJ would just be like, yeah, no. Personally, to me, their lager's my favorite. But like, that IPA gets a little bit too hoppy, especially when it gets warm. Like, it's a bit too hazy for me. Like, that's the proper way to go. You're too dumbfounded. That's fair. There was one time when me and a friend were in a brewery, Darius, and we were both wearing those shirts. And the owner of that brewery, who oddly enough was also named Greg, because my name is Greg, walked up to us and was just like, hey, never seen that before. What is that? What's that brewery? And Kevin just like no-selled him like, oh, it's just a thing that me and some friends are spinning up. We've got a few test brews, but nothing concrete yet. Nothing's made it to market. And he goes, oh, okay, well, keep me posted. I'd love to try some of it. It's like, okay, yeah. And just kind of walked away. We're like, shh. So for anybody who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, a while ago I had a piece of merchandise that was a t-shirt for a fake brewery that never existed. I also prototyped some merch for a while ago for a fake record label, just using my branding, just as a way to be creative, I suppose. Because I don't know, it's fun ways to mess around with things. Some Crypt Brewing stickers so you can stick them at the bar. Oh, true, that's actually not a bad idea. It's actually not a bad idea at all. The reason I never went through with the records one was Crypt Records always existed and Calcium Records sounded kind of gross. Has anyone had their traders getting stuck as of late? As tale as old as time. As long as I've played this game, traders have gotten stuck in some way. You watched my quick guide series as a refresher last time we played? Hell yeah. I've actually, made my mind up. It's time Cadaver Records? Ooh. Bit too heavy, I don't know. Calcium probably would work. Or maybe Calcified? Anyway, I'll think about that later. I've made up my mind. I'm gonna make a new Getting Started guide for Dwarfort. Just a basic one. Probably not until after Thursday, though, because there's a strange person sleeping on my sofa right now. And I'm bad at recording stuff when there's somebody else in my house. It's I don't know, just a work thing. So yeah, so probably this weekend. Also, this cold, it makes that difficult. Do it live. I did that once, and I'll have you know that the most negative feedback I get on any of my tutorials are the one I did that one for, or the one I did that for, which was the pump stack tutorial, which I did in one take live on a stream and then edited after the fact and released. And I think that tutorial works. I think that tutorial is I talk way too fast. I don't explain things or anything well enough. So yeah, no, not doing that again. It was a fun, I don't know. It was a wild time. It's funny. People ask me about that month, Sage, Bitey, and my response often is, I don't even know what happened that month. I basically remember none of it. I just remember not sleeping very much and streaming 12 hours a day and then spending 4 hours a night editing. That makes me think of reporters coming to interview a streamer and then they film them streaming and then the streamer just looks so uncomfortable. It's just like all of those, I don't know if you guys, if they still have these, but for a while there, TD had ads on Twitch that were like, hey, get into investing because your favorite streamer already did. And it's just like footage of them sitting there streaming, but they're definitely like on a film set. And I'm like, did they like build their office on a set? Like, how'd they do that? Honestly, though, like, that's kind of a neat way to do ads on a platform like Twitch. It's just hire the people that are on Twitch. It's like that period of time where everybody's just like, I'm so tired of seeing ads for, what was it, Ninja's Masterclass on how to get into streaming on Twitch. I was like, you know, honestly, like, if you're gonna do a bunch of ads on Twitch, you might as well, like, pay the people who are popular on the platform to make ads for the platform. Like, that kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. It's like the least weird thing that Twitch does. Although that being said, if I was on YouTube and I saw ads for Mr. Beast, I think I might stop watching YouTube. Like, I might just do something else. Whereas the only time I've actually seen an ad for Mr. Beast thing was on Amazon Prime. War Machines was pretty good. Okay, so here, should I actually get on topic? It's like almost 10. That's usually when I get on topic. Let's get on topic. I noticed Forgotten Beasts seem to behave differently than before the Siege patch. Not really. Although I only saw one or two in the last fort. What are they doing differently? Zeus, man? They don't, okay, so the best thing about YouTube is they no longer call it YouTube Red. Remember when they called it YouTube Red? And then it was like, yeah, it's just like RedTube. It's like, wait a second, no, it's not. Yeah, no, it's been YouTube Premium for like, I don't know, 5 years or something. I'd need to actually look at when the name changed, but a very long time. It's just like when, okay, sorry, I'm not on topic yet, I'm trying. It's like when a certain annoying billionaire bought a very large platform and then changed it from Twitter videos to X videos and then banned at the X videos account. Which was apparently the most traffic that X videos got on any service ever in like the last 10 years. They're just like, oh, hey, thanks for all the Google search traffic because everybody's looking us up now. Which is genuinely one of the funniest like posts I've ever seen on anything ever. It's just like the X videos account like, hey, thanks for all the search traffic. Where do we put this chapter in the book of history? I don't know, man. I don't have YouTube TV. YouTube TV is like, it lets you watch like the football and the stuff, right? Mr. Beast is creepy as hell. Yeah. 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 Kinda. These things hang back and climb up the ceiling of the caravans and then ambush your dwarves. Huh. Yeah, that's something I've been wondering about, like, because hostile entities share AI behaviors, like character behaviors. And I know that, like, Tarn has stated that, like, the Cavern Invasions and Forgotten Beasts have not gained any new abilities from this series of patches. But that doesn't mean they're not going to behave differently because there's more behavioral options for them now. And that would be really neat, actually, if they got the same kind of like... Because the thing that I've noticed the most about the new Sieges is, like, they're not particularly hard. Like, they haven't made the game harder, necessarily. However, they have made the... How do I put this? Forgotten Beasts and, like, creatures more interesting to fight. Like, at the very least in War Machines, it was very clear by the end of it. And I've highlighted most of the sieges already, and I hopefully will get a video on that out this weekend. But, like, the thing that they've done pretty well is made the sieges a bigger ordeal. Like previously in older versions, like a siege would arrive on the 1st of fall, right? And I'm like, well, I have until the 18th of fall, so I need to kill them all by the 18th of fall. But I can't just run out and fight, because on the 18th of fall, the traders show up, and if I'm still fighting and still under siege, the traders will skip me for the year. And so I'm like, well, I need to kill them all by the 18th of fall, but I can't do that because half of their soldiers are, like, extremely strong and will just kill my dwarves because they have higher skills. And then they spread out in such a way that you wouldn't have been able to do that anyway, even if they were weaker. And I think that that's interesting. Like, it makes the sieges in and of themselves be a bigger threat. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, they're just not predictable anymore, which honestly I think is, like, really cool. They built a framework for sieges that they will now build on to make you hate your life. Well, I mean, hate your life. Those are strong words, man. I don't know about that. It's nice to see them updating the game in a way that the mainstream audience notices Painter. You know what I mean? Like, they've been updating the game quite a lot this year. Like, this year is maybe like the most substantial updates that the game has had since it released on Steam. Last year was a lot of like performance and like under the hood engine stuff. And I do genuinely think that it's really neat to see. Thanks, Gold Legend. It's really neat to see the like response to like mechanical updates that are forward obvious, you know? I was like, I want to say that it was like Sunday, I think, was the highest player count that Dwarf Fortress has had since Adventure Mode release. Like yesterday there was 2,100 people playing and 1,000 people playing at the low point Monday night. And the same with Sunday, there was 2,600 people playing, and last night the lowest player count hit on Tuesday was 1,100, which like that's what peak player count would be during the day. So it's essentially doubled the active number of people playing the game, at least for the moment, which is really cool. And I'm glad to see that because it means that people are still paying attention. Well, that's nice. Because it has been like, you know, quite a long period of time of not a ton of very obvious updates. And like Draws just said in the YouTube chat, yeah, Putnam has been doing some incredible work with the optimization. The last two forts they invaded, they just stayed there camping unless I opened a path into the fortress, and they just camp out there and barely move around at all. No hunting or anything. Interesting. I wonder if that's intentional. Glad you liked it, Zerodol. Zerodil, I think is how you say that. I think you got 15 hours over the weekend. I'm assuming that that's a lot more than you normally do. I mean, that seems like quite a lot. 15 hours, that's like nothing to sneeze at. Speaking of nothing to sneeze at, I think it's time that we dive in. So I have a question, chat. Do we generate a new world? So I was thinking about this. We already killed the demonic overlord of the other world, and I don't think there's any others. I think it's just the one. So I think I'm going to generate a new world. We're going to do it that way. Nearly as much as he wants to. Yeah, I mean, you're an adult with responsibilities, right? He showed up as part of one of the sieges. Spookiest skeleton. Ew world. Yeah, we'll make sure it's all gross and stinky. And it'll definitely be an ew world. Just don't make it an ew-woo world. All right, I'm going to use the same parameters I was using for the last one. Except I'm going to get rid of the seed. It's not going to have a custom seed. All right. A younger world or an older world? Well, it can go up to the year 250. Actually, I'm curious about something. Okay, that's what I thought. For quick fun, you suppose older? Not so much. All right, let's actually just go to one thing that I would like to change a little bit. Population cap. What I would like is number of civilizations. Let's just say 9. 10. We're doubling the number of civilizations. But it's still going to be a small map. It's only 33 by 33. Not in a very long time, but yeah, I played it. Gold Bludgeon. I think I've watched more of it than I've played it. Also, what's up, Jade Bond? Saw you in the YouTube chat, too. And let's just see what we end up with. I'm used to just playing slightly bigger worlds, right? Although I might actually make this world bigger than the last one. So the thing that I would really like to do is I would really like to do a flat, like, desert embark. I think I'm gonna go with a bigger world than this. Also, let me turn on the recording. Give me a sec. All right, and the VOD is now recording. Sweet. All right, let's go. Yeah, let's create a new world. I'm gonna go with slightly bigger. Just gonna go with, because we've got a bunch of smaller regions. I don't know why it's been saving over. Like, historically, what it would do is if you saved one with the same name, it would, like, save over it, but now it's just saving copies, which is very strange to me. Let's just go with small region. DS, thanks for gifting the first subs of the week. Appreciate you. With the 5-pack. It's very kind of you, man. That you know of, Cyberdut. Bring back giant scorpions. There is a mod that'll give you the giant scorpions back. For those of you who don't know, giant scorpions were just ridiculously overpowered back in the day. It was giant desert scorpions, right? You hate that the game does that? It started doing that recently. Like, that's not an old thing. It also does that if you save and continue playing. Layer openness min. Let's do 50. Cavern layer number 3. Periodically extreme cliffs. No. Just turning on the stuff that I like. I also need to adjust the mineral scarcity. And also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. I do see those. Generate mythical materials, nightmare types, all of that, all of that. Where's the mythical sites? I need to make sure that that number isn't ridiculous like it was. It was like, when I was generating worlds initially, like, mythical sites was, like, maxed out. It's like, why are you doing this? I do also have to say, I think it's really funny. Before I turned on the YouTube stream, we were just kind of talking about music and stuff, and somebody in the chat was at a show that I was watching a YouTube live stream of. It's just, that's just sticking in my brain of, like, it's so cool how small the world is with the internet. Number of demon types, number of secret types. Was changed to reasonable in recent updates. That's possible, but it wasn't the case when I was generating a world, like, last week. Bastet, thanks for the raid. What's up? How was stream? You still playing Digimon? Mineral scarcity, that's what I'm looking for. Let's do 2,400. So that's a pretty good number. Minimum volcano number, I'll turn those up. Maybe to 5. Because people like volcanoes. Although I'm probably not going to settle on a volcano. Site cap, end year. Let's do 99. That. Okay, so now I'm literally looking for mythical site creation. Max Megabase. I will also say this again because I feel that they should have done this a while ago. They should really give us a, like, you know, setting to, or a button to search this screen. It's crazy that that doesn't exist. Mythical healing. Ghouls, summons, experiments, divination, healing materials. Evil rain types, number of that. Secret types. Is it me or are new forts being opened more frequently? I mean, last fort didn't last very long, but that's just because there's been some pretty major changes to sieges. So I just want to see how different kinds of forts behave. The last fort that we did was on a volcano and pretty steep. I want to do something that's very flat. It's been, so in my case, yes, I am opening forts more consistently than normal because I want to mess around with things. I legitimately can't find this option. Anyway, let's double the number of civilizations. Let's go up to 20. Make caves visible. Hey, chat, help me out here. Oh, there's mythical sites. 200. Yeah, it's still ridiculously big. Let's go 20. I'm going to call this small region. I don't know what's... November 25. Save. And mistake your hair for flowers? Is there... Maybe there's a nest nearby and they're actually just trying to attack you. I mean, generating weird worlds and avoiding rejections and Zeus is literally like a way to play Dwarf Fort. All right, let's go. See what we get. Yeah, I'm not doing anything crazy though, so we shouldn't get any rejections. I have a mild head cold, and I have to clear my nose sometimes. So if I mute my microphone periodically, trust me, you don't want to hear me sniffling. Yeah, this is a bit better in size. Looking around, I do see some deserts. Ooh, is that a... Let's pause this for a second. That's kind of cool. It's a Joyous Wilds Badland. With silver, copper, and zinc? That could be fun. It's very dry, though. Like, no aquifer whatsoever. There's also the temperate grassland with sparse trees. That could also be doable. That one has an aquifer. There's also this rocky wasteland, but it's not Untamed Wilds, which is fine. The Habit of Orbs. Ooh. Ooh. Do tell me about your orb habit. The Plains of Odor. Have I found aluminum? Indoor fort? Yeah. Aluminum shows up in tiny little deposits and is pretty rare. It's one of those like, holy shit, you found aluminum. Make the most of it kind of things. Yeah, I think that this could work. What do you think, chat? I'm looking for dwarves, though. I'm seeing a lot of destroyed dwarves down here. Are there any... Okay, so there's a destroyed dwarven faction here. There's a destroyed dwarven faction down here. Are there any others? Not that I'm seeing. Oh, there's one. There's Palace Oil. They're nice and slippery. You can't keep a grasp on them. Web Iron? Ooh. The Iron Web. This world is the Age of Myth, and it's the Enchanted Realms. Isn't that like a Disney thing? The Enchanted Realms? Amber Dragon, by the way. Hello. You've had this happen to please. Okay, I guess if you have really bright colored hair, maybe that would do it. There was a crow that lived close to my parents' house for a while that would attack any male person or any like masculine looking person with glasses and a toque. I took off my glasses and my toque and it left me alone because it attacked my dad as well. And when he'd take off his glasses and his toque, it would leave him alone. Okay, so there is at least one functional-ish dwarven faction in this world. There's at least one apocalypse
delicious native aluminum. Napoleon
situation down there.
Had a full set of aluminum tableware.
That's probably a bonkers volcano. Clino, thank you much for the 59th month. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Clino? It's not in the cards, really. Afro Man. It was really bad for the quality of the stream by the end of it, and I was so bored I wanted to do literally anything else. So no, it's very unlikely that I will do that. Is this... Okay, so just so that everybody on the world is happy and everybody's pissed off simultaneously. Aluminum, followed by aluminium, 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 aluminium. Mini or alumini? Aluminum. I like to say aluminum. It rolls off the tongue better than aluminium. Mini these alums. Schedule. Tomato. Potato. Zebra. So I had a conversation with somebody once about zebra. And his statement was, well, you've never called somebody who's named Deborah Debra. Still zebra. Anyway, I'm gonna keep saying zebra. Play now. No, I know it's Deborah, right? But it's like, well, you wouldn't call a zebra because it's a zebra, just like it's a Deborah. But anyway. I feel like if I pronounce that wrong, I will sound kind of mean. Tibe. You've been too scared to embark on a volcano with the siege miners. I'll be honest, I find the siege miners to be pretty cautious about when and where they dig. At least on the default settings. A zebra? Zebra. Sorry, I'm gonna drink my bubbly. There might be no consistency in language. Yep. And regional pronunciation is a thing. Although I did learn at one point that I was pronouncing the word pronunciation wrong for about 2/3 of my life. I always thought it was a pronunciation, not pronunciation. It felt real dumb. I'm gonna glance at Legends real quick. Just a glance. Looks like we've got rocks, bronze colossuses, Many of these followers, of course, plenty of forgotten beasts. There was a dragon, but it unfortunately died. Not many of the dragons have survived. That's okay, though. It's not really the goal of this fort in particular. We got a regular dwarven goddess. She's depicted as a female dwarf associated with war and fortresses. Whoopsies. That wasn't the button I should have clicked. How did the fort end? Not really boredom. It was more of a, all right, I think I've seen everything I can see here. Let's move on to the next one. I also wasn't doing a very good job taking care of the fort. Like, usually when I build a fort, I try to be, like, pretty cautious about keeping moods positive. That fort, I was just like, all right, let's see these sieges. And just, like, running with it. And so it was kind of falling apart anyway. And I was like, that was a good time. I mostly just really want to see what sieges look like on a completely different, like, topographical style map. I mean, the final VOD's also already up on the VOD channel, if you want to, like, skim through it. It was just kind of a unanimous decision. It's most often depicted as a male dwarf and was associated with caverns and mountains. A deity named Zanor. Why do I keep hitting done? I've, like, literally never clicked that button before, and I just keep repeatedly clicking it. I should click exit. It feels like it should be a back button. Glacier. Ooh, tons of titans. That's always fun. Guslo Poison Whispered, the Owl of Secrets. The Owl of Secrets sounds like a bit from like a Stephen King novel. Yuzol was most often depicted as a male dwarf and is associated with minerals. Some books were written about... Okay, I need to know all about this chinchilla man Nebo Borsplays, who was a poet in Creature Oil. Nobody Will Tell, in the beginning, was authored. A dwarf named Kavish really wanted to be the apprentice of Nebo. And then The Sun Sets on Quality was authored. An elk man was denied apprenticeship. Also, eventually, that dwarf did become the apprentice of this chinchilla man. And then took on some new students after that first dwarf. And then died of old age at the ripe old age of 38, I think? Because was born in the year... or had no parents, I guess, but died in the first 40 years of the world. Secret of Nim? Is that, a chinchilla person? There was a legendary kobold who became lovers once, became an animal dissector in the Skull Hole of Wedding. Uh-huh. But was struck down by a dragon. Imagine being the, like, historically famous because you got killed by a dragon. This dragon struck down a bunch of things and became a beak dog, routed the Defaticus? Of course, because Defaticus was a kobold group, which was of the culture Sedachinicus, and constructed... Okay, hold on. I'm going to try this once. Kibibilirilibus, in the Skull Hole of Wedding, which, of course, is a cave. Yes, that is the name of it, the Skull Hole of Wedding. It's no Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole, though. Is there a way to bring lava up from the magma sea and use it as a sprinkler system with your minecart shotgun? Yes. Yeah, if you use lava-safe pumps, you can pump lava. Is generally the easiest way to bring lava somewhere. I've made many a fully automated minecart shotgun system. That's going in the spreadsheet, what? Skull Hole of Wedding or Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole? Also, Elfie Bean, how's the hand feel? Apologies, I gotta clear my nose. Gotta love a cold that's like bad enough to be annoying, but not bad enough to actually be bad. The cheerful dwarven goddess. It occurs in the myths of the Scalded Wall. The cheerful was depicted as a female dwarf and associated with mercy, forgiveness, and mountains. Is this the faction that got completely obliterated? It seems like it, yep. They got routed by a forgotten beast and hazy relics, which I think was their only, like, thing. Their only real location. Because that's all I saw when I was scrolling, was hazy relics. Well, I found it in a few places, but I founded Hazy Relics, which was a fortress. Yeah, it seems like all of their locations were routed by one thing or another, like a Glacier Titan. Furnace Towns was routed. Calm Traded lasted a bit longer, but not much longer. Was taken out by a Hill Titan in Konobo, who is, I think... Holy crap. Good lord. 191 notable kills? 156... What the fuck were you? It's the only one of his kind. A gigantic humanoid composed of ice. It has a stubby horn and an austere look about it. Beware its deadly spittle. It is associated with nature, rivers, plants, and animals. How the hell did you get so many kills? That's like not that strong. The fuck? Most recently killed a goblin. You have a fort you started recently titled Glitter Sculpt, the Cottage of Drip. I have a question. Did you name it that, or did the game name it that? Okay, hold on. A conglomerate scepter was stolen by Calm Traded by the kobold Lurkus. It's like Lurkus, but like the R and the U are swapped, so it's like Lurkus. During the 8th theft at Calm Traded and brought it to the Windy Echoes, the Slick Abyss. Okay, I need to know about this kobold who had successful thefts. Okay, so stolen ivory ring, an amulet, a dog bone, a bone crown, found a lover, stole a vulture figurine, a gem, a muskox hoof amulet from the Citadel of Flooding. I feel like that's most people's first fortress. That or like, we all visit the Citadel of Flooding once in a while. Conglomerate ring, a gypsum figurine, got married. Wait, hold up. Yes, got married to the person that you were lovers with. Wow, this is a very successful theft career for a kobold. Did die of... Even peaked, man, right before the end. In the year 167, this kobold stole a platinum amulet. During the 12th siege at Seduce Flyers. The game made it? Oh, that's kind of wild. Who, of course, was a proud member of Schlibbylibbilibbilibulus. Also had a daughter who died the same year she was born, and a son who died a few years after he was born, and his eldest son who actually lived like over 100 years. Holy crap! His youngest son lived till the year 213, but didn't have much of a theft career. I mean, he was born in the year 101, and then in the year 213 was struck down by a bronze colossus. Just got splatted, turned into a schmear on the side of the road. His eldest son died of old age, also didn't steal much. I tried to become a ranger, and gave up being a ranger, become an animal dissector, and then became a member of Prada Kachaluger, which was a kobold bandit group, and they obviously haven't done much. Underachievers, if anything. Life is hard for kobolds. It's true, yes. I mean, this is certainly peak kobold specimen. I wonder how his spouse did. Oh, she also didn't do much. She also got divorced with him. Well, that's probably why you died then. Would have had a much more interesting life if you hadn't gotten divorced. Silly. What about his mother? Mother didn't do much. What about his father? Father didn't do much. Man, this, I think we may have found, like, the greatest thief in at least this era of the world. Does this kobold pit still exist? Nope, they got routed by this bronze colossus. Wouldn't that be boat manslaughtered? Unless the boat did it intentionally and planned it. Armor. If you didn't put a space in the 6-7, are you even doing it?
Hello, Fairfolk Cripwave. Thanks for the good times.
Hey, Paxmac, what's up, dude? Thanks for the 34th month. It's not rain that turns you into zombies bad, though? Well, sure. I don't think there's anything in particular I need to look up here, except for maybe civilizations. So we've got the Trampled Hame, which is a dwarven civilization, which don't seem to exist anymore. They got defeated by the Moral Urns. We got the Misty Lantern, which is also a dwarven, dwarven group. And they're also gone. And then we got the Sister of Slapping. I didn't know Will Smith had a sister. Of course, that's an elven group. They're fine. Still trucking along, doing elf things. Also, Defatinkus is a pretty great kobold group name. The Witch of Silence. Well, that's great. Of course, that's a goblin group, but my god, that's a good name. They are, their master is the porcupine monster Wisdom Sheen, who is a towering feathered porcupine, twisted into humanoid form, associated with art, inspection, and jealousy. Has deadly spittle. Was struck down by a human. No! Wow. Fucking took out forgotten beasts and shit. Killed the Lace of Hollows. The Lace the Hollows of Onslaught, which was a huge kestrel with a broad shell and a gaunt appearance with noxious secretions. I've had 5 old age deaths in your current fort. Weird. Did they have like a one-child policy in your faction or something? It's giving you flashbacks. It's fun when like people go, I know this! Chat, can I get a round of beers for Paxmac keeping that subscription alive for 34 months? Seriously, mate. Thanks so much for helping keep the channel funded. What else do we have? The Pine of Ways. The Heroic Nation. Yeah, I think we're going to be kind of limited on the dwarves, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, I need to know what this looks like. Hold on, what? The Hills of Murder? If you want to see what happened to the old fort, Chris Nihilus, just go watch the VOD. It's already up on YouTube. I want to know what this volcano looks like. Holy shit. Well, this is not the kind of map I want to do, because we kind of just did one of these, but that's a dope-ass map. Sounds like a cozy place. Certainly, yeah. Domain of Typhoons. Hey. Oh, there it is. Enchanted Bombs. I don't want to do another one that's basically exactly the same as the last fort that I just did. How am I previewing the map? I'm clicking play now. a 13th rule, and then quitting without saving. That's how I'm doing it. But I'm thinking like something flat. So like something like this, you know, with like maybe a river, scarce trees. So like honestly, this is a pretty good region because this is all badlands. It doesn't have sand though, which would be fun. Sand would be more over here. For factions, what are my options? Oh, okay. So we've got the Lance of Men who have 3 sites and 400 population, or the Trampled Hame whose name checks out. I guess we're gonna be the Lance of Men. Is that a dick joke? I don't know how I feel about that, chat. It's certainly a reference. I mean, it certainly sounds like they're talking about a dick. Okay, so this has... Ooh, okay, this would be exciting. The Plains of Odor up here. It's untamed wilds. It's got sand, very deep soil, light aquifer, iron, and flux. So this could be something. This could be something. Because this is the sort of area where you could have, like, elephants and whatnot. It's basically called Penis Guys. Yep. It's like the... Oh, what was the, that one... I want to say British noble? I could be wrong. Whose crest was just, like, testicles. That kind of thing, you know? Bring loads of soap. Why? Because of how it will stink? Or... history is full of that kind of thing? Oh, sure, yes. I guess that would be cresticles. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cresticles. Thank you for that, YouTube chat. The Land of Odor. Well, I guess we just need to bring some deodorant, right? Got a saltwater marsh. There's also this scorching haunted tropical savanna. That one's calm. That one's wilderness. Just looking at the minerals that are available. These are all calm, though. Of course, you know, there's also, like, tundra. Or even glacier. I'm kind of leaning this. What do you think? Because if we go on to Untamed Wilds, it would give us the ability to test out, like, bolt throwers against Untamed Wilds. Thank you, Gustavo. Appreciate you. I was, I watched the Formula One race that happened in Brazil, like, yesterday. It was a good race, too. I mean, I feel like people are soliciting advice if they're talking about having difficulties with this game in my chat. Clino, I don't think it's necessarily unsolicited. How do I rate bolt throwers? I guess, like, it would depend on whether or not you like bins. I think they're too strong. I genuinely think they're too strong. I think they should have half the ammunition and fire at a fifth of the speed. But I think they're really cool. I want to... There's somebody on my Discord who maybe already did this, but was building, like, a very long tunnel into hell and just completely surrounding it with, like, dozens of bolt throwers, and I want to know how that turned out. But, like, you know... I quite like them, actually. Are there risks with minecarts? Not if dwarves are pushing them. There's only risks with minecarts if you power them. Well, unless you're on a hill and then a dwarf cancels it. Like, as long as there's nothing that can get them rolling, minecarts are pretty safe. And that tutorial that I did is still completely up to date. Okay, so we got to do the Untamed Wilds section. The Jackal of Beans. Hey, chat. So this is the Plains of Odor, right? This brook is called Dump Seas, the Jackal of Beans. No, there's wood. It's sparse. Oy vey, man. That is pretty good. It's sticking with the theme. What else do we have? We've got Larva Brand. Okay, that's not as good. What else? What else is there? There's the Sieges of Humming. I kind of fits. More of the Sieges of Humming. More of the Sieges of Humming. And then down here we've got Snack Rages. You're not, you and your hungry have a Snack Rages? I think we have to be on, we obviously have to settle on Dump Seas, the Jackal of Beans. Yeehaw! Elfie. Let's just do a test embark and see what this creek looks like. So for those of you who keep asking how I do these embarks, click, then click confirm, and then just click play now. And then it just boots you into the fort. And then I pause, and then I can zoom out. Well, I can't zoom out, but I can zoom in. Or I can zoom out. Yeah, plenty of trees. We got the Jackal of Beans in the middle. There are... Notice how there's, like, little ponds everywhere, but none of them have water in them. Let's see what's on the map. Got peregrine falcons. Could do better than that. Let's let it run for a little bit and see if anything else appears. I mean, they're flying around. Oh, true. You're not wrong. The musical beans absolutely requires a beautiful tavern, right? That is a given, 100%. I just want to know what other animals are on the map. I don't have DF Hack right now because it's not updated, but... What do you think, chat? Does this work? Should we go for it? We got sand. It's pretty flat. Can you weaponize miasma? No. No, you can't. Can't pass up on the name It's a Go-Go? Okay. Let's a Go-Go. No, it's still just we're trying to figure out. Did it get updated? Because it wasn't on my end this morning. Let me look. Oh, I see. Update queued. Hold on, let me go update that. I thought it hadn't updated yet because when I launched it, it hadn't updated yet. But I guess it just didn't update when I turned Steam on this morning. It was like that patch came out what, yesterday? Was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. Hopefully, Tarn ain't doing too much overtime. Although I do think that the... There we go. I do think that the game's at a point now where I should go pester Tarn to come on the stream again. Because it does kind of feel like we're through at least the early bits of the, you know, dense updating period. Did I post on Discord that I'm live? I don't think I did. Shit. No, I certainly did not. I'm going to do that. I have to update Discord first, though. For some reason, Discord's update is downloading really slowly. I feel like we need to name our tavern something something beans, you know? Like the musical Beans or something, or the Beans of Music. Maybe this needs to be a musical themed fort, even though we're doing the siege stuff. So let me launch Discord now that it's updated. It's like one of the quirks of Linux is updating Discord is less straightforward. It doesn't update in the client. I have to download an executable to update it. God damn it, I almost added unlimited bananas. So there's this problem in my Discord. There's a bunch of people with the word everyone in their username. And they've done this intentionally. So it's hard to type at everyone. Most of the time I end up accidentally adding one of them first. Or two of them first. Mayor Mr. Beans? So, a cat? On your Linux Mint laptop too? Do you have the Flatpak version? Because if you have the Flatpak version, it has other issues. And I don't want the other issues that it causes. So I don't use Flatpak. Just download the Debian executable. Yeah, if you use Flatpak. So the Flatpak issue is audio routing into OBS is fucked. So if you want to if you want to stream with OBS running and using Discord and you're using the Flatpak version, you won't have audio from Discord. Amongst other things. But at least when I was setting everything up, so. I cannot wait for all of you guys to make the most obnoxious names for these poor dwarves. They don't deserve this, pun intentional. They do not deserve what is coming. All right, let's just make sure we're in the right faction. The one that has 3 sites and 400 population. And we settled up here, which is iron, amongst other things. Let's just do a 4x4 map, nice and simple, nothing complicated. You have selected an area with salt water. Wait, what? Hold on, just double checking I have an aquifer. Yes, I do have an aquifer. Why is this salt water? That's weird. It's not a salty marsh, though. It's a savanna. The saltwater, it might be very difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. You have selected a savage area. The wildlife might be very dangerous here. It is I, the destroyer of bread. Got it. Okay. Consume the carbohydrates. Just a regular blind IRL Tuesday. What? Everything's very dangerous and it's salty? Yeah. Yeah, I am very dangerous and also sometimes salty, so this checks out. I'm going to leave the enemies on hard. We're going to leave economy on normal, just for my sanity. Just for my sanity. And let's prepare for the journey carefully. So, we found out a few things in the last week of Fort. And the main thing that I figured out, and I think chat's figured this out too, is that rams are trading wagons. They're trying to get to trading depots. So I have a question. Has anybody tried making a square of walls, okay? Putting a drawbridge as one of the walls and putting a trading depot made of lava-safe material in there, yeah? And then filling that up with lava. Has anybody tried doing that and then just having like an accessible one to actually trade with? But like, you jumped on the, wait, what? First time installing it and using it on a personal machine. How's it working out for you so far? Or just don't go to websites where you would get your computer compromised, which most people don't do these days. Okay, let's see what animals are available. Probably nothing interesting, but still worth checking. Yeah, nothing interesting. Are we talking about Linux? No, you can go back to Sleep Sacks. It's fine. I mean, you can if you like. I don't know. All right, I need a kitten named Beans. That's like the law. I need a kitten named Beans. Hey, chat, please inform Small Bean Lad of the name of the river that we're settling on. I was actually thinking about bringing cows, actually. I don't know why. Like, they're not a good value for points, but... The Trumpets of Madness, that's a pretty good group name, Shane Clark. Why do they have cats, kittens, and one kitten? You know, actually, that's true. There's a lot... Okay, so they've fixed a lot of things that weren't historically plural and are now plural. It does read now like you're going to get multiple cats. Although, no, you click it and it just says one cat. Okay, and then you click the second one, it says 2 cats. Okay, I see. That makes sense. So if I go kitten, it now says kittens. Okay, fair. That makes sense. You know, let's go with 2 cows and bull. We've got the beefinator. And let's do... I've got 80 points left. I can't do much. Let's do 3 roosters and 3 hens. 2 roosters and 3 hens. That leaves me with 50 points. I'm going to bring an extra pickaxe. He says that as he clicks battle axe. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to get rid of the wheelbarrow and the climbing thingy because I don't need a stepladder nor a wheelbarrow. I can just make those. Especially not early. Dave Danger, the Warlock. Excuse me. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 25 months. Can I get a round of beers for that, please and thank you? Water buffalo instead of cow for the savannah? I mean, we're not coming from the savannah. We're going to the savannah. So I'm gonna bring cows. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why that's giga nerdy shit. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't done that. I normally just kind of go with pretty simple embarks, to be honest with you. I guess I just don't really see why that's dirty. Maybe lignite, actually. That would be really nerdy. Just bring a bunch of lignite. Me and Idle Villager had the same idea. Maybe bring some lignite. Just for a shit ton of free coal. Santa doesn't like us very much, unfortunately. At least in the early game, yeah, less trees are needed. I mean, that's actually not a bad call because of the Untamed Wildsness of this map. I think I'm going to get rid of some other things, though. Like... I don't really need rock nuts. I don't really need dimple cups. We can acquire those later, that's fine. Don't really need... Well, actually, I'll keep those. Those are fine. That leaves me with 20 points. I don't really need the quivers. The quivers are a bit redundant because I can just make them. Got any beans? I don't actually think. No. Because dwarves can't bring any surface plants, so I can't bring beans. Hold on, I need to clear my nose. For those of you who missed me mentioning it the last time, I have a mild head cold, and it's like literally the only symptom I have is my nose is running, and it makes me cough sometimes. It's like enough of a cold to be noticeable and annoying, not enough to be any kind of actual like issue. Yeah. I can kind of feel it behind my eyes a little bit. It's like, it's definitely one of the 2 concerts I went to this week. What happened to Volcano Fort? We retired it. I didn't even abandon it. I literally just retired it. Because I want to try other scenarios for sieges. So Augusto in YouTube chat says, I think I can't never learn this game. You do realize you just typed in a double negative, right? I got 50 more points to spend. Chat, what should I bring? The invisible bubbly? Yeah. No, it's lime flavored, so it's green. What points can we save? I mean, I am a big fan of not bringing bags and then bringing more thread. Or alternatively, not bringing bags and then bringing more cloth. Like bringing 10 cloth and no bags. And then just making 5 bags. Like... No, I don't. Silk for moods is a waste of points. In fact, I would actually say cloth is a waste of points in most situations. Because you just need to get down to the first cavern layer and you can get cloth. Or silk, rather. An instrument? I mean, if we just want to waste points... What do we have? Sezuk? I wish that there was, like, these were filtered by, like, number of... Like, I wish they would say the number of songs that they're used in. Statue of a hero. We can make that. What's the best stuff to bring first? Whatever you feel that you need. Whatever you don't feel like making, usually. Like...
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
If you feel like you are going to need to make a bunch of something, bring that. I'm not going to do instruments. Too expensive. Something I like to do, actually, in regards to moods, because chat is talking about moods, I like to bring, like... Let's say... like a wool cap. Give everybody silk caps, because then everybody gets to acquire something right at the start. Like, I think those are always, like, kind of a nice thing to have. Or just bring, like, extra cloth. Yeah, I think I'm going to do my thing, which is bring less bags, and then not bring, like, more thread, but just bring 10 cloth. Now I have 80 points, and I can just make 5 bags at the start, and that's not an issue. Like... There's also, like, bring leather instead and then make leather bags, which maybe I'll just do. Like, if you want to, like, min-max it, like, leather is cheaper, so I could bring, like, I don't know. Like, large rat leather. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, now I can make 5 leather bags off the start, and I've saved, like, 15 points per bag. You know, stuff like that. If you bring 1 piece of cheese... Each piece of cheese comes with its own barrel. Same with, like, a lot of other different food stuff. So if you just type in, like, meat, and you bring, like, 1 of each meat, then they'll all get their own barrel, and then you'll have a lot of barrels at the get-go, and you don't need to cut down as much stuff. But cheese, you get higher value meals, so you can get some really... high value meals right off the bat. So I could do like this sort of thing if you want just like a whole bunch of barrels right off the bat, which is just kind of silly. 1 sock, 2 sock, by the way, thank you very much for the 15th month. Appreciate you. You know, like, that's really silly, but... It's 20 booze per barrel, so you up it to 21 and you get an extra barrel. I think I actually like that one more. 21 booze. But let's just get rid of some of these. This is just plain old silly. I also don't want that tripe. I'm going to go for something a little bit cheaper. So let's just go for large rat meat. Sure. Let's go for a large rat meat, which I'm not seeing now. Did you? Oh, I see. You went there. But blind, who cut the cheese? Beans did. The cat, obviously. Cow meat. It's so weird that they call it cow meat and not beef. Alright, let's just do 10 of that. I'll do 10 more late night. And... I think I'm actually just going to bring some extra leather. Let's bring 10 leather. And let's bring some logs with. Let's just bring some tower cap with us for the rest of the points. And then that last extra pointish thing can just be a big tail seed. All right, let's name the group. Someone said the beans, excellent, of... Nope. Could name it the Beans of Stench. Beans of... Actually, hold on. I'm curious. Is the music of beans? You happy? How's it hanging? Very low. Very low. Just very low. The fortress name. Sling Flight. Okay. How about Bean Fight? It's the head cold. I'm blaming the head cold. The head cold made me age back to the humor level of a small child. You know, actually, bean sprouts is pretty good. But, doesn't seem... I mean, I could call it bean sprinkle. Bean spray sounds bad. That's a bit too far, chat. Bean spread? That's just like hummus, isn't it? Slippy Jones? What was that? Bean wind? Sir, this is a Wendy's, not a Taco Bell. I'm glad you liked it, Fleur-de-Lith. I'm glad you stumbled on a gem after watching my Boat Murder video. Yeah, but isn't a chickpea technically a bean? Hold up. No, I'm not going to go ask Grok, but I am going to go type it into Wikipedia. Chickpea. Chickpea is a garbanzo bean. It's a cultivated legume. Chickpeas are beans. Someone else not doing that, actually. So yeah, no, a chickpea is a bean. I always heard that song as like the musical fruit, Aiden, not the magical. I do like bean trumpets though. YouTube chat keeps suggesting the sound of trumpets, but like bean trumpets is pretty good. Wait, really? An avocado's a plum? I guess it's a stone fruit, right? Technically? I guess that would make sense. I don't like doing the of things, Tyrantos, for the names of fortresses for two reasons. Reason number one is it doesn't fit in the title thing at the top of the fort, and that bugs me. And reason number two, dwarves don't ever do that for their forts. So, like, the group is thing, or rather, the fort name is always thing, word, and then the group or civilization name is always thing of thing. So I don't like doing word, the thing of thing for the name of a fortress because it just doesn't fit in the UI and doesn't feel right to me. Word, the thing of word. Yes. Yeah, I've heard that one many times. Although when I learned that pumpkins were fruits, that blew my mind a little bit. Yes, we have to stay somewhat canon. Clearly not, because you're speaking. I'm gonna go with bean trumpets. Maybe trumpet bean. Actually, I like trumpet beans. I think that's gonna sell it for me. The group symbol could be the sound of pulling. Ugh. The sound of trumpets. Oops. And it's going to be a dwarf. I can't make a bean. And a soybean plant. The dwarf is raising the soybean plant. The dwarf is admiring the soybean plant. The dwarf is cooking. That's kind of one of the many jokes that I was thinking we could pull out of that. Aiden not. I'm more of an oat milk guy myself, though. Soybean plant is crying. Maybe cringing because of these bad jokes. Or root or whatever isn't really relevant, though. The groupings of vegetables and fruits and nuts come from culinary perspective, not a botany perspective. I had this discussion with somebody as to whether or not a sweet potato is a potato. But like it's always like what order they should go onto a plate. Like, you know, you're a very special person if you put avocado into a fruit salad, you know? Yeah. It's a root vegetable. Yes. I mean, it's not wrong. Like, you could do it coding with Caleb, but it just probably wouldn't taste very good. It's really sunny today, so I'm just gonna go adjust the blinds during this ad. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a beam of light directly on my face in about 15 minutes. You'll see yourself out. Well, the door's right there, so just don't slip. Make sure you close the door behind you, nice and snug. Also, I would say that's probably like high fructose corn syrup, but that or Coca-Cola. But root, yes. Shadow. Hello, Shadow Late. How is Shadow late? Or how is Shadow as of late? Ha! Avocado smoothie pretty good, though. Yes, no, I agree. Is just an edible plants, including fruits and roots, etc.? Well, yeah, it depends on whether or not you're asking a chef or a botanist. Ooh. The dwarf is praying to the altar. Let's go plant. Whoopsies, that's alfalfa. I don't need no alfalfa. Okay, let's go back to plant. And then just type in bean. Let's just do a string bean plant. Oh, no, actually. Back to plant. I'm going to go down to here and set this number to 0 behind my head. I'm going to go string bean plants. It's a sacrifice to the great bean. Actually, you know what? I should rename this to the Great Bean. Oh, even better. even better. The green bean of trumpets. We fixed it, chat. I've made it 100 times better. It's now the green bean of trumpets. It's an image of a dwarf, a soybean plant, and an altar. And a string bean, and string bean plants, the dwarf is raising the soybean plant, the dwarf is admiring soybean plant, the dwarf is cooking, the soybean plant is cringing, the dwarf is praying to the altar, the string beans are, oh, wait, the string beans are raising the altar? Oh, I did that backwards. That's fine. New Fort Tuesday, New Fort Tuesday. I think I should fix that. The altar is raising the string bean plants. What's the theme of this fort jokes? No, we're just trying to... I just want to settle somewhere flat and build another siege fort. I'm still messing around with sieges. I'm probably not going to do any super specific themes until, like, I've figured out exactly what sieges are like these days. Elfie is truly home. Is this gag of this fort all bean foods? I don't know if we're going to get beans in this fort, so no. I'm not going to confirm that. No, the gag of this fort is we're just going to try and see more sieges. I mean, what I really want to do is I want to do a world domination run, but, like, you know, I need to have a better idea of what's happening before that. Elfie's got a lot of skulls, yes. Elfie's got skulls for the skulls. Skulls to burn? Yeah. What skills do you think these dwarves should have, chat? Dutiful, strong. Ooh. Has a sense of duty and obligation and is an optimist. When action is necessary, doesn't seek out excitement, does not easily fall in love and so raising a family, just deep dislike of the natural world, likes tranquility and quiet, doesn't value loyalty, doesn't respect commerce. I'm just gonna make you into an engineer, I think. Like a mechanic, dodger, biter. Siege engineer, siege operator. There we go. Wind instruments, dancer, brawler. What's up, Emily? No skills? That's, like, not a challenge, really. Need a comic minor? Yeah, I should just give them all a bunch of, like, speaking skills. Like, a bunch of comedians. A very flattery counselor comedian with some mining skill. Let's do 1 point in woodcutting, and then, like... Flatterer, counselor, comedian. These dwarves are all really funny. Let's do 1 point in masonry. And then student, poet, comedian. Let's do record keeper, organizer, appraiser, but not funny. Maybe 1 point in funny. Still kind of funny. Got 2 points in comedian. And a doctor who's really good at swimming, which is very ironic because that's completely useless here. And some wound dressing skills. Let's go diagnoser, flatterer, comedian, and I don't know. Maybe a brewer. Gem cutter. Yeah. Let's do armor smith. Everybody loves a funny surgeon, you know? I'm sure he'll learn how to be a butcher. Don't worry. While being a doctor. High Master Fisher Dwarf. There is actually, like, a river here, so they could fish. What does the masonry skill do? Usually do stone carver. Stone carver is, like, engraving and wall stuff. Whereas mason is just, like, your generic making bricks fast, basically. He's a doctor. Cut your nose. Oh no. Yeah, that's a grim thing. Before we dive into the fort proper chat, I do just want to say that we have we brought some extra leather. We brought some logs for beds and such. We did bring some extra meat and a little bit of extra alcohol and 50 lignite for coal. We are settling on a Untamed Wilds pretty flat savanna. That's extremely hot, called the Land of Odors, and the river that we're on is literally a fart joke. You'd like the miner, please? Okay. Bioactive got the redemption. Username checks out. The other thing is, what else did I bring? I brought some, like, I didn't bring any wheelbarrows or other things. For animals, we have a bunch of cows, 1 kitten, and some roosters and some hens, and a bull. No, we'll let him cook. Eventually, he'll come up with some good humor. Victor. Before we dive in, I would like to just remind everybody this is a completely crowdfunded channel. I don't do any sponsor time, so everything that you see here is completely crowdfunded. I am working on my own, and it's just me here. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me when it's available. Or, you know, if you happen to have a hat next to your name, congratulations. You're one of the people helping keep this channel funded proper, because I wouldn't be here without you.
Thanks for the stream.
Seriously. So thanks for helping me have the coolest job in the world. I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys. Thank you much, Masmoras, for the 20th month with Prime. Good to have you, dude. Of course, right now it only costs 1 gift subscription to get number 2 on the leaderboard, or 1 singular bit in pennies on Twitch to get number 1 on the leaderboard. And I don't currently have a leaderboard on YouTube because I think their leaderboard is kind of silly. Yes, the Civ is a dick joke as well. The Civ is the Lance of Men. This is interesting. I didn't realize it said their religion. The Hateful Communion. Hold up. The Hateful Communion. The Hateful Communion. The Hateful Communion. The Hateful Communion. The Blameless Doctrine. And the Cult of Burying. And the Snarling Denomination. The fuck is this gods that you guys are worshiping? Huh. Dr. Bongrips, MD. Fly high, Space Cowboy. Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. And also, YouTube folks, if you want to help the stream out, don't forget to hit the like button, because it really does help me out, believe it or not. And thank you for the 282 of you on the YouTube side, and over here on Twitch, the 308. Let's click the embark button, and I'm going to quickly take a toilet break, and then we're going to dive in, because I am running out of bubbly, and my water bottle is empty. I forgot to fill it this morning, so I'm going to go fill this up. I will be back in a moment. Please strike the earth. Chat room.
Cheese for everyone!
All right. Oh. Not gonna lie, I love the sun, but it is kind of tormenting me at the moment. I already see a cabbage on the map, so that's promising for a methane-rich fort. Oh, I'm sure we won't have any problems with methane. Your doors have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kubwa Kudos. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the cheetahs get hungry. I love it when that screen gets stuck there. All right, so if we hit this and go to the world map, and do this, and go tutorials. Please hide tutorials. It's the best command that TF Hack has. The little river that we are on, which is all the way up here, is in and of itself just a fart joke, which I will scroll back in the VOD real quick and tell you what it is, because it is quite amusing. I almost need to, like, write it down or something. Like, I'm very rarely this childish, but it's Dump Sees the Jackal of Beans, which also kind of rhymes. Yeah. So that's the stream of Dump Sees the Jackal of Beans. You think the name stuff is off? Nope, it's on. That's why Bioactive redeemed something 6 minutes ago. It was off when I turned the stream on, but I turned it on about 8 minutes ago, so it's on cooldown right now. Speaking of named things, Bioactive did get the name stuff redemption, so let's read their dwarf. He was given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He is unfriendly and disagreeable, and bothered by this since he values friendship. He is stingy with resources on projects. He is stingy with resources when working on projects, and he refuses to expend any extra effort. He is very trusting, and he doesn't feel envious of others often. He has a calm demeanor, and he is stubborn. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. When he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Let's take this one thing at a time. Let's worry about getting some bedrooms first, and then we'll look into what the options for instruments are. I'd be cool with like making a fortress that makes a lot of musical instruments. That sounds like fun. Personally, is utterly disgusted by guile and cutting, values tradition, and finds artwork boring and doesn't value loyalty. He likes magnetite and rose gold, as well as emerald cap hopper leather, coral, and cotton fabric, bracelets and gazelles for their grace, and purple yam plants for their tubers. In the words of the Wanderer of Walking, and the sound of the intricate berry, and the sight of the fuchsia quintessence, and when possible prefers to consume carrot wine and cottonseed oil, and hates fire snakes, and worships the god Us, which also I actually would like to know what my gods are, because these seem interesting. Temple, okay, so Us is the god of death. So that you worship the god of death. Levin is the god of fish. Okay, but the truly popular god is the god of torture, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. Hold on. Two of these things are not like the other two. What in the shit, man? No, we're bringing torture, curiosity, charity, and sacrifice to this world. That's just Jesus. Which part is the torture? Sacrifice I get, but... Wait a minute, right? You'd assume it'd be self-torture? Yeah, I guess, sure. I mean, he was tortured for sure. Yes, correct. Appreciate you, really, Swifty. Means a lot, mate. It feels so much more real. You know, Tarn did a talk that I watched a while ago at some university where he said that the character generation of Dwarf Fortress was not super believable and very unconvincing until they added negative traits. And then added more negative traits. I mean, my knees agree with this. It's up under the brim. What happened to the last fort? I retired it. I should actually just chuck that into the last fort. I saw everything that I wanted to see in that fort, and so we moved on to the next fort. I never planned to keep that fort alive very long, unless it was super entertaining, which, it was fine. I think right now when there's, what's the name of it? There we go. I've updated the last fort. And the goal hasn't really changed. Under the stockpile menu, they're located as siege ammunition. I want to say they're under furniture. But yeah, it's siege ammo. That or finished goods. It's one of the two. But they're siege ammo is what they're listed as. Let's check who our expedition leader is. It is bioactive, okay. I kind of thought that Aban would get it. All right, well, let's just go here, and let's get rid of fishing, because I don't need that at the moment. Just saying nobody does this. What metals do I have in this area? Iron. And flux. We got coffee, lychee, macadamia, olives. Ooh. Paradise nut. Nice. Whoa. You don't see that very often. I settled on an adventure mode location. In fact, we have somebody who... There's several! How did I not see that? I guess we must have settled on a slightly different spot than that test embark. Yeah, we did. Well, that's cool. You don't see this very often. There's also a giant kestrel over there. Great. I guess we just leave him? Kick him out or invite him in? I think they'll just live here until he goes crazy. You're a soldier for the Barbarians of Vice. Well, you know, it's a real shame that they all got, like, laid off and all of their investment disappeared. Because Vice was pretty good at one point, but oh well. I guess that's what happens when you have crappy corporate restructuring. Do you have any kills? He is part of a squad called the Charms of Hate. It's got no known relationships. They're immortal for goblins. Goblins are, they're like elves. They live forever. Yeah, you can accidentally settle on adventure mode locations. Will people show up? Probably not. Just the people who are residents of this area, which is that dude. Still really cool, though. I mean, I guess I could use DF Hack to make own him, but you also have Brown Recluse Spider Silk. I'm actually just going to chop down one tree and give me a little bit of construction material. Actually, no, that's not even chop down the tree. Let's just dig. Are they huts or tents? Leather walls? Grey Langer leather walls? Camel leather? So they're leather tents, basically. Give him a food stockpile? He's got a campfire. He'll be fine. Wait, where was the... There's the campfire. Although... I'm actually going to do something that's going to seem a little cheesy. I'm going to make a pen pasture here, and I'm going to assign one animal to it, and then I'm going to unpause the game. I want to see if there's stealth critters, because there might be stealth people. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever. Oh. Well, he's hostile. That answers that. He's also a skilled maceman, which means there's a very good chance he's going to kill us. He also killed my cow. Metal armor if you can. Actually, maybe not you, because you're currently getting chased. Well, I can't actually remove you, now that I realize it. I can wait for the goblin to get tired. Okay, so we've got one thing that's considered a weapon. You're fishing. Great. Let's just set everybody to train for a minute. Uh-oh. The goblin came back. Got my first recruit down. We've got my second, the third, the fourth. He's bleeding pretty bad. He's unconscious. Let's just tell them to kill him. Are you just punching him? You're punching him repeatedly in the head. He's exhausted and bleeding. You're seriously injured, seriously injured. Tired and winded. Who died? Okay, 3 of the dwarves did. We lost Erdim, Aban, and Moses. Pain, seriously injured. Okay, well, at least he's going to suffocate soon. The good news is, My adequate wound dresser was the one who didn't get injured. The bad news is everybody else is injured. Well, let's just get rid of this squad. And say, I'm sorry, we lost Bioactive. Interesting start. You could say that. I didn't intend to do a solo start, but there's a very real chance this becomes one. Anyway, Cyril has assumed the position of Expedition Leader of the Music of Beans. I'm just going to make a carpenter shop. Wait, what's not so funny now? Bit of a rough embark? We'll be fine. I mean, the moods won't be, but we'll be fine. Let's make a bed. Let's do a hospital. And then they all go rest. And I'm going to go to orderlies and say that everybody does this. And just expand orderlies to all doctoring activities so that I don't need to do anything aside from just make you into the captain, or the expedition leader into the chief medical dwarf. Mediocre Martian, thank you very much for the Prime sub. 10,000 more goblins to come? Well, I mean, that's gonna take a little bit, but trust me, that's the least of our concerns. You know what? Fuck it. Let's actually get rid of this. You just go do doctoring things, please. Let's get all these cows out of here first. Oh, Bioactive was found dead. No, it didn't fall. I retired it. Quite here. Also, chat room, just as a reminder, if you do happen to have a Prime sub, think about this channel. Because of all of this effort I'm going to put into making this fort not fall to pieces. Moods are fine. The good news is we got some armor and weapons right off the bat. Okay, so now you should go do doctoring things, right? Once you're done pasturing everything. Oh, did I? Yeah, I guess I should just assign you as a friggin' doctor, shouldn't I? There you go. I'm gonna go do stitches. Oh, wrong person. You here. You need a crutch and diagnosis. You need setting of your upper bone. This is fine.gif indeed, yes. Appreciate you, Darius. It occurs to me, has Bay12 made a source for as many of the old versions of Dwarf Fortress as possible? Every single version of Dwarf Fortress ever released, including ones that have such game-breaking bugs they never actually ran on the OSs that they were released for, are available on Bay12 games. Every single one of them. Get off my lawn, you smelly dwarves. I mean, I guess we were, like, invading his home. Void's Umbrella, thank you very much for the 6 months. Appreciate you. We're in an ad break, but this dwarf is just doing doctoring stuff. And eventually you are going to go grab mining. Wait, what? Why is it red? Oh, because I set that to nobody does this for some reason. Why did I do that? Thought I was supposed to be doing that with fishing dwarves. Oh, whatever. We got one dwarf who wants to attend a meeting. Why am I... You're gonna go clean yourself. You're still injured. Let's also set you as a doctor. So that you can help for the moment, unless you're just doing all the stuff currently. Stitches, there we go. Let's just do this until this guy can move, and then we'll start building. I mean, I don't think any of them needed bones set. I didn't see any traction required. I was looking at treatment required. Needs a no, they just need a mobilization. They don't need traction. It would say needs traction if they did. I'm going to take you off of mining, and I'm going to set you as mining, and I'm actually going to take you off of being a doctor, and I'm just going to say go. Dig down to there, please. You're quite upset about all this, aren't you? What are you currently doing? Grabbing a drink. What have you had done? What do you still need done? Maybe I do need to make a traction bench. If I run out of... Let's make a splint. And a splint. And a crutch. And Trasha Thykos, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you, Amish, for answering that person's question. Or the job was canceled. I mean, they may have just, like, quite literally actually do just need one of those, but we'll see. Let's try splints first. The other thing I'm going to do is a stonecutter. Is there a particular reason? Oh, huh. I'm like, is there a particular reason that you're, like, you know, not picking up a pick? I kind of want to just expel this dwarf chat. Right upper arm is fractured or left upper arm is fractured. That should heal. That should heal. I will give them a few months to see if they heal. If they don't heal, then I'm just going to expel them. You want the doctor? I don't have a doctor. The doctor is the one currently on the ground. Quite literally, like, this dwarf has some surgery skills, but they weren't really a doctor. Like, if you want this doctor, then sure. But they're not really a doctor. That's the one you meant? Okay. The one doing the doctoring. Tyrantos thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, you kind of are, literally. And likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He's not the type. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Why did you cancel making wooden crutch? Oh, cancel give water no water source? Mate. There's
Stupid cheered. X100.
Thanks for the first bits of the week, Stupid. Appreciate you, mate. Gonna make that wooden crutch. Hi. And a wooden table. Then I need you to dig until you hit stone so that I can make a singular mechanism. Unless I want to make one out of lignite, which I don't really want to do. Actually, hold up. Is there any surface stone? I doubt it. Nope. We're doing great. I don't know what you're talking about. I will not permit this kind of inaccuracy and slander against the good fortress of trumpet beans. It's just a little bit of pre-generational trauma, okay? I'm actually just gonna get rid of this right now so you don't have to haul people around. Okay. That's not what I wanted. I needed a mechanic shop. Clicked the wrong thing. Mechanic shop. Do that instead, please. Now go grab a pickaxe. You're stupid. Thank you for gifting us up to Stormwolf. Appreciate you. And we're going to immediately hit an aquifer, which is to be expected. And of course it's clay. So I now need to juggle this dwarf between woodcutter and miner. So instead of doing that, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to simply go to... Oh, there's rhinos on the map. That's cool. I'm going to go to stone use, and I'm just going to go to lignite, wherever that is. And temporarily allow them to use it for other things. I'm going to make a singular rock mechanism and a traction bench. Always working on big vids, but I just released one, so I'm working on other things. I mean, I spent 50 hours working on that video about Boat Murdered. That was a big vid. That came out like less than 10 days ago. Go watch that. Makan, thank you very much for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you much. And also for that brand new subscription. And the other tile, it may not be so wet, it's not going to work. Guarantee you it's not going to help. It's going to take too long with one dwarf, regardless of... Must be inside, fuck me. Okay, I don't think trees count as inside. I recall trying that once before and it didn't work. Oh shit! You got your hands back! Halladorfia. That's good. Save the game if you insist. I don't really see the point of that, but oh yeah. How do you get more dwarves? You wait until migrants arrive. Or you make babies, but that's not a viable option in almost all cases. It's okay. I didn't need to chop down a tree to do this. You're still resting. You need some mobile... Okay, you just need another splint, don't you? You don't need traction. You just need a singular more splint. And then this can just be... Well, actually. You can be taken off of this and put onto wood cutting. Shout outs to that dwarf for getting movement of their hands back. That's the good part here. Seems more civil than RimWorld. That's not difficult. Purple Izumi, thanks for the 28th month. That's now a hype train. Let's just go down to here and dig around this. And hope that that dwarf's life improves. Or stupid, thanks for the $1.23 penny.
Cheese train?
Appreciate you. I will say I have no idea what the heck a cheese train is, but... Okay. All three of the dwarves are now standing once more. So yay to that. Could use the tents for the insight. That's on the other end of the map. Anyway, like building a tiny structure was significantly quicker, and I was entirely like concerned with time and speed of being able to do the thing. Not super concerned with... What? The shit. Is it so hot that the game thinks there's lava there? Oh my god, it is. It is hot on this map. Oh my god. Wow. Also, just as a heads up, we only need one more resub, prime sub, or gift sub to level up the hype train, or $3.77 in pennies. You have 5,000 hours and you don't think you've ever seen that ever? I mean, it is scorching. Like, it is as hot as, like, a biome can get in default settings.
Or stupid cheered.
Thanks for $2.77 in pennies. Enemy, thanks for the or redeeming of the you used to be rich. I'm very proud of you. I'll have you know. Does shade work to cool down spots? Well, if you notice, underground isn't lit up as overheating. Just above ground is. So, yes.
This is Sparta!
Hold up. There's a lot of things that just popped off. Judicious, thank you very much for the Prime subscription as well. Moose, thanks for the $3 in bits. And Rin, thank you very much for the $10 in bits. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you greatly. I mean, like, I have seen this before.
Rin's gravity
these are supposed to be ponds, and they've all evaporated completely. Like, they're not there. They're all empty. And the reason they're all empty is because of how hot it is. Also, still 3 rhinos on the map hanging out over there. At least they're not beating the shit out of me. They've got some manners at the very least. Will the river evaporate? The creek can't evaporate. They don't have that mechanic. But a river might. Elfie, thank you very much for checking out a gift as well. That brings us to $1 more in bits, or 1 more subscription to get it to level 5. To finish level 4. Oh, my miner's asleep. Can you go grab a pickaxe? Yep. 45 sea surface temps? Yeah, wait for them all to catch fire, right? There's a world where that could be a strategy. I do know that there was somebody on my Discord a while ago, like long before Steam version came out, who was testing just how hot you could make a map and figured out that you could make the maps hot enough so that when you embark, the wagon immediately catches fire. Thank you, Darius, for whatever the heck that was. And leveling up the hype train. What's a dwarf's flashpoint? I don't know. That stuff is a little bit opaque to me. I'm sure there's stuff on the wiki about it, but I'm not personally sure. We need to dig so we can avoid somewhere to avoid catching fire. Yeah. We need to go catch some smoke. Oh, sweet. Found rock salt. That wasn't too bad. Just a few layers down. Let's just do that. Figure out what we're going to do from here. Let's also go up to here, deconstruct this, deconstruct that, and deconstruct this. I think the first order of operations is let's make a tomb for the starting dwarves. Maybe make it a meeting zone as well. What do you think?
I'll join the scam train.
Thanks for joining the scam train, mate. When you have to start by making tombs. I mean, there's worse things you could have to start by making. You could have to start by making noble demands. You know? Like, it could be a lot worse. Let's be honest. That is true. Oh, hi, Mark. I mean, come on. Chat, be honest with me for a moment. You guys are all loving this. Also, thank you very much for the 1,250 bits in total for that combo. Combos have suddenly started doing things, and it freaks me out. If that's what that actually means, I don't actually know what that means. Thanks for the combo. Combos are a mystery to me. Let's just go right here. And then just make one of these dwarves into a manager. Let's make the armorer into the manager because they won't need, let's say, rock coffin and rock table and rock throne. Except I'm going to say two of these, and 4 of those. Exclamation point, new fort. Or last fort. Yeah, that's what you should type in. Knew it. And it'll tell you. I made a new fort because the other one didn't make a huge amount of sense to continue at the moment. Because we'd kind of seen everything we were going to see, and the idea of a big new content update like this is to see new stuff. So I'm here to try and find new stuff. More new stuff, I guess. Let's actually just get rid of this. Well, no, they'll get there eventually. All right, then I'm going to take one of us off of mining. Let's take you off of mining, I think. And I'm going to go to clothing and leather and just throw down a leather shop real quick and just say leather bag. Say 5. And let's say leather hood. And we'll make 3. And the reason I'm doing hoods is so that these dwarves have something else that they can make and feel okay about. Oh shit. Pause that. Gotta go up to here. Gotta go up to here. Stone use. Go to lignite. Turn that off. Well, it's more of a, like, I want to see how much the battles vary from world to world, you know? Because, like, a lot of people are bugging me, rightfully so, honestly, to make a bunch of videos, like, giving people ideas and tips on how to make, like, more effective, defenses against sieges, and I won't know unless I do some experimenting, so that's what we're doing. We're doing experimenting. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you greatly. This is a crowdfunded channel, so those are what pay my bills. Thanks for $29.50 in bits and the 13 subscriptions. You guys are very kind. Maybe I should make them with a bedroom. The dwarves are very upset. If your dwarves don't have bedrooms and they're upset, that's probably part of the problem. You should probably do something about the upset. Oh shit, what's Sylvite? It's one of those rocks I don't see very often, so it always throws me off when I do see it. Let's also make another stonecutter here. You started your fort and forgot about military. Now you're getting besieged by goblins with battering rams. This is so over. What did we learn? Exactly, actually, that's the right statement. What did we learn? All right, you do that, you do that. I mean, the moods are already improving. So that part's good, I guess. Let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll do, actually, yeah, I'll just wait for you to make the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is basically just going to be, the four corners of this will be tombs, and we'll do a statue for each of the dwarves. Also, now I'm curious. You worship that god of charity and torture and treachery. They also all worship the god of charity. You know, maybe the god that these dwarves worship makes a bit more sense now, you know? The fact that all of these dwarves worship the god of charity, treachery, and torture. No, it's like charity, generosity, torture, and whatever the other thing was. Maybe it's a sign, you know, it's a gift from our god. We have to make this into our, you know, thing. We have to make this into a temple. Generosity, torture, and charity. That was it, yes. 1, 2, 3. Where's the charity in S&M? We're gonna get our first migrant wave, and they're gonna be like, why are these dwarves so pissed off? The hell's wrong with them? Also need to make a hatch cover. Just on the off chance that, we piss off the wildlife somehow. Which, you know, would be really bad. Good? Bad? Good, bad. Bad, good. Okay, so now we've got all of the dwarves buried, at the very least. I'm gonna make a pen pasture right here, and I'm just gonna assign all of the animals except for the cat to it. I'm gonna go through here, dig through that. And deconstruct you, and let you just finish making those bags. And all of the dwarves get a hood. In posterity. I encountered a fascinating conundrum recently. Did you know? On the map, we've got 2 regular warthogs. He's a sadist because he's a giver. True. Oh, true. Yeah, he's always broke, never has anything. Thus always gives everything away. Actually, how deep does this map go? 198? How high does it go? 16? Okay, so not super tall, not super deep. That is good to know. Well, things are improving, you know? We used to have 1 really angry people and 2 somewhat angry people. Now we only have 1 somewhat angry person and 1 slightly less angry person. Small tavern. I was going to give them a temple first. Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode has never let you build a fortress. You used to be able to build cabins, which was you could make things out of wood. They were very basic, and there was no, like, reason to do so. So it was a very simplistic, like, idea of a mechanic, more so than an actual mechanic. But it is planned to have more, like, life simi features. But currently, no. No, it does not. It's more of a murder hobo simulator. Only have the DFAC logo on screen and play games other than DF. You know, Haas streams from like midnight until 6 a.m. my time, so I almost never actually see his streams. Because he's like exactly when I'm asleep. I didn't know that he did that. That's really funny. You want to build 10 fortresses in a region and an adventure between them? I've done that. It's fun. It's a good time. Visiting your old forts is like the main reason to play adventure mode. Blah. Sorry about the schniffling. Doing my best here. Let's just get some more blocks built. Just so I can get some floors for those tables there. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm just going to throw the... no, this one I need hatch cover. Elfie Lunchy, back laters. Enjoy the Lunchy, Elfie. See you when you're back laters. We're not playing a dead civ, but no, you get a migrant wave the first fall, usually, sometimes the first summer, and then the following spring. But you're supposed to get 2 migrant waves the first year, and then after that, every other... What the shit? Got an ostrich lady? That ostrich... That's just a perfectly normal ostrich with clothes on and a really, really, really nice posture. Hopefully they aren't mean. We've been beaten up enough already. Please don't kill my chickens. Oh shit, we got pepper plants. That's cool. Big chicken for dinner? You mean giant omelet for dinner? Ooh, shit, we got petrified wood. Okay, I'm so happy. We're in an ad break real quick, so I'm just gonna let that play. And then when the ads are done, I will unpause the game, but until then I won't. I mean, it fits the theme. So I'm just going to make this into a dining hall down here. Except I'm going to remove this, 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 and this. And I'm just going to make it a temple to this god, the god of torture, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. And I'm going to set it to citizens and long-term residents only, and then these are going to be for tables. I mean, these dwarves are currently being tortured because of their generosity to try and give that goblin a home. And thus, they have been sacrificed? Maybe I'm stretching this too far. And the Cathedral of Castles. The Cathedral of Beans. Hey, Ghost Bat. How's you? I hope you're well. Okay, let's unpause the game. Yeah, I'm probably going to do some Aquifer shenanigans in this fort. I'm very happy there's an Aquifer here. Unlike the last one that claimed to have an Aquifer and then didn't. There we go. Somebody's doing something useful. I also am really happy with the rock variety we have so far in the fort. I mean, I've already got petrified wood, and I've also got sylvite and borax. Ooh. We've got borax, we've got petrified wood, we've got sylvite. All kinds of varieties. Same as the last one as far as mission and plan. I just want to see more sieges and siege variety. And the goal is to see how different sieges are on a flat map with very few trees. And right now survive, because the fortress started off really, really, really fun. That's how the fortress started off. So yeah, that. The fortress started off really, really fun. Although the good news is, because I only have 3 dwarves, making the starting bedrooms is going to be really easy. I think I'm going to make little... some of you probably watched Scorch Fountain. Bah. This head cold is going to kill me. I swear. Krugsmash did these bedrooms in Scorch Fountain, which are just like these little circles that were all varying different, slightly different variations of shape, similar shapes and sizes. And I've been chasing that exact aesthetic ever since watching Scorch Fountain. So I'm going to ape that idea because I really like it. Speaking of, Krugsmash mentioned on his Patreon that he's working on a short fort video. So we'll get a Krugsmash one-shot at some point. If I had to guess. I was going to say, if you redeem 2 dwarves, I will just say no. And also, no, that's not really what the point of the tool is, Tyrantos. The point is you redeem something that you name. So if you have somebody specific in mind, I'll allow it. Otherwise, no. Like, just let somebody else redeem it. Don't do that. Don't do that. This has been the rule for 6 months now. Don't do that. No, you can't now, because you've already done there and done it. So I will give it to Diamond instead, who's the next person in line. Diamond, which one would you like? And also YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 picks into the YouTube chat gets to name something. Could be a dwarf. Could be something else. But yeah, rule of thumb is if you have something and nobody else has redeemed something since you last redeemed something, Taranto says don't redeem another thing. That's basically the rule that this works with. I don't want to restrict it, because sometimes people want to name a bunch of dogs when everybody's got names. But like, especially in early game, just let people do stuff. Manager Diamond. He relies on the advice of others during decision making, and he's an optimist. He has an overbearing personality. He strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has little interest in joking around. He has a greedy streak and a calm demeanor, and occasionally overindulges he occasionally overindulges, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is slow to anger and not particularly interested in what others think of him, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual live differently. Also, Tyrantos, just to do you the favor, I will refund those points for you. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. He is slow to anger and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. You must hate those ostrich people that just walked by. And needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and finds those that deny their impulse somewhat stiff and values loyalty and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Likes earthenware, bismuth, and lace agate, as well as the color eggplant, quivers, and bolt thrower parts. Geese men for their formation flying, and the words of the numbers of genius, and the sound of the flowery skirts, and the sight of the couple of glossing, and when possible prefers consume tomatillo wine, and red beans, and absolutely hates large roaches. And you're the manager of the Music of Beans. And dabbling wrestler after having to punch that goblin in the head. You did take on a couple of injuries from that goblin. However, you know, they've been dealt with at this point. Actually, did you get injuries? Yes, you did. So. Yeah, we started on an adventure mode location that had a bunch of huts, and there was just a goblin here. There's also, like, some fires, which are kind of fun. That had a goblin here who immediately, like, killed my cow and tried to kill us. And did kill 4 of us, and then we killed him eventually. So he's this pile of on the ground here. Happy New Fort Day. I mean, some dwarves like to revel in discord in day-to-day living. Honestly, who doesn't hate large roaches? Speaking of not hating large roaches, Rusty. What would you like to name? And what would you like to name it? There is one dwarf available. It's Moldath the Woodcutter, if you'd like to name her Rusty. Otherwise, you could name a table, a chair, a throne, a zone, something else. Tomatillo wine is salsa verde. I actually don't know what the ingredients in salsa verde are, but I've had it before and it's tasty, so I agree. Will that goblin be memorialized as a statue? I was going to, yeah. But currently, decorating stuff with statues is not the priority. The priority right now is to give these dwarves, like, the mandatory minimum stuff they need to be okay. Okay. Tomatillos. I understand that that is an ingredient in salsa verde, but I don't actually know what the full ingredients list of making a salsa verde is, because I've never made it. You'll take the woodcutter, Rusty? Okay. Rusty Axeblade. Rusty is in love with Tyrantos. Oh, the cute couple. Boulderain. Which is kind of funny because, yeah, Tyrantos was the one who didn't get injured in the fighting. And you're in love with Tyrantos. So, there's that. She often feels discouraged, is quick to form negative views about things, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is curious and eager to learn and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is a friendly individual and does not go out of her way to help others. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and has an active sense of humor, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She has a greedy streak, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not respect the law. She likes tin glaze and iron, as well as crystaphrase and pond grabber bone. I just lost my spot. Where did it go? Crap. It ran away. Pond grabber bone. And the color blue. Gems and battle axes and shields and earrings and giant bats for their terrifying features and the sound of the intricate berry and when possible prefers to consume carambola wine. And absolutely hates jumping spiders. Speaking of this map, it is so hot. Actually, I was going to ask you, Clino, if you've seen this. It is so hot that the trees are considered, like, near the magma sea. Meaning the surface of this map is similar in temperature to the magma sea. Which is actually kind of crazy. Is there a way to check temps in DFHack? I don't know, actually. If anybody knows a command in DFHack, let me know and I'll blop it in. Do my dwarves have eyelid sweat? I think that's called crying. No, they're not even sweating. Okay, you're gonna go meditate on generosity. You do that. You're gonna go up there and do that. You're gonna go down there and sit. I think I'm actually going to get you over here to grab a pickaxe once you're done meditating. And let's just make some blocks. Just generic rock blocks. And let's also do some statues. Specify stone. Let's make you out of petrified wood. I'm just going to make one. And it's going to be dedicated to Bioactive. Not the shortest lived dwarf. There was 2 that died way faster, but Bioactive was certainly up there. With a resident goblin warrior. Yep. Also, yes, don't forget to hydrate, chat. It's very important. YouTube chat says that I'm one good magnifying glass away from defeating all sieges. And you know, honestly, you're probably not wrong. That is probably very much the case. Just get these bedrooms done first. I love all of this Sylvite. Sylvite's just a good color if I remember correctly. In fact, I should make these rock blocks out of Sylvite if I can. Is it probe? I know I've done it before, but oh, maybe I need, yeah, I need to turn on the keyboard controls to probe. So whatever 10,075 U is the temperature. Where, for example, underground here is 10,015 U. No idea what that means. Good luck if you want to go find it out. I'm going to disable keyboard cursor so I don't accidentally use it when I don't want to. Anything spicy? Just the surface real hot and everybody died. Unrelated. I was wondering why that dwarf was moving so slowly, and it turns out the game was paused. And the moods are improving, slowly, but the moods are improving. Some spicy air? Yes, sure. We'll go with that. Netherwood clogs. You know, honestly, yeah. Like ice pack shoes, basically. Gonna definitely need some nether cap, some nether cap buckets or barrels to keep the booze cool too. Maybe a nether cap cups. Okay, so it's probably like 40 Celsius. Oh. That is entirely too hot. Entirely too hot. I mean, it could be hotter, but still entirely too hot. Let's just make another stoneworker and put that just south there. And just say rock doors. But I'm not going to specify specific materials. You can just use whatever for the doors. Hey! Hallelujah. My life hath got much less pain in the ass. And they sent a chick and a water buffalo. I'm glad that you brought lunch. Holy shit. I was wondering, this is another reason I wanted to generate a new world. I was wondering if this was just like a last world thing, but that is a lot of skill in combat. Inspired by this, it's an active imagination. He tends to consider whether there's single him, he doesn't hold in the grievances. He's quick to form negative views about things. He's put off by trade and commerce. Like, this dwarf would just be totally fine in the military. Like, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. You also have really good stats for the military. She personally finds... Wait, actually, hold on. What gods do you worship? Levan? Well, you worship the charity death god. The charity torture god, rather. A very charitable torture god. Yikes. Wait, hold up. For a second there, I thought he brought 2 different color socks, and I was about to be like, I identify with this dwarf? Maybe. No, I noticed it around the time the Marksdwarf stuff got changed, was when I started seeing a lot of more combat dwarves migrating to forts, but this seems to have, like, upped it a little bit. No confidence in towns, so no confidence is fairly important in the grand scheme of things to daily living, does not have a aesthetic sensitivity, just likes to brawl and has little interest in joking around, likes a little excitement now and then, can handle stress. Okay, yeah, you can also go into the military. Just quietly building out a squad as well. Ooh. Steel pickaxe! Look at you, overachiever! The other thing that I've started noticing is a lot of them have much bigger families, and everybody so far has had much smaller families, except for this one. Who their Uncle Urist already lives here. Wait. No, her Uncle Urist is coming with, who's also a miner? Are we getting a family of miners? Because her niece is also a miner, and she hasn't arrived yet either. Well, that's great. Hell yeah. Everybody loves an Uncle Urist. Which means, actually, I could probably remove my expedition leader as a miner. And same with Neil. Or not Nil Diamond. Not Neil Diamond, Nil Diamond. I didn't do that intentionally, but that's actually pretty funny. Nil Diamond, yeah. For that kind of migrant wave? It literally is like... Actually, it's 8 dwarves we got. That is not a big migrant wave. Not at all. So if you're like, I don't see the kind of value in this fort, it's like, that was a tiny migrant wave. And if anything, it's probably all of the, what's it called? It's probably... I had a sentence that I was going to say and then I lost it. It's probably all of the coal that I brought, all of the lignite. If there's anything that's making this fort seem valuable. But that or there's just tons of like random dehoused dwarves everywhere, which is possible because a whole faction got destroyed. More like Bim Affleck. Bed. Let's make 10 beds. That should be plenty. Maybe 11 just in case. they don't necessarily always come from your own faction, or they're not necessarily living in your faction. So, like, as an example, a dwarf could be, like, part of your faction, and then where they lived was destroyed, or they could have been traveling, and then the place that they were living was destroyed, and then they become a, what's it called? A refugee. And then they'll just, like, sometimes if you start a fort and you immediately get, like, 75 migrants, there's probably a lot of refugees close by. Because suddenly it's like, oh, look, new home to go live in. That's, like, safe and isn't completely full of murder demons at the moment. Yet. We'll fix that. And then they're like, we'll just move in here instead because it's safe. And that's kind of how, like, the refugees can, like, inflate the population of a fort really quickly sometimes. Which, like, throws some people off, but I really like it as a mechanic because then you often end up with dwarves with really interesting history. New Fort Tuesday. Yep, Sandberg. Hello. I'm curious as to why that number was chosen. It's probably a question that Tarn has answered before, if I were to bet. We're gonna have fun red colors in this fort. It's gonna be nice. You enjoy watching me make asymmetrical rooms? I'm glad. I'm glad it doesn't just irritate everybody, because if I were to believe everything I read on the internet, which is a good idea and you should definitely do that, then I would be under the assumption that people are in absolute agony watching me build forts. It's all red to remember. Well, I mean, I don't know. This is more of like a, I don't know, an orangey burgundy. Also have sardonyxes, which is nice. State approved forts. Everyone gets a square room. I mean, ain't no state has approved my forts. We're a provincially approved fortress. Thank you very much. Let's throw you. Throw in Tyrantos. Let's throw in Nil Diamond. And then the last one will go to Rusty. At least all the moods are sorting themselves out. These dwarves are like recovering like impressively quickly. I'm also going to change this from this temple to just anything. Any temple, like just unrestricted. No specific deity. We'll just do it that way. The North Fortune. The North Beans. There we go. All right, go hang out there if you like. Or don't. That's fine too. And then let's go bed. You're definitely in agony looking at those rooms? Okay, well, at least you still exist. I'm glad that those in pain while watching my stream minority is accurately represented by you, Clem. And I'll be completely... You know what's really weird? When I used to play RimWorld, I used to always build very symmetrical, like, colonies in that game. Whereas in Dwarf Fortress, I feel like I'm doing something, like, illegal if I build a perfectly symmetrical space. And I was thinking about this, not super recently, but I was thinking about this at one point. And my conclusion is that if it's a 3D game, I want it to be asymmetrical. If it's a flat plane that I'm building on, I want it to be symmetrical. I don't know why that is, but that was the conclusion that I've come to with how I build things. And so because this game is 3 dimensions and you're building in like a place with depth, it feels wrong to do it any other way for me. And like, I do make some rooms symmetrical, and to me that makes them stand out. Like, this was a while ago now, but I made a fortress called Fire Orb, and in Fire Orb, it was like the whole giant ball of glass with demons and giant library around it with multiple leveled like temples and taverns beneath it was all completely symmetrical. But I did that because it was like the centerpiece of the fortress. True, yeah, no, often I'll make my nobility rooms symmetrical. That or they're like the least symmetrical. It's like one of the two. They're either the most symmetrical or the least symmetrical. All right, let's just get... I need literally one more bedroom. So let's just throw it into here, because it makes sense to go right here. Let's throw a door in right there, and a bed in right there. And that's the last of them that I can do for the moment. Oh shit, and they're married. So, oh, there's literally just one that still needs one. Then 2x2 rooms? Oh no, absolutely. I mean, that's one way to keep them happy. I mean, that's part of my theory crafting here is that, like, well, you know, if I make nicer bedrooms, then they'll be happier. And got giant barn owls. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There we go. Now I'm seeing more dwarves going. Of course, the fish cleaner is meditating on fish. You know, in my head canon, that dwarf is just listening to fish. I'm going, yeah, these are the jams. Good to see recovery from such hardships. I mean, we'll get through it. It'll get me through it, as Ozzy once said. And boom. There we go. Where's Bioactive Statue? Bioactive Statue can go right there. Erdem Locum. Let's make it out of petrified wood. Make one. URDIM locum. It would be this one. Yes. But if you do set uniform replaces clothing, if you just like go to one of your dwarves and then just click that button, uniform replaces clothing, and then you type in a new name for the uniform and you click confirm and save, you can then assign it to the whole squad. Kalvarux. All right, let's figure out how the fuck I'm gonna do this fortress. I think I'm gonna start off with this. And you're gonna be like, what are you doing? Don't worry, it'll make sense maybe. Maybe it won't. That's not going to be necessary at all, but I am going to do this. Let's do this, 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 this. There isn't going to be enough water coming out of this for this to matter, but... So then they can go back up to here, and then they can go back up to here. You are going to make rock grate. And I'm going to make you out of petrified wood, and I'm going to repeat it. We're just going to make 4 of them. Looks like there's only 4 petrified wood, so that works perfectly. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this way. Actually, I'm not even going to dig that way. I'm just going to dig a whole wall right there. Actually, let's do this priority 2. So they work on the thing below first. That's going to be a drain. By the way, for anybody who's wondering. This is going to be for meeting spaces and storage. And I have at least 2 extra picks, so let's get at least 2 extra picks assigned. How'd the first raid for it go? It went pretty well. I mean, I opted to end it. I wasn't worrying too much about moods, so things got kind of horrendous. The dwarves were real pissed off and not having a good time, but... Okay. Would you look at that? Fish cleaner. Would you like the fish cleaner that's worshipping fish? Would you actually like to be a fisher dwarf? Because I could enable fishing. I currently have it disabled. Oh. First cavern layer. Whoa! Okay, so my plan was to make this into a drain, but that's like even better. Sweet! Hell yeah! Awesome! Fuck yeah, that's great. You don't mind if she fishes or not? Okay, you just want the one who's the fish cleaner. She's currently making petrified wood. She has a pet chick, by the way. She prefers to be alone and is grateful when others help her out. Also, YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 fire emoji into the YouTube chat gets a... to name something. When others help her out, she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She doesn't handle stress well, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She lives a fast-paced life, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Trumpet Beans Hot Spring is coming together. Yeah. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, values eloquence and sees competition as reasonably important, and does not care about family one way or another. She likes rock salt, as well as sterling silver and tiger iron, as well as lychee wood and giant pangolin bone. The color cream and doors and yaks for their shaggy hair, and when possible, she prefers to consume white millet, beer, and linseed oil, as well as buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates scorpions. She probably likes fried, like perfectly minced buckwheat flour, if I would presume. This is going to be priority number 1. This is just going to be a different series of bedrooms. That is an ugly-ass bedroom. I can do better. Sakola? Any dwarf? Do you have preference of beard? I don't know how to pronounce your username, I'm sorry. CZ's always throw me off. That way dwarves passively haul rocks and wheelbarrows and dump them into quantum stockpile and spend much less time taking them to a workshop. Yeah! Feminor is correct. I don't know if you're responding to somebody or not, but that is correct. We should do that. Beard cap. You can have this miner. Oops. Has a strong sense of duty, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, tries to do things correctly each time, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, which is whacking rock with sharp stick. Also, I do have to state that all these dwarves brought steel picks, which is kind of awesome. So I have a bunch of steel picks that arrived with that migrant wave. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He often feels lustful and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and tends to hang on to grievances, and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to be passive in discussions, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He whispers when he's nervous, and he chews his lips when he's angry. He has a very large family, and his niece showed up, along with the migrant wave. He dreams of mastering a skill and doesn't see those, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes obsidian and black bronze, as well as clear tourmaline and the color chocolate, bolts, bracelets, and flasks, and the words of the Born coasts, and the sight of the azure petals, and impossible prefers to consume lettuces, carrot wine, and absolutely hates slugs. Your child's last name is System Lancer, which is a great last name. And you're a former member of the Band of Cities. That sounds like a series of fantasy novels. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's tuning into the stream for the first time. Appreciate all of you. Hello, hi. My name's Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes chat lets me play other games, but since there was an update, we're playing a lot of Dwarf Fort. And thanks to the 333 of you tuning in on this fine afternoon. And the 310 on YouTube. So there's like 640 of you? Shit, that's a lot of people. Thank you much. Seriously. That might be a new... that may have changed with the last fort in regards to pick type not changing the speed at which they mine. That might actually have changed along with the siege update. In fact, I'm pretty sure that isn't the case. I don't know if the answer is now. I think that they have affected speed for quite some time, unless I'm just like massively deep in placebos. But I've definitely seen dwarves pick up a steel pick and then like double in speed. But maybe I'm just wrong. That's possible. I'm not right about everything. But I am right about the fact that Slay the Spire isn't a roguelike. That I'm right about. Not usually, Aligasto. It's like a pretty rare thing for me to use mods. King Capitino, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I mean, I think you're confusing me and Tarn Adams, sir, but I appreciate the absolute trust in my word. It makes me actually feel like a cult leader instead of just like a guy who makes jokes about being a cult leader on the internet sometimes. You are a dignity, authority, I think you mean deity, not dignity? Or definitely? I don't think that's the word you meant to write, but sure. I am knowledgeable about a video game. But that still doesn't mean I have 100% accuracy. Definitely. Okay, sure. Only if whenever the dwarves pick up a base, they say the word base, like that one guy on YouTube does. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see if I can get rid of those blocks. Boulders. Do we have a gimmick for this fort? See new siege stuff. I'm mostly just seeking out new content. There really isn't much of a gimmick going on. I think I said this a bunch, but I'll say it again because there's no reason not to. Which is I don't really have new gimmicks usually when an update came out recently. Like, I will worry about gimmicks once I feel I've seen most of the new things. Which I don't feel that way yet. That's going to take a bit. What am I hoping to see now? More variation, different kinds of animals, different threats. I mean, so far, I've seen one big goblin siege. There's multiple goblin factions in this, so I want to see more goblin leaders, more historical figures, different varieties of baddies and monsters. I'm hoping that the goblins will attack me with trolls, because trolls have those little backpack sprites that I haven't seen yet, and I would very much like to see those. That sort of thing. Is the rhino still there? They'd moved off the map a while ago, I think. Oh, nope, they've come back. Got a human crossbowman and a giant olm, as well as several rhinoceroses. Rhinosauruses. Everybody's favorite rhinosaur.
Siege update hype.
Yuppers. And, let's go. Furnaces, wood furnace. Just start making things that are important. And Natalie Pandora, thank you very much for the 5th month. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Okay, so that's a petrified wood statue of Thykut. And then up here is Erdim. So we got a statue of Erdim. So Thykut's statue, which is, you know, bioactive. The dwarf and bracelets. Okay. He was admiring bracelets. So he really liked bracelets unless they made an image of him admiring bracelets. Make 1 charcoal. And I'm going to make a smelter up here. Now let's remake those stoneworkers because those got broken by me deconstructing the other stoneworker shop. They look like honeycombs? They kind of do, yeah, don't they? It's just because of the color, but... Okay, so once you're done making charcoal, you're just going to make coke from lignite. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go floor grates. Frozen potato waffles? Yeah, they kind of, you know, if you told me those are freezer waffles, I'd be inclined to believe you. Okay, so now I'm going to go into here and do this. This. And then this, well, this. So far, so dwarf. There's water, water, no water. That'll be good. And Durple Razor Axes wants to move in, who is a human, I think, right? Yep, I'm gonna say no because I don't want no humans in my fort. I'm just gonna finish off my coffee because it's cold. Let me go rinse this. I'll be right back. No, I just don't like making tall people clothing. Because they screw up my clothing industry. Because if one of them starts making clothes, then I end up with large clothes that I don't need. And I find that really bothersome. Like anybody else is welcome in the fort, just not humans. Alright, so things are looking a lot more normal now. So that part is good. Let's also go down through here. Go through here, go through here, go through there. So the water will fall down here. And I guess what I could do, actually... Okay, so there's mist there. Yep, content being near a waterfall. So now we've got a natural waterfall. I should also be able to build some stairs up. Dwarf check? What am I checking for? Otters. This is a different fort, if that's what you're asking. Alright, so I'm trying to decide what I need to do now. We've got this weird wind-up cock and balls of a fort. And, let's continue making it look less like that. Looks like an elephant. An elephant with a big-ass brain tumor, maybe. We need a skull somewhere? Ah. Maybe. Potentially. I personally think I need storage. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go for storage. Also going to need a well sooner than later. I also need a place for my animals to graze underground. So maybe go down here, actually. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig out a secondary staircase. Maybe like back here. That's just going to go down to right about here. I'm going to dig out the entirety of this. It's going to be a bunch of digging initially, I think, in this fort. And then I will use a graded spot to pump some water into here. And I will farm down here and pasture my animals down here. Why have you literally never thought of making a second staircase? That's an incredible sentence to read, mate. That's actually a really good question. Why have you never thought about making a second staircase? The number of times I've lost forts... Okay, how about this? Let me take you one step further. Have you ever thought about building a fortress like this, where you find the caverns, and then going up to the surface, and then specifically digging down into the caverns from the surface? Have you ever thought about doing that? Where, like, the only real cavern access, you have to go to the surface? Quite literally fixes all cave adaptation overnight. It is magical. Like, seriously. Like, if you just want to fix every single problem with cave adaptation your fortress has ever had, just do that. For all those sieges and cavern beast issues. That's something else I want to see in this fort, is like, if I have access to the caverns from the surface, will the enemies go down into the caverns to try and siege me, or will they try to siege me from the surface? That's something else I'd really like to see, actually. Because I think that would be really interesting to see what they actually prioritize here. You just ended up doing tunneling on your main hallway and the service flooring with green glass. They normally get constant exposure. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. This is all just gonna be storage. So we're just gonna dig out this, finish digging out that lower area, and then I'm just going to build a bunch of storage space. So you know how when dwarves go above ground, they projectile vomit? Wretched Debt, like, do you ever just have, like, a lot of dwarves puking in your forts? That's cave adaptation. If dwarves spend too much time underground, they stop having the ability to, like, process, like, sunlight properly, and then they just vomit when they see it. You know what's crazy? These dwarves have, like, recovered kinda well. Like, geez. Like, you're reliving trauma and dwelling upon being forced to endure the decay of a friend. But at least you've been near a waterfall now. Like, that's kind of miraculous, actually. I haven't found any iron ore yet, though. Also, how's the water doing here? Oh, look at that! We're actually getting some drainage. Coolio. The horror? Oh, hey, look, waterfall. Yeah. The horror! I've seen such death! Oh, look, a waterfall. How pleasant it is. Such death I have seen. Much fear. It is terrifying. So we're probably going to get traders. So I'm going to, I think, get some gems getting cutted. And make a trade depot. I will return to cut it about as frequently as I have historically, which is about once or twice every 8 months to 2 years. You can do the math on that. I've played Caves of Qud on and off since it released on Steam in 2016 the first time. Or since the first time it released on Steam, and I have no intention of, like, stopping that trend. So yes, I will return to Qud, but I will return to Qud when the vibe is there, when I feel like it, and when there's content that interests me. Historically, it was usually whenever there was a big, like, quest line added, so probably whenever they add a DLC, I'll go back. I do have, like, 400 plus hours in that game, so, like, I certainly haven't seen everything, and I never actually finished the entire thing. But yes, I would like to go back to it at some point. Threads don't generally go crazy on forums anymore, 20xy. Have I ever built a well in the stream of a waterfall? Yes? I think so. I've pumped water out of waterfalls before. All right, so let's do that, and then I was also going to make a gem cutter. Jeweler. So this, I'm actually just going to make this into just about an everything stockpile. Not quite everything, but a lot of things. So let's just say all, except for you, except for you, and except for you, and you. And we'll just redistribute stuff from there. Can we request beans? These are dwarves that we'll be trading with. Dwarves can only sell you underground crops. Also, a honey badger stole some plump helmets. Honestly, we can keep them. I don't think we could survive another fight to the death, and a honey badger most certainly would do just that. We'll just make 80 blocks, and we will just repeat when there's less than 50 blocks. And you are going to cut gems. We'll just repeat that until we run out of gems for the moment. While everybody else does this, and you go cut gems. I mean, you are an adequate gem cutter, actually. That's pretty good. Catapults have always used boulders. But, yeah. I don't think... I think I can count on, like, one hand the number of times I've actually run out of boulders. But sure, yeah, no, absolutely. It also makes obsidian more valuable, because obsidian has natural sharpness, and because the boulders explode into blocks, and the natural sharpness is more valuable by default. Also, it looks like Natalie is becoming my my broker. Potentially. Maybe not. Yeah, you are. You're gonna become my book broker and my bookkeeper. Which means I'm gonna actually put her office right there. How's the fort going? We started off by encountering a goblin on the surface who came from these tents that were on the surface, and he murdered 4 of my dwarves and our cow. But now we're doing okay. Yeah, you'll broke all the things, especially the accounting papers. Let's throw a stone in the fort. Maybe known as a stone possession lady would be me desire. Okay, me can do that for the stone. Does whacking stone with sharp pick count as stone work? And which one would you like? We got Maffel, Idan, or Solon. Solon, farewell, Alvida, saying goodbye. Speaking of Solon, farewell, YouTube folks, if somebody would like to name something, put 3 pickaxe emojis and you get to name a dwarf or whatever. It's on cooldown because somebody redeemed it as you were typing that, King. Jay Bennett, what kind of thing would you like? Presuming it's not a thing that Stone Seashore's Wall would like. Iden do that for you. Stone, you have 2 lovers and 2 children. And your uncle, who's also a miner, lives here. Your niece, who's also a miner, lives here. Your lover is Eurist, and Eurist doesn't live here. You are 120 years young, with a llama wool dress and a steel pick. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making, is very quick to anger, has an active imagination, is a friendly individual, and tends to make a small mess with their own possessions. Any dwarf is cool. Do you have beard preference? Would you like lady or bale dwarf, or no preference? Jay Bennett. She is quick to anger and she has an active imagination. She's a friendly individual and tends to make a mess with her own possessions. And she has a greedy streak, and she tends to be... she tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she tends to think before acting. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally values peace over war and doesn't value merrymaking and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes Billin quartzite as well as purple spinel as well as impala hoof and swordfish bone. The color chocolate, picks and backpacks and earrings in the words of the sprinkle of scribing, and when possible prefers to consume purple amaranth beer and pearl millet flour, and absolutely hates blood gnats. I up fortressing these dwarves by Pedo. There's always some accuracy. Some inaccuracy. Yeah. Chocolate is food. Naturally. Why wouldn't chocolate be food? Speaking of any dwarf school, I'll take that to mean any dwarf school. Bennett, you can have this gem trimmer. Bennett is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture and dislikes helping others. He is a perfectionist and he's prone to strong feelings of jealousy, rarely looks on others with lust, and isn't particularly ambitious. He's very humble and he tends to think before acting. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He has little interest in joking around, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He can handle stress, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has a deep dislike of the natural world and does not care about friendship, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes chert as well as bismuth bronze and clear garnet, as well as pigtail fabric in the color beige, crossbows, backpacks, and millstones, and alpacas for their jutting teeth, and the words of the wanderer of walking, and when possible prefers to consume giant jumping spider. Anyways, and finger mullet beer, and absolutely hates snails. Has a pet duckling and worships the god of charity, torture, generosity, and death. Why do I keep forgetting what this god represents? It's kind of a lot of things. Torture, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. That was close. So he's a Cenobite? I mean, I don't think Cenobites were particularly generous about anything, but it's been a while since I've watched one of those movies. You know, my favorite color in Dwarf Fortress is clear, which always cause drama whenever it comes up. It's like, clear isn't a color. It's a state of lack of color. But, you know, what can you really do? Let's just throw a wall piece right there and a wall piece right there. Channel down right here. And put a floor grate right there. Set all these. Oh no, let's just let them finish it. They'll get to it eventually. There can't be that many freaky critters down below, aside from this giant toad who's trying to eat my face, probably. Hunt for small. Oh shit. Chat, we got Neil Diamond stuck. Welp. Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. Let's get Neil Diamond out of there. Get back up here, dwarf. Yeah, he out now, so it's fine. And then let's put this floor grate back. Okay, so you place that. Okay, now nobody's in there. And Neil Diamond is no longer starving. But you're probably very happy because you were standing in a waterfall that whole time. So, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. I think in this case, the good is that you were near a waterfall. The bad is everything else. But is what it is. I honestly think that could have gone worse. Got a fancy table. And a fancy throne. It was near a waterfall for like a season, basically. Or like maybe a month. We're gonna go with like a month. And then my broker gets that. Still cutting gems. Good stuff. I mean, Dwarf Fortress isn't open source, but some of the libraries Dwarf Fortress uses are open source, like its graphics engine is open source, but Dwarf Fortress itself isn't open source. I'm just gonna throw a still over here because I will need that sooner than later. That's a rhino. Let's also make some rock mechanisms. We use Sylvite. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Lance of Men is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. SDL2, specifically. Dwarf Fortress switched to SDL2 6 weeks after it was fully deprecated. It's like SDL existed, and then SDL2 existed. And then Dwarf Fortress stopped using SDL. Or stopped using SDL and moved to SDL2 as SDL2 was fully made obsolete. Dwarf Fortress is nothing if not consistent. So I'm going to sell all of the clothing and such that got destroyed. By that initial fight. And let's go to cut gems. Bring some of these to even out the value of things. Not all of them, just some of them. So, to my knowledge, that's never been stated, Alan. The only thing that I've heard is that Tarn would be willing to open source parts of the world generation algorithms. But what I've always been known to be common fact is that in their will, I want to say it was in their will, but is that when they are unable to work on it anymore, if there isn't a successor who can continue working on it, then it'll be open sourced. But I don't really see that happening unless something like, how do I put this? Unless something's visiting. I don't really see that happening, I guess. What the fuck is that helmet made out of? Oh, it's a dyed cougar leather helm. Fool's adamantine, if one wills. I might need to let this human maceman into the fortress. Legendary Preserver of Knowledge. What the hell, man? It's an alabaster earring. It is encircled with bands of quicklime and menaces with spikes of white sand. Huh. Wow. Totally not a vampire? No, it's just an adventurer. I mean, if they were a vampire, they would be a former member of like a trillion different groups. The fact that they're a noted treasure hunter and like preserver of knowledge means it's pretty unlikely they're a vampire. Pretty unlikely. I'm mostly just curious about the artifacts and stuff. Tyrantos also meets with the Outpost Liaison, who says, I'm liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I'm just going to ask for anvils, because I don't really know what to ask for at the moment. They want quivers, okay. And if you are able to provide some, they will offer 189%. Okay. Who is my diplomat? I don't see any relations to my fortress, unfortunately, but pretty big family, too. Trust me, I've got 11 beans running around this fortress already. I don't need more. Okay, fine. I guess I should let Rackmarks join the fort. Just to see his story. I would have to retire the fortress to check legends. Although this is maybe just me, but I find that, like, imagining what their stories are is often way more exciting. Like, this human probably grew up, became a treasure hunter, and just started stealing shit. Or, like, taming animals or whatever. And that's probably pretty much it. Like, I'm sure it's not that crazy. But, you know, you never know. I'm just going to make a fruit gathering section up here. Just unselect that, because it is autumn. So if I also select some of this, select some of this, be able to pick up those lychees and the paradise nut fruits, whatever thems are. Let's do some trading. I should buy one of those cages. Fill it up with animals and sell them the animals. Let's buy the cheaper barrels because I'm too lazy to make more. Also grab the milk barrels because those are pretty cheap. So for short swords, still got 435 dwarf bucks left. The bags are so expensive. Pigtail cloth is also so expensive. Holy crap. Let's buy the leather bin. Let's buy the leather bin. And then some random meats just for some food variety. And by that I mean one piece of meats, because they're going to say no. None of the meats. Fine. Just like Indiana Jones. Yes. Minus the part where they named the dog Indiana. How do you turn the bolt throwers? You set them in a direction and they didn't do the way I wanted and they won't change direction. I think they can just point in a full 360. The dwarf, as long as the dwarf has space to move it, then they can just spin. And then they leave it where it was the last time. That's how I understand them to work, but... Just put 0 bins in there. So I can spread the bins around a little bit more organically. Do I start a lot of forts? Not generally. If you go to my VODs channel, you can see about how frequently I start a new fort. It's usually maybe 1 fort every 2 to 3 weeks, maybe every month. But I'm starting a lot of new forts right now because I want to see variety and a lot of new worlds to see how much things vary from world to world with the new mechanics. Yeah, you set the rest. Well, it doesn't. They don't necessarily rest in that position though. Kubo, Zoc. They rest in like that angle potentially, but not always in that exact position. Some migrants have arrived. Got some more dwarves. Time for a manager's office? Potentially. Depending on how many we actually get in that migrant wave. Was that literally a migrant wave of 2? I think it was. No, 3. That was tiny. Yeah, the catapults and the ballista don't, like, how do I put this? Need to worry about, or they shoot in a cone, but they do need to worry about where they're placed. I kind of don't like the look of this, actually. Let's just throw some more over here. But no, to those of you wondering why I start so many forts right now, it's literally just because of this update. Whenever there's major mechanical changes, I tend to start a bunch of forts in a short period of time, but that's specifically just because I want to see how much stuff varies from world to world and like get to know the new mechanics. Which doesn't happen super frequently. Normally I do like 11, 12 forts in a single world. Correct, what Sage Bitey's saying. But that's only if you put those walls like right up against it. But if there's one like tile space all the way around it, then dwarves can go around it. Will I build a castle on the surface? I think my plan probably is to build a tower on the surface. That'll probably be like maybe this tall or so. I would like to do some stuff on the surface. I'm literally like moving up to some surface constructions as we speak, so there is that. You know, actually, let's just go up and I'll do this slowly, piece by piece. Most people don't even know that it... Yeah, exactly what Kleno said, actually. I think that Tarn is finally coming around on the idea of making Legends a seamless thing. The other issue that I've seen Tarn talking about, Kleno, is how long the load times would be. Because, like... to be frank, people leave negative reviews on Steam games for extraordinarily silly, petty things like long load times. When even for games like Dwarf Fort, like it doesn't matter how like mechanically dense or interesting the game is. Like if the game has a slow load time, people leave negative reviews. And in some worlds, it would take literally like 5 minutes to load Legends, even if it's like seamless, right? And I think that is also part of it. And honestly, I kind of see that argument a bit. Maybe not 100%, but I do see like where Tarn's kind of coming from with that one. They're definitely getting chased by something. It's probably the rhinos. Gotta get them underground. These donkeys and things are causing me some grief. I haven't done the exact science, but they're obviously not as, like, they don't have as much agility as, like, a Marksdwarf, so not as straight up or down as a Marksdwarf, but more so than a Catapult. Less than a Marksdwarf, more than a Catapult. Might be on the wiki. That's the sort of thing that would show up on the wiki pretty quick, I would think. Let's just do 1 and 1. Once that gets assigned, then I will go through and get that lower level down there farmable. Not less maddening? Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that's something that will pop up all of a sudden, but I do love the fan, like, sort of half requests about bringing Legends into, like, a more seamless kind of way into Fort mode, such as, what's the word? Like the person who was like, what if you expanded bookkeepers so that they would write down a short history? I would actually be totally cool with that. Like if you got like a local Legends, I guess, or it's like just your region, maybe. And then like when you get rumors and things, it could like these things where you know who's attacking who, like where world wars are happening, maybe because you're aware of them, perhaps the game could like tell you when those are happening. Like that to me would be more than enough. Wait, what? Group calling itself the Strong Hames on behalf... Oh, we're reclaiming a bunch of our destroyed forts. So Calm traded and... what's this? Furnace Towns were both reclaimed. And we also reclaimed this Dwarven fortress down here. Well, that's nifty. Any free crafts dwarves? Which one would you like? I got a Weaver. We don't really have much of a like a fort so far, so like just pick somebody. I'll roll with it. Any will do. Just pick somebody. Don't leave me to do your job. You can see them all, so it's a pretty short list. I mean, I'd be cool with that too. You know, maybe it could be stored in the library and you don't get it at all unless the library's there. Like, give the library more reason to exist or something. I don't know. Like, I wish that it was like a clearer system. Like, even if it's like a very limited version of Legends, like that's more than enough. Like, if you interrogate somebody, it could put it into like a chronological scroll of like your fortress's legend or whatever. I don't know. Tarn is like weirdly protective of Legends, which is a shame because it makes Legends inaccessible for most people. You know how people show up to try and steal your stuff, Erdem? Or not Erdem, Under the Brim. That. Or like a vampire showing up in your fort. That. They could be plotting to infiltrate your fortress. The Weaver. Okay. Zapperzen. She easily changes her mind to go with the prevailing view on anything. She is an emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. She rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she is troubled by this because she values such powerful forces in life. She finds obligations confining, though she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is incapable of reading at the moment. That's what's happening. She often feels lustful, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She is trusting, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She is very humble, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She could be considered rude, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tends to avoid crowds. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values family, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. And thanks for all the follows, by the way. I do see those, I just don't have a notification for them. She likes timberlight and tin and leaven opal, as well as giant ulm leather, yak bone, linen fabric, and the color apple green, helms, whip vines, and for their strength, or for their length, not strength. And the words of the aquamarine of luxuries, and when possible prefers to consume, jabberer and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates fire snakes. She has a pet peacock and worships the same god that everybody else does, and is a member of the hateful communion, as everybody else is. Welcome to the fort. No, for me, it's mostly like when I start seeing double or going cross-eyed because, like, I'm reading. My eyes are bad. This is the reality. All right. If they were less naughty, then I would have an easier time reading, but they refuse. Wait. Yeah, well, also there's no way to retain that knowledge after one season. Ultra Despair. So, yes, it is very silly and, like, impossible to actually keep track of. The only way that, well, what You Learned Some Rumors is supposed to do is when you're generating a world, you turn off Reveal All Legends, which is an option in Advanced World Gen, not a default option. Then whenever you hear rumors, when you load Legends later, those rumors are things that show up in Legends, right? That's it. That's what that is doing, is it's like chronicling Legends. But that would require you to play a fortress specifically to get a bunch of rumors, and then specifically go and read Legends. But, like, at least for me, while I do find that interesting, by the time I get into Legends, I've lost all interest in it. It's interesting at the time, but, like, 40 hours later, it's way less interesting. I think it's just kind of one of those artifacts, as well as... No, this is still the four dudes lost to the Goblin Adventure, yeah. No, we've recovered. Still same fort. Kylon. I'm not going to build a danger room of some kind, because that wouldn't be dwarfy. Edramon. This is a dwarven fortress, not a human fortress. Well, there's probably somebody that does that, Ultra Despair, but I do think it's a very, 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 very micro minority of the overall player population, if anything. We are dwarves, not the X-Men. I don't understand that, but okay. Sure, yes. We are definitely not the X-Men. No, that is once again not dwarfy. So no, I will not do that. I will not make danger rooms. You can make danger rooms, but that's not very dwarfy of you. Dwarves do not agree with torture. They could worship a god who represents the sphere of torture, but they do not revel in torture as humans do. So I will not do anything related to that. You silly geese in YouTube chat. X-Men had a training room called the Danger Room? Huh, cool. As you can tell, I'm very much a very well-read X-Men comics reader. Not. Alright, so let's get this here, and then we can pump this. It's technically known to players, it would be great for a menu dialogue to show the ones that you've learned. Oh, no, totally, because, like, I use them sometimes to, like, see what's happening in the overworld, because, like, the information that this, like, all these sites are being reclaimed, I'm going to forget in, like, the next 90 minutes. Like, I might be able to remember it, but it would be neat to be able to, like, scroll back through the events, right? Or just have it in the list, you know? Like, I think there's ways that Tarn could incorporate parts of Legends into Fort mode without ruining Tarn's vision of what Legends is supposed to be, if that makes any sense. I think there are ways for Tarn to do that. Operate pump. It will be the thing that causes your demise? Isn't that... Sorry, but isn't the demise, like, what the point of Dwarfort is? Like, you're supposed to inevitably find your demise? Like, isn't that, like, the whole point of finding fun? I guess, like, just... I don't know. To me, that's just Dwarfort. Well, I'll tell you this. I didn't have that much trouble keeping a surface fort alive. I would have had a lot less trouble if I actually took care of the dwarves and played slower and maybe tried to avoid the first few sieges. I will say that there is now a lot more reason to, like, accept the parlay offer. Especially, like, if you're not prepared. And maybe just try that. And then build the fort of your dreams. Because, like, what's the point of building a fort if you can't build the fort of your dreams, you know? Speaking of childish jokes, most of these beds are made of paradise nutwood. That's pretty childish. But yeah, I would say, like, definitely take part in, like, or accept parlay offers. And I probably will do the same, at the very least more than I did in the past. Because there's a lot more reason to now. Let's get some multicolored floors up in here. I said paradise nut wood beds. Yes, that is what I said. The dwarves did it, not me. Don't blame me. Have you ever seen anybody make a or Sage, have you ever seen one of the forts where people make a chessboard using, like, marble and obsidian and then make chess pieces using statues. Because I've seen those. Those are cool. I've seen a few of them, actually. Just giant chessboards. Although the statues would be quite heavy. Hans Gruber 89 in YouTube chat says, I like how Blind always floors his rooms beforehand where he knows furniture will go. I always forget to do that. You know, I used to always forget to do that. Don't worry. Now we have extra bedrooms, which is good. All right, you there, you've made a bunch of booze and stuff. I can now go down here and go pen and pasture. I'm just going to pen pasture almost everything down here. Actually, I should have imported dogs. Oh well, little late. And then I'm gonna go farming. Let's just do a farm plot. Farm plot. Farm plot. Farm plot. I just read you can't reinstall RimWorld. I missed the like in that, so my brain was like, wait, why can't I? I just don't want to. Like, it's not, just because I don't want to doesn't mean I can't. Like, since when are you taking away games that I purchased? Oh, wait a second. I was about to get all indignant. In Canada, we call that Remembrance Day. AJ22. Yeah, I guess it's a holiday today, isn't it? Huh. But happy that. I am, like, kind of impressed. Apparently the peak player... I guess it is a holiday today, but the peak player count today was 2,240. According to Steam database. Whereas Sunday, which is generally the highest player count day for Dwarf Fort, was 2,632. I'm really curious about how many copies have sold this month. It has to have been a lot. Like, Dwarf Fortress was in the top 80 selling games on Steam for a minute there, right after the patch, but... Angry, a start? I'm not sure how to say that. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. All the bankers hopping on DF. Yeah, absolutely. So many bankers playing DF. You just can't seem to get into it properly. You do need to remember and keep in mind when it comes into getting into Dwarf Fortress, a lot of people like myself that you see playing a ton of this game, it took me literally years to get in, to quote unquote get into this game. Like, I played Dwarf Fortress on and off without ever really making any real progress for an extremely long period of time. I didn't want to call you an angry ass tart, which is how I read that. It's gone to Dwarf Fortress and found me while looking at Let's Plays on YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty hard to miss me. My tutorials are really helpful now. Good to know. You bought the game last week right after the update. Yeah, it was pretty deeply on sale, right? But, like, for those of you who don't know, on Bay 12 Games, if you go to their homepage, like the official website for Dwarf Fort, once a month, Tarn posts the report. And the report includes, like, the approximate numbers of copies sold, which is 6,000 copies sold in October. It used to be, like, the Patreon revenue back in the day. But now it's just, like, the approximate number of copies sold. So if they sold 6,000 copies in October, I want to know what November is between the sale and the update. You had the hardest time getting starting out, getting used to the idea of you losing your forts. You've developed strategies to deal with some annoying things, but occasionally a slow lever pull is all it takes. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've lost forts with nothing but a slow lever pull or like a misjudged well, you know? We all certainly have those from time to time. Is there an update coming? The game updated yesterday, and a big patch came out like a week ago, but updates are always coming. They're always working on something. You learned from Captain Duck? Boy, that was a long time ago. I kind of wish that Captain Duck never disappeared off into the internet ether, but I do understand the feeling of burnout and not wanting to play a game that you played too much of. Like, that happened to me with RimWorld, so... From what I can tell, that's more or less why Captain Duck kind of vanished, is he just lost interest in the game, which is fair. He comes back every now and again, but it's pretty rare these days. It wouldn't surprise me too much if there was another hotfix patch, Gleno. But I'm sure the next one will be pretty soon, because there's still more stuff that they need to do to sieges that they've said they'll do, so... When I say soon, I would guess January, probably, if I were to bet. No, I don't want prepared meals. I just want seeds. So let's do seeds, and we'll just say plump helmet spawn, pigtail, cave wheat, and sweet pods. We're going to say no barrels, just so I can see the bags separately and nice. And then up here, I'm going to go over to this, and I'm going to go to this, I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to go, remove those pigtail seeds, plump helmet spawn seeds, cave wheat seeds, and sweet pod seeds. Not sweat pod seeds, sweet pod seeds. Those are beans. Beans are seeds, sir. You know, I almost never do anything with rock nuts, and yeah, I guess I should feel bad, but I also kind of don't. Let's also go down here and just make a farmer shop. I'm just gonna make cheese real quick. Maybe milk the cow. Yeah, don't ever force your dwarves to drink water. Don't ever make your dwarves drink water. Just make a still and then brew drink from plant. And if you can't, just make more barrels or harvest more plants. The reason I say that is if dwarves have to drink water, they will literally go insane. But I don't know. I think that that's something that a lot of people do once. Is why is there a rhino in my fort? That's bad, I presume. I don't think that rhino's supposed to be there. I didn't give him a pass to be let in. So... Well, I do have a bunch of mechanisms, so I will, you know, just, go up to here, maybe. And do something like this. 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 And something like that. Well, thankfully he's not an aggressive rhino. Came along to say hi. I'm sure he's polite. But he's gonna spook my livestock, like that cow. Which frankly I don't need. The cow I do, not the spooking of my livestock though. We're 20 layers down. Crackle, what are you doing here? Why are you in my bedrooms? Well, I guess it's time to start the rhino farming operation, I suppose. All of my cows are just flipping their fucking noggins because of... this rhino that's actively in my... Oh, well, now he gone. There was a rhino here, and now he's gone. Well, have you attacked anything? Well, that's good. That rhino honestly just seems terrified about this whole situation. To the point where I almost feel bad. Yeah, we're building cage traps on the surface. Zenang has been appointed to the position of the Dungeon Master of the Strong Hames. Which is not me. Zenang has been appointed to the position of Captain of the Guard of the Strong Hames. Zoomzang, thanks for the $1. Big hello. What just happened? Somebody died somewhere. Why are they attracted to your fort? Wildlife all kind of operates similarly to the way of like visitors. They try to get to your meeting zones in areas of high value, which is kind of funny. You just need a sharp knife? Yeah, we just need to carve it up. I'm sure original order of them. Let's also jump back down here and just go butcher. And, hey, Tanner. I'm gonna go over to here. Let's eat that horse, that donkey. Yes, just the horse and the donkey. As if we ever left, Captain Radiator. It's good to see you, though. Also, what happened? Did the stream go down or something? I'm confused. Huh. It looks like we did go down. So I refreshed my Twitch chat, and it seems like we went down. According to OBS, we didn't. That must have been on Twitch's end, then. It's probably something about Twitch moving their chat servers over to AWS. I was reading something about that recently, causing some outages for some people. Alrighty, Rhino. Go, Rhino. Yes, right down there. Yeah, we got him. Happiest dwarf would be great. You know what's crazy about this fort is that the dwarves are happy. I can't give you that 2 happiest dwarf. I can give you Mathol. Crush the viewer or whatever. Oh, that would suck if that's the case. Oh well, I'm sure it'll recover. Yep, seems to have been halved. Rip. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. Reload. We're still here. I didn't actually go offline, so. I had to click that red button in the middle to reload. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, actually, if it was the player crash, then yeah, Twitch is probably doing something behind the scenes. She had no confidence in her talent and abilities and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Or maybe my internet blipped, who knows. And she thinks that she's fairly important to the grand scheme of things. YouTube folks, did you guys have an outage as well? How long until the rhino turns aggressive? I would need to destroy enough of the surface. All right, yeah, then it was probably me, actually. I mean, if both went down, then it was probably me. Which is weird, because like OBS doesn't say I have any dropped frames. So that's odd. I don't know. I apologize. Well, apparently it was on YouTube too, so then it was probably me. So if it was on both, then it was probably me. It stuttered, yeah. Weird. Okay, hopefully it doesn't happen again. Let me know. Keep me up to date, guys. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and does not go out of her way to help others. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and she's conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She often feels lustful and she likes to brawl. She has little interest in joking around and she likes a little excitement now and then. She can handle stress, and she occasionally overindulges. She tends to be passive in discussions and rolls her eyes when she's annoyed and holds her breath when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Won't seem to shoot. They have bolts, but just run. Have you set them to station? British Pillar? Try that. Or put them in a patrol route. Because if you tell them to just kill something, they'll kill that one thing and then run away. So I would either station them or set them to a patrol route. You station them, but they run. That is weird. That doesn't happen to me. I don't know. Name Canada? That is the... Sorry, that spelling of Canada is hurting my brain. For some reason, I don't know why. Maybe it's the font. I mean, you can blame Canada's ISPs. That would be actually factual. Her hair is straight and complete and very dense. She's married to Melville the Planter and worships Laven and is good friends with Bennett. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like, that is a correct spelling of Canada. It's just, it looks weird in that for some reason or something. Maybe it's because the C's not capitalized. That's what's throwing me off there. So I was about to be actually, you spelled Canada wrong, but no, you certainly did not. There's an extra N in there, is there? Okay. Yep, alright, that's what was hurting my brain. Good to know. Thank you. I thought I was going crazy. Maybe they run to get food and water? That's kind of the last thing they do. They do run to get more ammo. Or pick up stuff, but if they're running away in fear, I don't know. Maybe your dwarves are just cowards? But I don't think that should happen, so... Meanwhile, me building up to here. And this is where we're going to build the tower, which ain't going to be that much bigger, but... once they build that first. I literally watched a siege operator run directly through a goblin army to get to their siege equipment. Like, they don't care. Like, they do not get scared unless their job gets canceled, which would be them running out of ammo and not having more to get. Like, at least in my experience, they do not run away now. Like, you know how Mark's dwarves, like, are kind of crazy when it comes to, like, getting more ammo now? Like, siege operators seem to be identical to that at this point. No, they certainly should not be running. Do you have set them to off? Have you set them to off duty? British Pillar? That's the only other thing I could think of. I would need to, like, look at screenshots. I would say take some screenshots of your military and, like, your military screens and stick them on the Discord and see if somebody can help, because, like, that shouldn't be operating that way. Something is definitely amiss. Unless they're injured. Like, I can't think of any reason why they would be running. You just caught another rhino? Probably, yeah. Gotta get it all fed up and butchered. We're gonna be eating rhino meats for good times. Am I building a tower? No, I'm building a barn. Yes, I'm building a tower. This is gonna be for the new bolt throwers. They sometimes get spooked if the enemies are close enough. I mean, if there's like enemies literally at arm's length distance, they should get spooked and run. But yeah, I don't know. I had zero problems with them reloading and continuing to fire in my last fort. But that's me. I had zero problems. So I didn't have to deal with it because I had no issues keeping them where I wanted them. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to go down to, like, here and then just build up the side and break in that way. So I'm going to need to build basically a replica of this down on the bottom level. Yeah, we'll just do it that way for right now. Suggests watching my video? Oh. I was asking, I was curious because another YouTuber did this, which was I asked Google what people thought of my YouTube channel, and the response was really funny. It's kind of like it's... I don't know. I've never felt like a tech company was trying to just, like, to use a childish term, glaze me up before, but it's just weirdly positive. I'd expect it to be more negative. I need to use the washroom. I will be right back. I'm also gonna go grab me another can of bubbly. Okay. So, now that ad break is over. Well, they said that they had ammo, so... It starts hallucinating about Dwarf Fortress laser cannons. It might not be hallucinating. It might be talking about the Long Night mod, which I think had laser cannons called bolt throwers or something. Or maybe not called bolt throwers, but could be interpreted as bolt throwers. But whatever. I think asking an AI is a terrible way to learn a video game anyway, so... Or it's a terrible way to get any kind of consistent information in, period. Spam some cheese. Why wouldn't you spam some spam? You know, some canned ham. Get some of that up in here.
Cheese
For spammy one.
everyone.
Came from the YouTube. Hello, DudeMan9965. I will only say the number in your name once, so enjoy it. So kind of what I'm thinking, as far as the build design for this fortress, is I'm going to build like kind of a little diagonal room that goes out to about here, and then build like a room over here, which is going to be perfectly in view from the top of this. And I'm going to wall that off, and I'm going to maybe build another tower above it or something. We'll see. And, or nearby it, maybe like over here or something. And I will put a trade depot there. So basically, like, I can make an example by doing this. Which means I may also need to put, like, a retracting drawbridge on it or something. But, the idea would be that the bad things would try to siege into this. Actually, let's go one smaller here, because I think that would look a lot better. They would try to get into this with their battering rams and sieges, and we can defend them or fend them off from up here. That's kind of my plan. That's kind of my plan. Can flying enemies carry picks? I mean, if they have hands. I don't really know what the limitations are on picks. I haven't seen a lot of that stuff yet. Yep, well, I will slowly make videos as I have footage to make videos. I really like this color. Happy we got a lot of this orange stuff. Because they can air raid you? I mean, I've talked many times about that one, like, undead necromancer siege that I got that was populated mostly by intelligent zombie elves and giant zombie ravens, and the elves were riding the giant zombie ravens, and then they dove into my fortress through a volcano just to siege me. That was genuinely one of the most terrifying sieges I have ever seen, and I don't think I will top it for a very long time, if ever. What's the game plan for this run? If you type in ! goal, it's still relevant. Which is mostly just exploring the new mechanics, because there's a lot of stuff I've yet to see. That's why it terrifies you? Yeah, it was truly one of the scariest sieges I've ever seen. Although I haven't seen anything like that since, so there's that. Still making more rock blocks. Still making more of this. Not currently brewing any drinks, but we can brew some drinks from plants. Let's see how the seeds down here got distributed pretty nicely. Good stuff. We got plump helmets coming along. Seems like also my cows are starving to death. Let's expand this. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's expand this out to there. They can go eat that. May need to move the cows back up to here, which isn't something I really want to do. Was that a rhino? There are rhinos in my cages, but not in the fortress proper. I'm just butchering them when they get caught. We are consuming the rhinos. As far as why there is 2 rhinos in my fortress overcome by terror at this exact moment, I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them. They don't really talk with us much. We're not on speaking terms, you know? But I will put some more cage traps over here so we can deal with them. How do you get the other ones? Generate cooler worlds and get lucky. Or settle as an outsider. If you play as an outsider, then anything that exists in that world is playable. And you can get some wild pets that way, like dragons and stuff. Water counts as cavern farming, yes. No, not DF Hacks, Stouterino. You're silly if you think that's the case. You have much to learn, my Dwarf Fortress novice friend. You're just super unlucky then? Usually it's the Elven factions that have very interesting varieties of people to play as. So if you want like a super varied group to adventure with, I would recommend trying to play as elves more often, or play as a mixed faction group. So you could start with dwarves and elves, or elvish peoples. But do know that if you're playing as like a rhino man or something, same with human factions usually have more variety than dwarves too. If you're playing as something like a rhino man, good luck finding gear. So you are generally benefited by playing some adventure mode first, or after playing some fort mode and you've made a bunch of armor and gear for your dwarves. It's okay, most of us are. Stouterino. But also do recall, or just remember this as kind of a rule of thumb. DF Hack lets you do things that the game doesn't allow in vanilla. A lot more things are allowed in vanilla than people realize, and a lot of vanilla features that people think are DF Hack features are actually vanilla features. They just don't know how to access them without, like, going around the way the game works and basically enabling a dev console. Yeah, no, absolutely. Human factions as well. But if they haven't generated a new world in the wild, then that would absolutely do that. All right, so this is going to be kind of a crafting area, but I want this to be a little bit more specific. So I'm going to actually get rid of you. I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to get rid of you. And I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to dig out another crafting area here, and we're going to start being a little bit more specific with my stockpiles. And by a little bit, I mean a lot more specific with my stockpiles. I think that's basically all they can destroy, as far as I know. I haven't done much experimenting with battering rams because I think I completely defeated their ability to exist in the last fort. It's like I don't think that factions can destroy wall pieces from below unless I broke something very heavily in the last fort. But battering rams seem to operate very similarly to how what's it called? They seem to operate in a very similar fashion as wagons, which is why I've been saying that, you know, rams are wagons.
Thanks for stream always, sir.
Appreciate you. Parcal, thanks for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I appreciate you. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people who threw Prime subs and bits and gifts at the channel. It's the reason this thing exists the way it does. Rams are a wagon. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I feel like, you know the scene in, like, I want to say it's that mecha movie that had a terrible sequel? When it's just the guy just, like, standing in front of, like, the pegboard, just, like, covered in string and notes going, bah! It's like that meme. That's how I feel when I'm like, rams are wagons! Unemployed Shaku, thanks for the 34th month. Pacific Rim, yeah, that movie. Manticore Alpha, thanks for the Prime sub as well. For 20 months. We need Rammancers? Are you sure you want to exist in a universe that allows the existence of Necro-Rams? Sorry, but Necro-Rams is just too funny of a sentence. Alright, let's go, thinking gems? I'm also going to start making bins. Let's make 50 bins. I'm gonna make them out of olive trees. And all of you know that there are plenty of olives around here, so I just need to find some more and chop them down, and then we can get some more olives. Or enough to make them at least be the same color and easier to sort. Unless I can't find them, in which case then I will swap to willow or something. We got finger limes? Oh, that's too cool. Okay, that's it. I'm swapping to willow. Dude man, 9965, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription, and for helping start that hype train, which is now a thing that exists. Just want to say a real quick thank you once again to people who are, you know, hanging out and keeping this channel what it is. It wouldn't be here without you, the person watching. Papayas. Oh, there is an olive tree. Duh. Okay, well, we'll leave it. Go for the willows instead. And this right here can just be gems. Zoomzang, thank you very much for chucking out a gift as well. Appreciate you, mate. Needs 2 more subscription or $9 in bits to level up. You know, maybe I do actually want to move that over here. I wasn't going to make this into the spot where, like, bars and blocks go, but I guess I will. Let's say stone clay. Yeah. Stone and clay blocks. And I can deconstruct you and deconstruct you. Up here can be wood-related things. This can be stone and gem-related things. Finger limes are delicious and also very expensive. Those are my 2 statements about finger limes. One of my old neighbors also had a finger lime tree, not really related to anything in particular. He just had one, and I was kind of jealous of it. How do you get used to the navigation of this game? So you're asking somebody who's been playing this game on and off since 2009? I don't know if I'm a good person to play it. Just with time, I guess? I don't know how to answer that. Yeah, I don't know. I learned this game in keyboard only with, like, a wiki, and that's about it. And then some tutorials, mostly wiki. But, like, with time? I mean, do me a huge favor. Think about video games for a second. I know, crazy, right? What was the first-person video game you ever played? Specifically with, like, an analog stick and controller. And was it a smooth experience? Because I recall playing first-person shooters on a controller and thinking it was a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. I need to check something real quick. Okay, I'm done. Just double checking to make sure my recording was still going. And like, I think for me, the first game I played like that on a controller was Halo Combat Evolved on an Xbox. And I couldn't even like consistently look in the same direction. I'm not going to say that Dwarf Fortress is as hard as playing a first-person shooter, but just trust me that anything with like a third or first-person perspective is infinitely more difficult to control for the player than a game like Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fort just has a abstract angle, which is no different than learning something like Civilization, you know? Just have to know what the symbols mean. Thank you much for the second little hype train chat. Appreciate you with 5 subscriptions. About as small as you can be, but still be a hype train. I mean, I would say like NetHack, not like Pong, but sure. Stopped playing for quite a while after that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even really make it through World Gen the first few times I installed the game. Can't remember which way I said this to go. I think I said it to go to the right. Oh, let's just say Otherstone. You want to be the militia commander? Sure. Under the brim of your helmet. He personally disdains loyalty and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes sandstone and iron and coral, as well as crystal glass, flounder tooth, and horses for their strength, and the sound of the drums of ringing. Impossible prefers to consume giant, leopard, and maize beer, and absolutely hates mussels. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he is unfriendly and disagreeable. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he is slow to trust others. He has an active imagination and is quite ambitious. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he occasionally overindulges. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Luckin, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you, mate. Having a lot of anything will decrease your FPS. Dwarf Fortress is, think of Dwarf Fortress like City Skylines or any other city builder. If you build a lot of a thing or have a lot of a thing, it'll probably lower your frame rate. But on some systems more than others, and in certain situations more than others. Personally disdains loyalty and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Like, I realistically need to have like 300-400 livestock to start running into issues. Personally disdains loyalty and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. And what else can I read about this dwarf? He worships that god that everybody else worships, and isn't in a religious group, and is the leader of the gilded beans. Sorry, I'm sticking to the theme. Gotta keep it on brand. Welcome to the fort. And you right here, you're just gonna make a cart. Fluffy Wambler _ thank you very much for that pile of 5 gift subs. Appreciate you greatly. Seriously, thank you. Thank you for helping keep the channel funded. 1 pile of gift subs at a time. Which, we appear to have cleared the daily minimum by $10, so that's pretty cool. I feel like mollusk haters are pretty common in Dwarf Fort. Mark. Like, I see kind of a lot of dwarves that don't like mollusks. Let's see if I did this right, or if I did this wrong. I think I made it go to the right, but maybe I didn't. Because that should get loaded into the vehicle once I set you to load. I'll just say everything. Or that. Okay, cool. I did it right. So they're just going to slowly start stacking rocks right there. Slowly. They don't seem to use bins. Ballista arrows are like boulders. They're one of the few large items. They used to actually take up more than one tile, which was always kind of wild. But they don't do that anymore when dwarves are carrying them. But yeah, they're like boulders. I'm legally blind, correct. So am I really blind? Sure. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye has severe tunnel vision, and I have floating blind spots. I'm not legally allowed to get a driver's license in North America. With the exception of Alberta and parts of Texas, because they have a, what's it called? Basically a farmhands license where you can drive on private property. Which is mostly intended for, like, teenagers so that they can drive across their dad's field and be like, can I go to town? Alex Dether, thank you very much for the Prime sub. But as for the username, it just stuck. It was self-deprecating humor originally. And tuning into somebody's channel, especially if they have, like, invisible disabilities. I realize the irony in saying that when I don't see well. And then calling them a phony is a really fucking cunty thing to do, so I hope that you sleep well at night and have a lovely weekend. And an excellent afternoon. Tatashi Station to pick up some power converters? I mean, how else are you going to bullseye womp rats? Is that what he called them? Without those power converters. Yes. I mean, it's been a minute, Stone, so it is for the best, really. Kill him with kindness. I mean, hey, what else are we going to do? I mean, I guess we could kill them with pitchforks and spears, but I feel like that would just be mean. Instead, I will just say it how it is. It's kind of rude. Bullseye Womp Rats with my T16. See, I'm more of a T9000 kind of guy. Yeah, just somebody popping into my chat and calling me a phony because of my username, which, fair, I guess, but rude. I get those every 6 months. C'est la vie. To use floodgates instead of bridges when working with liquids? No. Not really. Floodgates are just, like, worse, or just worse bridges in almost every way. I actually, oddly enough, don't get that very often anymore, Stutterino. I feel like education has gotten better. That, or... 'cause I'm also type 1. But I'm not entirely sure if that's because education has gotten better or the amount of advertising for, like, Freestyle Libres and Dexcoms is just so fucking prolific that people have just slowly, like, learned that they're two separate things. Yeah, true, actually. You can't have artifact bridges. That is true. That's actually a really good point. Can't make an artifact bridge. I think the last time that happened, it was actually the YouTube chat that somebody popped in and did that, but... That's so sick. Yeah. That not the choice of words I would use, but sure. Yeah, no, one of us. Yeah, no, I've got Nope, wrong arm. Swapped it out the other day. This arm. To prove it. The artifact ones would be untoppable, yeah. This is going to be storage for the stuff that comes out of here. So, stone, furniture, etc. I think I'm also going to put a craft store shop in here. Kind of wish I had a petrified wood block. I think that, like, education has gotten better about Type 1 and Type 2 in general. But maybe I'm... I don't know. In my own head. Although imagine thinking that education is getting better in 2025. Anyways, whatever. The other thing is sometimes people just want to be hurtful. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it is also possible that that person doesn't like me and was also just watching one of my VODs where I got annoyed with somebody for saying that and then popped in to try and get a rise. Like, that's also entirely possible. Because there's been times in the past when I've gotten annoyed with that. Man. Any hoosers. Any hosers. We're in an ad break, so I'll pause the game. Nope. Not really later on. Although. Can the bolt minigun hit your dwarves? I haven't seen them friendly fire, so I don't think so. I know that the catapults can. Can I show my stair waterfall setup? Sure, I can do it while we're in the ads. Pause game. It's literally just 4 holes like this, and then just dug slightly into the aquifer here, and slightly into the aquifer here by 1 tile on each of these tiles, and it just falls down into here and then flows off into the caverns. You see, Tim Hortons, there's something being mentioned a lot in media when it comes to Canada. Is that like it's like Dunkin' Donuts with better food and better coffee, but still terrible. It's a fast food shop that was founded in Canada. That's literally it. There is nothing interesting or unique about Tim Hortons. It's an okay fast food place that has donuts and coffee. You know, what's actually really sad, Stutterino, is that I don't know if I want to get into heavy topics today. I feel like conspiracy theorists are often very smart. They are just people that have extraordinarily chronic trust issues and thus refuse to listen to anybody except people that they have preconceived notions are trustworthy. And if those people tell them repeatedly that trustworthy people are not trustworthy, it pushes them further and further into a spiral of negativity that results in them spewing absolute bullshit. I think that people are very gullible, and I think that gullible doesn't equal stupid. I think you can be very smart, but also very gullible. You know, it's like a good example of this for me, at the very least, and what kind of solidified this take in my head, is Finding the Curve, that Flat Earth movie, where there's all these like incredibly well spoken, intelligent people trying to disprove the fact that the Earth is a sphere. And repeatedly proving, using like backyard science techniques, that the Earth is a sphere, but refusing to believe it. And to me, yeah, that's how you die, actually. I mean, technically, if dying counts as curing, then sure, that would do it. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm very cautious to say that people are stupid, because calling somebody stupid does not inspire people to want to be more well-informed, in my opinion, it just makes things worse, you know? But what do I know? I didn't finish high school, so until years later. So by a lot of classical definitions, I'm stupid. So let's just throw in that. Let them finish digging this. Also, Lotus, Paldir, please don't be a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. I don't need arguments in my chat for no reason. Oh, it's just wasting everybody's time. The Earth is flat, though. This isn't the Earth, this is the Enchanted Realms. Silly. The Enchanted Realms is flat. But you put salt in the fridge yesterday? Yeah. I've been there. Put my flour in the fridge once. Although I do this intentionally. I put canned goods in the fridge mostly because, like, I have a gigantic fridge. And it's like, yes, I know that I don't need to put my canned beans that I bought into the fridge. I could just put them in the cupboard because they're shelf stable, but I'd rather put them in the fridge because they're easier to access than putting them in the cupboard over the stove, you know? Justin Ott, thank you very much for the 7th month. And it's like, I live alone and I have a fridge big enough for a family of 6. Because it just came with this apartment, so. You know what is flat? Your humor, Radbug. The Prime sub. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Justin Ott, for the 2nd month. Appreciate you. Did I disconnect again? Because I just disconnected and then reconnected to YouTube chat. Weird. You put cat food in your coffee maker once? That's a concern. Moment. That's concerning. Maybe don't do that. No? Okay. Well, I just disconnected and reconnected from Twitch chat, so. And the YouTube chat, so. But that didn't happen the first time. Chat just stopped moving, and then when I refreshed, I saw a bunch of Fs. There's something going on. There's shenanigans in the wind, I'm telling you. Weird times are afloat. Bolt, thrower, parts. Let's make 8 of them. And then rock mechanisms. Let's make 10 of them. Petrified wood. Paradise. And then let's make bone bolts. I will just say do it whenever there's bones. Just do it constantly. The elves are sabotaging? Oh no, they are... I was gonna say, like, chopping down the telephone poles, but no, they would actually have to be digging to do that, because our power lines are underground. Gremlins in the internet tubes? Maybe, yeah. Maybe my ISP has discovered that I'm planning to switch to a rival ISP that has way faster feed speeds for significantly less price. Like, currently I'm paying 160 a month Canadian for my internet, and the other ISP that I'm going to have access to whenever they turn it on, which the cables are connected, they just need to turn it on. So whenever they bring their machine over here to properly connect us to the network, I can get 3,000 asynchronous for like $75 a month. Yeah. I do have 1,500 up, or 1,500 down, 100 up right now. And I pay an extra almost $50 a month for unlimited data. Otherwise, I would pay hundreds of dollars a month in the amount of terabytes of data I use. It's a tax deduction, so I can justify it. Although I have been thinking unironically about going for the 10 gigabit fiber, but then I would have to pay for business internet, which would actually double the cost of my internet. But I could do it! It is offered here! I get choices between ISPs? Yeah, 2. Although it's not really a choice, it's like an illusion of choice because one is cable only and the other is like direct line only. So it's like I either have Shaw, which is Rogers, with cable internet, or I can go with Telus for copper or fiber, depending on what's connected to your building or house. I do run a business, yes, but I don't want to pay business prices. I wouldn't be able to because my CPU isn't fast enough to make actual full use of that. And I would need to spend like $800 on a router to even be able to use it. But like, I don't know, I'm kind of tempted because it's there. That or because currently I am on cable internet, somebody could have just started downloading a lot of, prawn videos. Do people still say that? Somebody could be downloading 55 copies of, like, the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition right now in my building. And that could have caused it to hitch. Hell yeah, Under the Brim. Realistically, I'll probably pay like $60 a month for the 1 gigabit asynchronous. Because that's realistically all I need. However many layers are in an onion. You caught me? God damn. Well, I'm glad that we got you. Are you the person who lives across the hallway in my building who recognized me when I moved in? That was one of the funniest interactions I had with somebody while moving. I literally walked into this building, and this person, like, looked at me, looked away, and then did, like, an about face, like, whoa! When I was carrying a sofa into my building. And then later he was like, do you have a YouTube channel? I'm like, maybe. Shit. Funny times. Some elves watching BBC Earth. Ah, and they're all just, like, in a cuddle pile. Prawn of the Rings. Sure. No, that's why you want more. Well, actually, what I will be paying for to upgrade Alphanaut is the upload speed, not the download speed. The download speed is like kind of irrelevant to me. As long as it's like above 800, I'm fine. Because then you're like bottlenecked by read-write speeds of your hard drives and CPU anyway, which, you know. How the frick did you get in here? You walked around all of those cage... Okay, fine. I will put more cage trap in. More accurately, I will just move these ones. Sounds tasty. Mocatality. Monketality. I could use a soft pretzel right about now. Your name always trips me up, and I think will forever trip me up. And then up here, just going to do this. And I'm going to put ammo of the bolt variety up here. And I'm going to place a bolt thrower right there. What am I missing? Mechanisms or empty bins. There's an empty bin right there. Oh, I guess we just don't have mechanisms. Well, that'd do it. to make it easier. I don't know if you could get just simply monkey. Or moke. Is it moke or monkey? Because that's like the part that always trips me up. The Alades part's fine. I don't know how to pronounce M0K3. That's the part that throws me off. Like moke? Okay, I will just put that in brackets next to your name. I have a nicknaming tool. Donarino. When I start to hit bottlenecks, like if dwarves aren't producing enough of a thing fast enough, then I make more of that workshop. Nope. I've got a Zin. It wants to eradicate monsters. So covered in goblin bracelets and bronze bolts. I'm gonna say no on this guy, because I don't need too many humans. Maybe just one's fine. You know someone who went by Moke? What an asshole that guy was? Well, that sucks. I mean, we all fail at it sometimes later on. It's part of being human. It's pretty hard to be human and not sometimes be an asshole on accident. Oh, the elves have arrived to trade. I wonder what they brought. Ooh. Actually, I should really just train up this rhino and sell them that rhino. That's what I should do. Maybe that one too, if I can catch it. Let's go up to here. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Need to make more ropes. The issue is, I don't have any cages I can sell them. So I'd have to buy a cage from them to be able to sell that back to them. It's kind of a bit silly. Let's just bring this gem bin up here. And Tim G in YouTube chat, hello. Finally after Finally after sleeping with this man in my ear for the last month and hearing days of his voice, you finally checked him out online. Well, hello, Joe in YouTube chat. I don't know how I feel about the fact that you've been sleeping with me in your ear. I'm quite tall. You must have a very large ear. Oh, hey, look, they brought an elephant. Well, shit. This is the normal elephant, but still an elephant. Okay, I'm going to buy this grown cage from them and use way less of these gems. By that, I mean literally like one of them. Trade. Then I'm going to build that cage right here. By that, I mean I'm actually going to forbid everything in here. And then unforbid everything in here. And then I'm going to build that cage right there. And then I'm going to move that rhino into it. Okay. And then I'm going to sell that to the elves. That's what I'm going to do. I'll have you know, Ledoran, that my therapist would never have approved of you saying that. If my therapist was your therapist. Okay, so I've now got a trained rhino who's going into the grown Candlenut cage. Good. I'm glad that that your therapist's plural would also disagree with that statement. Something, something, love yourself, and yada nada. Okay, so now that I've got this rhino up and in here, honey badger stole some limes. Oh no! Whatever shall I do without those limes? I can now deconstruct this. And then forbid it and unforbid it. Cage, rhino. And then I sell it back to them. But it's too heavy for them. But combine that with these, I should be able to buy that elephant? Okay, I need to bring up a few more things. Let's bring up these fancy grates that I made. And like maybe this mechanism. I mean, acknowledging your human traits is like a very healthy thing to do, though, Stone. Okay, so let's do you, you, in exchange for elephant. But I also don't need to sell as much stuff. I basically just needed one more grate. I needed like another additional 20 dwarf bucks. All right, let's see if the elves approve of their own wood cage or if they broke that. Yay, they do. Okay, so now I have another elf wood cage, which means I have a tame elephant as well. Boom. Now I can have a guard elephant. He's gonna die, but we can have a guard elephant, chat. I get a guard elephant. Who doesn't want a guard elephant? I can put it out front with the war rhinos when I train those. Is world domination possible in this game? I mean, you can, like, functionally destroy every other faction, so sure. Lady. Isn't that like the name of a grocery store franchise? This? Or like Lidl? Lidl? I'm not sure if this is intentional, but I'm getting a lot more random visitors than I did in previous versions, even with my stuff not being public, which I kind of don't like. And quickly watching your tutorials, most recently your squad tutorials after your fort was suddenly attacked by the undead for the first time. Happy to help, dude. Rednap. Oh, so I specifically bought a cage from the elves so that I can use their grown wood cages. And that's what I did, is I put the rhino into a grown wood cage so that I could train the rhino, so that I could sell the rhino to the baddies. Or not to the baddies, but to the elves as a safe thing. What are you? You terrified while in conflict. We're gonna have to go get you again, aren't we? Fully load. Well, maybe don't fire at will, but like keep loaded. Keep loaded. Also going to go to standing labors other and then get rid of all these. Confirm. Tolis. Who is Tolis? That's a goblin. Well, whoa. Thanks for 10 bucks. Appreciate you.
Letter and cheered. X 1000.
I will permit the goblin. Tolis Petfire. We have a 31-year-old goblin. That is a very young goblin. Holy crap. Is it fair to say that I think that this goblin's grandmother was their marital grandmother was a problem? Well, I am not a goblin, so no, it's not me. Necrontyr is now the goblin. I mean, it's now Necrontyr, clear. Ordith, thanks for the 34th montheth. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, mate. Necrontyr, whose parental grandmother was named Diddy. Feels strong urges and seek short-term rewards. It never would pass up the chance for a good fist fight and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Is very quick to anger and dislikes obligations, but will try to avoid being bound by them. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Though he is conflicted by this, part of himself is he does not go out of his way to help others. He lives a fast-paced life, and he is quite polite, though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, since he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly, when properly considered. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. And he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Though he is troubled by this by his own nature, he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally finds artwork boring and finds nature to be somewhat disturbing. Has a very long beard, which is braided, but goblin sprites don't have beards. And he's a member of the Cult of Burying, and he's a previous member of the Rosy Coalition and a member and a citizen of the Heroic Nation. So he's a human, cultured goblin. Was a noted treasure hunter of the Band of Cities. And that's you. 2 hours left of work. I got around that, maybe a little more, of stream left. And then more stream tomorrow. Let's just do animal training right there. Is your neck hurting? What happened, Leonard? Alf the miner has given birth to a girl. And my elephant is now a stray war elephant. So I need to do something very important. I need to dig. And I'm thinking we go right here. Because this is a very convenient spot. It gives me plenty of space. And this is going to be the staircase that goes down until we find iron. Because I haven't found iron yet. And this map supposedly has iron on it. And if that's true, which I really very much seriously hope it is, then, well, I need to go find it. Slept on it funny? Ah, that sucks. I had a sore neck for a couple days, and pretty much same deal as far as I can tell. Let's just go build us a loom over here. Wasn't from headbanging at the concert? I did a little bit of headbanging, but not enough that would hurt my neck. Also, it was hurting before I went to the concerts. I slept on it funny one day, and neck hurt. Whenever they add more long-form adventure mode content, I do things that people watch, right? People like watching forts. Smaller number of people like watching adventure mode. The next time there's a large adventure mode patch, I'll do another long-form adventure mode thing. Until then, it'll just be small in between, like 3-hour, 2-hour, 1-hour sessions for small things. Sleeping funny is dangerous business. Yeah, I try to sleep unfunny as much as possible. Just trying to keep my lighting functional here. Yes, you can destroy spots by raising them. That is how that works. Yay, we caught another one. Slaughter this. Maybe, yeah, we'll slaughter you. Slaughter you. Slaughter you. Just going to process plants. Whenever there's 10 processable plants, but until then we'll just process the ones that we have, which are probably pigtails anyway. And you're making bone bolts. Should be going up here, however, we're in an ad break, so just doing a little bit of putting shit away. Don't want any bolts in this stockpile down here, so they should move them up now. I also don't know why bins are even in this. I thought I set this to no bins. Sag. Can you war train rhinos? Yes, you can, but I don't really want to over war train animals that have to be retrained, and I don't want to raise rhinos because they take 10 years to get to full size. So I'm only going to war train animals that are already tame so that my dwarves don't need to repeatedly retrain them. Because otherwise, then I have a war-trained animal that wants to kill me if they lose their training. Does this game ever scare me? Like, existentially? Sure. But I wouldn't say it's like, bah! Scary. I mean, it scares me more in that, like, I could lose a lot of time if something bad happens. Yes, you can engrave reinforced walls. Right now, to me, adventure mode is, and I feel like I talk about this every stream, adventure mode to me is a very, very good way to learn a little bit more about your fort and transport interesting things from fort to fort, or go get somebody or something specific that you like and move it to another fort, or go stab that one necromancer in the head who you haven't had the time or desire to kill yet. Or get up close and personal with a certain noble that you really didn't like who's been in your fort for a decade that you really wanted to stab in the head and never had the chance to. That's why I like adventure mode. But as like a thing to stream on its own, and you also need to remember most of what I do is streaming. So I think of basically everything that I do as like, oh, you know, it's stuff for streaming. It's a difficult thing to stream on its own at the moment. It really makes you, although that being said, I do recommend that everybody plays it at least a little bit, purely because it will teach you so much about how this game actually works under the hood. Because I do think a lot of people just, like, unfortunately completely ignore how this game works under the hood. It gives you another level of respect for the combat. It'll give you a massive amount of respect for the like a lot of the world stuff, like the world building just on its own. It is a very, very, very cool system to dig into, but I do think it, at the very least, especially in its current state, is kind of hard to love and definitely hard to stream to an audience and keep them engaged or interested in what you're doing. Yes, but I would say that platinum furniture is probably more valuable and would use less platinum. But yes, you can do that. I did try doing that with some silver. Like, you can make some really cool looking walls, if nothing else. Tiny and 2D. I think the descriptions of them are often scarier. Okay, you know what creeps me out in this game? The night trolls. The night trolls can freak me the fuck out. Just like all of the super dark, I think it's like Nordic folklore or whatever they kind of lifted it from, where they're just like these evil creatures that stalk the night, that kidnap people and then transform them into their spouses. Like, there's some like interspecies weirdness shit going on in there, which I find that stuff very unnerving. But I wouldn't say that it, like, scares me, per se. Maybe just the wrong word, I suppose. Because it doesn't necessarily scare me, but it is, like, unnerving to think about. Oh. Huh. I found the aquifer again. That's fun. I mean, actually a dragon showing up can be kind of scary. I mean, postal and customs forms are in fact very scary. I will say that there was one time where, I can't remember exactly the name of the fortress, but I had a fortress that was basically spending all of its time like raiding these old religious sites that were full of slaves, and the slaves were all like necromancer experiments. So basically, like, it was these old, mostly abandoned, like slaver temples that were full of dozens of like once elves or once dwarves that were just like mutilated in like generation 8. And they all had huge families that were all living entirely in these locations that had been like, looking at legends later, like governed and owned by like an individual goblin or human for like 1,000 years practically. There was something about that was like genuinely kind of unnerving and weird. You would probably still avoid this game, just like how I avoid CDDA after dying to a moose. Not really, I actually died. I avoid CDDA because I tried to repair a car once. I did die to a moose, though. I think that Caves of Cut is a lot scarier, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, moose do kind of scare me. I saw a dead deer on the side of the road recently, and that was also kind of scary. I wonder how many people actually see that text, though, who do play a bit of adventure mode. Also, I need to be clear, like, the reason I don't stream much adventure mode isn't because I don't like it. I actually really like it. I just don't stream it because a lot less people tune in, so it's kind of counterproductive to, like, me making a living. Which, unfortunately, I'm sorry, it's a priority here. I've got a mortgage to pay. And if I'm going to play a game like that less people are going to tune into anyway, I'm going to play Cogmind or something. Or Caves of Cut, even. I had quite a few sieges in the last fort, but I started a new one today because I wanted to see what a very different bit of terrain, or how, like, the sieges would operate with very different terrain. Mostly. Let's do... rock pot. And let's make them out of rock salt. Self-salt, automatically salted pots. Pre-salted pots. There we go. How'd the siege fights go? They're not necessarily harder. I mean, I'm presuming that, like, you've played the game before. They're not harder, in my opinion. They're just much more varied. The enemies move in less predictable ways and have much more varied behaviors to the point where sometimes it seems like they're broken. But they have different priorities now, which is really neat. So I think it's good. I mean, like, I think the thing that makes them harder on, like, directly is that the goblins and humans and whatever can bring skilled soldiers now, which is actually kind of nuts. If you've played this game for a long time, like, that is a pretty huge change. I think that's cool. But yeah, it's I mean, still the same game. It's still cheesable. It's just, you need to think a lot more about how you're going to actually go about the sieges. All of the VODs are up on YouTube, though, on my VODs channel, which is @BlindExtras. Forget salt lamps, we got salt pots. Damn right, sir. But I have lots of interest in adventure mode. I just don't want to stream myself working if half the people are going to tune in. I mean, I've talked about this before many a time, but I think that the biggest problem that adventure mode has is that as long as adventure mode has existed, it's always been about 15 to 20% of the people who play Dwarf Fortress actually interact with adventure mode at all. So when you have a fraction of the people interacting with it in any real gameplay level, you're going to be battling against, well, is it worth updating adventure mode because I will sell more copies or, back in the day, get more donations if I update Fortress mode. And whenever Tarn did spend a bunch of time updating adventure mode, people were like, hey, where's the Fortress mode update? And then Tarn would spend a bunch of time updating Fortress mode, and then like 10 people would be like, well, where's the adventure mode update? And then the cycle would continue. And I think that that's still a problem, and I have no idea how the fuck you solve that, because, like, I run into it, you know? Which is why I try and just cram a little bit of adventure mode into a video that has nothing to do with adventure mode for the majority of it. Like, you know, my vampire video ends with some adventure mode. My, what's it called? My last two videos, actually, the vampire one and the return to the cursed map, both of those end with some adventure mode. And, like, that's the way to do it for me, is just, like, trick people into watching adventure mode, I guess. But I don't see myself doing another long-form one until, at the very least, cabin building gets re-added. Which is silly, because, like, I'm not actually that interested in cabin building. But I would actually say that the reason Fortress mode is fun, for me anyways, Slothdad, is the fact that adventure mode and Legends exist. Like, if Dwarf Fortress didn't have either of those things, it wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's the bigger picture that makes Dwarf Fortress interesting to me. Like, the game itself is fun. Like, it's a solid little city builder, colony builder. But Legends is this, right? Like, these personalities, these are Legends, in a way. The world generation and adventure mode interacts with this, like characters, family trees and stuff. And like, if it was just mechanically Dwarf Fortress without any of the world generation, legends, the chronicling, all of that, I don't think the game would be anywhere near as cool. So I don't think that they're just fun little side features. Maybe gameplay wise, but Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress because it has those. Like, those are inherently what make it that. Where each mode is equally popular? I don't think there is. Well, I don't know, unless you want to count like Teamfight Tactics in League of Legends, but Panthercarp, hello. Thank you very much for the $10. They need to add potted plants. That would be very elfy. Not very dwarfy. How about potted pickaxes? Or decorative rocks. Sure, I mean, I'd be cool with that. I don't know what you'd grow underground. Maybe like dwarves could mayhaps dwarves could cultivate like nether cap trees and pots. Potted moss, sure. Yeah. Like a moss sculpture or like something of the sort. I don't need a Zoku. Fire Nation has not in fact attacked. So go away. We attracted no migrants this season. Well, that's a shame. Potted spikes. Seems like a tripping hazard. Okay, I'm just going to move all of my clothing industry over here. So let's do a loom. Let's do a dyer. And let's do a clother shop on this side. And I will make a cloth and leather stockpile. So cloth and leather. You know what? Actually, let's just do cloth. Let's keep those separated. Let's dig one layer down further here. I mean, you could probably mod that in. Slot that, though. Seriously, thank you for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Did black bronze fortified by adamantine and vice versa, and they looked identical? I don't know what makes them visually look different. Did it change the value at all? Because one would use 2, and the other would use 1 of adamantine, and adamantine would be more valuable than black bronze. Let's do that. We have to let this dry up a bit. The babies hold forbidden knowledge. It's possible. Yeah. Let's actually just dig through this. Build in a circle. But I don't know, that would be something to put into the requests form, I think. I think that the babies knowing about unknown gods would just make every... Well, actually, what... I feel like what that would do in the long term is it would just make it so that you have, like, 1 trillion different gods that you have to represent in every fort. And there's already too many. Just allowing them to worship known gods, you know? I don't know, I feel like that could be, like, a royal pain in the ass. For the number of gods you'd have to... Or, like, the number of potential gods that you'd have to represent in temples. Yeah, I don't know if I like that idea. I mean, in like, a big brain sense of the word, it's kind of fun to think about. Babies having, like, unknown forbidden knowledge or something, but... Depshi, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Thank you much. No, they did. Which is why they were... sorry, no, there was a bug the other day, which was Not that gods can worship too many gods. Like, that still sometimes happens, but they do a better job of prioritizing where they go to worship. That being said, there was a bug that was introduced with the Siege update, which was babies would just worship random gods that the faction had no knowledge of, which shouldn't happen, but was happening, which is kind of hysterical if you actually think about it. Like, the babies having some weird otherworldly knowledge that nobody else in that faction has is really funny when you think about it, but, like, not great for the game as a whole. I've got a bunch of ropes now, so I can go up to here. Military bolt thrower. Oh, actually, I should probably correctly rotate these. Military bolt thrower. Let's just do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And lastly, let's do that. And there's like no bolts available. We're working on it. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers? For Deepshi. Keeping that, or that, starting that new Prime subscription. Can you start a religion? No. No, that's a World's End thing. Some random human spewman. Siege engines are now a specific job. They're considered a combat task, and they are a military skill. So, if you noticed before, siege engineer used to be on this side. Now it's on this side. So it's a military skill. You don't need to put them in a squad to make them siege engineers, but it is a military skill. Although it doesn't count towards martial training, which I think is a shame. That sounds expensive, however much shipping you're doing, veteran. Favorite god I've seen generated? That time I had a faction that worshipped a fluffy Wambler. And after I was finished laughing, I built an entire fortress dedicated to the cult of the Fluffy Wambler, and then didn't get a single migrant that worshipped the Fluffy Wambler god. I am forever sad. Although I did get one dwarf that preferred to consume Fluffy Wamblers, which was even funnier. Oh, okay, fair enough. Later in. Just annoying. The Chinchilla God was just funny. Dusty be his belt. But the Fluffy Wambler was my favorite god I've ever seen generated. Appreciate you for the Prime sub, dude. Just for being around. Glad you got some use out of the nonsense I make. Also, Wilmer, I totally missed that you gifted a sub, so just wanted to say thanks, by the way. All right. Oh, Jesus. Go away. I do also have to say it's a bit of a bummer that we haven't gotten a migrant wave yet.
Darius Cardron cheered. X250. Crypt beer.
so that they do not run away. I don't know what gives them courage, but I did see a completely untrained siege engineer run directly through a army of goblins and dodge most of their attacks and make it back with ammunition that they grabbed because I forgot to forbid ammunition during sieges. So what makes them courageful? I don't know, having the job of loading a friggin' thing. I've had zero issues with them. Like, if you want to see them in action, just go watch, like, the VODs of the last fort, because I've had absolutely zero issues with dwarves running away. What gives them courage? Yes, all of the alcohol they're drinking. Thanks for the $2.50, Darius. Appreciate you. It's just assignment, yeah. No, it's sort of like, you know how, did something get toppled? Job lost or destroyed? Something did get toppled. Right, okay, I see what happened. It's me deconstructing that. If you played with the, like, reworked Mark's Dwarves as of, like, earlier this year, you might know that they specifically run to go get more ammo and, like, will not give a fuck about what's between them and the ammo. They will go for the ammo if they need more ammo. It's the same with these. Like, I had no issues with civilians keeping them loaded. Like, if you just watch a single siege, you'll see dwarves, like, loading stuff while they're shooting. Like, it is a non-issue. So I would not be worried about that. I wouldn't even question, like, what gives them that? It's like, they just do it now. It's not an issue. Tarn fixed it, I guess. And thanks. I'm trying my best to make this look like a cool, believable tower thingy. This looks like a fun area to get sieged in. Yeah, that's the hope. Am I using the aquifer as a mist generator? Yep, that is what we're doing. That's why the moods are so good. Considering this fortress started off with 4 of my dwarves immediately dying, I had to take some drastic measures to keep this fort sane. And so I did that. You didn't think of that defense tool? Well, my hope is that I'll be able to start stationing dwarves up here and using them as a way of defending against, just, you know, random invading animals that want me dead. That's my hope. Can't you see I'm building something over here, humans? I'm busy. Humans want to trade, turns out. Thankfully, humans are less of a pain in the ass to trade with than the elves, so that should be easy. Actually, let's just do it this way. Go up 1, go to the upper layer, go around, go around, go around, go around, go around, and get rid of that middle one. Deconstruct this. I mean, actually, I don't even think I needed to do that. Just put that up there. Cancel that. Sounds like a heavy box. Why did you do this? Because it was the most optimal way to do this, I guess. You chose this, I guess, is why you did this. I've had them work sometimes and not in other times. Bye, Pito. The broker meets with the head treasurer in Pomosa, or whatever that is, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, and let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss, they say. Do they have any fun pets, actually? I'm going to ask them to bring me dogs. Yeah, just dogs. They need legwear. It won't fit you, but I'll make you legwear. Let's go cage. That's the grown one. It's a not grown one. We're also in the 16th of summer in the year 251, and I don't have a tavern yet. Doing pretty good. If I do say so, my dwarf. Ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-dee. No. We're in an ad break, so we'll pause games. Moods go up and down in difficulty of managing them. Stuff gets added that makes moods easier. Game gets easier. Harder enemies get added that makes moods harder. Moods get harder. Up and down, up and down. No, I retired it. So I can try other ideas. Gremlin. In the YouTube chat. Speaking of Gremlin, since we're in an ad break at the moment, you guys want to see a real-life Gremlin? My neighbor apparently is the owner of a real-life Gremlin. Look at this fucking face, man. Look at this fucking face. That is the angriest cat I've ever seen in my life. Apparently she was feral. So she hides in this little burrow of blankets. And she came out and went... and then hissed a second time. And then hissed a third time. And then went back into her burrow. And didn't come back out. And then she meowed a couple times from in the burrow, which was like a surprisingly disarming, like cute sounding meow. It was adorable. A feral sphinx, yes. I love sphinx cats, but I would never want to own one. They have so many skin problems and like issues. Like they are cute, don't get me wrong, but like my god, that is a lot of responsibility. That is like more responsibility than your average cat, which is already kind of a lot of responsibility. Okay, so let's see what kind of... Well, actually, leather. How much tanned hide do I have at the moment? Actually, this is a bad time to check because the humans are here and it's counting that. You know what? Let's just bring bolts. And this ammo bin. Because we can just make more. It's not an issue. Yeah, we'll just do that. And, you... Yeah, fuck it. We'll sell them a rhino, too. I can't forget the hairless cat butt sitting on everything. Yeah. Need to Photoshop the cigarette, Nirma? Cigarette and like a can of like Bud Light. Just she's got that look on her face, you know? That's exactly what you have in mind when you think of gremlins. Yeah, just Sphinx cats. I feel like a really high percentage of Sphinx cats are named gremlins, so. Okay, well, they didn't bring much of interest.
Cheese for everyone!
Okay, if you insist, boss. That is an expensive fucking goose leather quiver. Not that I have anywhere near enough money to even buy this stuff. Cheese too expensive, chat. Can't do. Can buy 2 pieces of it. Sphinx cats sleeping together. Yeah, that's an image. I mean, they're very cold creatures, Sphinx cats. It's hard to live life out there as a Sphinx cat without, you know, clothing. Yeah, I was making cheese earlier. I don't have any automated jobs for it. This goblin's god is APAP. That's funny. I need to figure out where to put a tavern in this fort. I really like the way this fort's starting to look, though. It's got a very good, like, soon-to-be very large single-level fortress design. What accent do I think dwarves have? I think it would depend on the fiction. I feel like this is a good tavern spot. What do you think, chat? Yep. Nope, you were resending. If I got a hairless cat, I would make sure that he was always warm spot for it somewhere in the house. Yeah, no, absolutely. You'd have sweaters for it too. Yeah, no, if you got a Sphinx cat, like, you need like a heating blanket location. I really hope that I get more migrants this year. I have a feeling the reason I didn't was because my faction, like, repopulated every single, like, abandoned fortress in the world simultaneously. Must always have a Scottish accent. I was trying not to do that. I feel like in Dwarf Fortress, the accent would be, like, unrecognizable as, like, an earthly accent. Like, I'm potentially even, like, a lot of the sounds that they would make would be, like, unhearable by humans. I think they all have deep voices, though. Even when it's like a shrill voice, it's like a shrill dwarven voice, like, hello. It's very high-pitched. Like, maybe they all just sound like Chewbacca. What do I know? Who am I to judge? Aren't Sphinx... Okay, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but aren't Sphinx cats more allergenic than, like, hairless cats? Because it's not the hair that you're allergic to in cats, it's their saliva? I'm pretty sure that's the case. But they also have dander, right? Like, they can still get skin and shed dander everywhere. Dude, Dandrift, like, okay, somebody needs to make a Street Fighter Fighting game, which is just like a car racing drift game, i.e. like Initial D, but you just play as Dan. And just call it Dandrift. Sure. The snow level in that game would be crazy. Sure, yeah. Wondering if the YouTube chat's busted on my end. No, it's not. I thought that the YouTube chat had maybe frozen. Hey, good news, everybody! We've made it into limestone. Hold up. Hold on. So, I don't think that this entire world is a dick joke yet, but I'm getting there. What kind of dwarf would you like holding? I mean, Alex, Heather. Bahal Dick! Bahal Dick! It's okay to dig straight into water? It's an aquifer, so I'm digging through the aquifer. It's actually a double-layered aquifer. There's 2 of them. Ready? No beard preference? Alright, you get this planted then. Happiest dwarf in the fort it is. Alex Jether is currently making bone bolts and is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. He is swayed by emotional appeals, and he has an active imagination. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He generally acts with the narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. He likes horned silver and trifle pewter, as well as carnelian and giant warthog leather. And the words of the Born Coast, so when possible, he prefers to consume saltwater crocodile and herring and rambunctian wine and pendant amaranth flower. And parsnip seeds, and hates leeches. You have no injuries, and you have a very long beard. His wife is Alf, and they have a child, a baby, who's named Monum. And he is blissful remembering becoming a parent. How long do you think I'd survive in Dwarf Fortress default world gen settings? I literally make them harder. Until I got so bored that I decided to stop playing the game. Usually. Unless something wild happens, which is pretty uncommon. Or at least wild enough that I couldn't account for it. Oh, what is it, like 4 years before you die of lack of insulin? I don't think they have treatment for diabetes in the Dwarf Fortress worlds. So I think as long as it would have taken me to die of lack of insulin. It's just like when people like joke and fetishize about like, you know, like the or like try to pretend plan about like zombie apocalypses and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, okay, so I would just die. Called the Squid of Helping. Was the squid helpful? Have I ever done a fort with no migrants? I like this game to be fun and not excruciatingly slow and boring. Yes. Would I do it again? No. Or rather, I didn't do it intentionally. The game was different, that you were basically forced to do that if you did really long-term forts back in the day. And I did a couple of forts back in the day that were that long. One of them lasted for 470 years, and I feel bad when I say this because I know people legitimately liked that fort, but never again. When digging down into an aquifer, wait for it to dry up or build something on top of it. Like this, if I build one stairway on top of this, like that would just get rid of it. So like if I do Just dig through it. If I just built a singular stairway on top of it, that would remove it. But just wait for it to dry up is honestly the best way to deal with it. It's great for moods, though, because they're constantly getting hit by this waterfall. Yeah, I'm never doing that again. Aeronaumo, absolutely. If I found a book containing the secrets of life and death, well, see, like, I would imagine, or assume, oh, hey, hematite. I was expecting to hit another cavern layer first. I would assume that it's probably like Pirates of the Caribbean rules, where, yeah, okay, sure, you live forever, but you maintain all of the pain and suffering of internal starvation and, like, lack of existence. So I would basically be either experiencing constant low blood sugar or constant high blood sugar for the rest of my life, and that sounds awful. Like, no, I'm good. I don't like to imagine this stuff very long. Also, like, in Dwarf Fortress, you would live exactly as long as it would take for the nearest bronze colossus to attack you and murder you and kill your whole town. Like, it's... I don't know. I don't really care. I think it's not even a fun thought experiment. It's just kind of a eh. Long Death is the fort that you discovered me with? Yeah. I mean, Long Death was a fort that I intended to keep going until the Steam version released, and it took about 2 years longer than I wanted to keep that fort running for, but I did it. I mean, it got to the point where, like, if I would stream Long Death for a day, I would have 40 people watching, because I was a much smaller channel back then. And if I streamed literally anything else in Dwarf Fortress, I would have like 80 people watching. So I had like by the end of it, like half the people watching. So I started doing it only one day a week for the last like year because so few people tuned in comparison to just doing a normal fort. If only that were possible. Oh, hi, Mark. I wouldn't be a dwarf, though. I would be a human. Because I would need to be a dwarf in real life to be a dwarf in Dwarfort. I would be a human, not a dwarf. I mean, please. I don't even look like a dwarf. I also wouldn't really want to be a dwarf. I don't know. I realize this is just a very silly, meaningless discussion, but... There's instant spells or something? I mean, there's the magic potions that will heal any ailment. However, those do require you fighting some extraordinarily strong creatures to get past. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this thought experiment very much. I'm just gonna move on. Oh, absolutely. Miracles. I've had dozens of dwarves die of old age. Appreciate it, Shark. Here's some drinks from fruit and some from plants. Pew, 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 pew. I need pigtails. Stat. Is mushroom wine possible? I've Googled this dozens of times. There's quite a few recipes online of mushroom wine and also, like, people talking about it. I've watched YouTube videos discussing what it tastes like. So, yes. In simple terms, yes, mushroom wine is possible. I don't think it's something that's relatively frequent or commonly made, though. Make willow bark dye. Okay, let's just go up to here. Maybe not just here. Let's go to this. Make a room back here, and this is gonna be a lever room. Because I need a bridge. to over here, basically. Just gonna figure out how to do it. I want access to this over here so that I can harvest stuff. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. Oopsies. I'm actually going to go to a higher priority percentage. I'm thinking this becomes my forge. It just makes the most sense to make this into my forge. And we're going to start making iron ore, and then steel. What, the tickets and investors, Zordos, or something else? For me, the fun of Dwarf Fortress, because YouTube chat is talking about the fun of Dwarf Fortress. The reason no Forgotten Beasts have shown up is because I don't have 20 dwarves yet. You can't get Forgotten Beasts until you have 20 dwarves, or 20 population. You're not making enough quote-unquote noise for them to show up. But, what's the word? To me, the fun of Dwarf Fortress is getting good enough at Dwarf Fortress to be able to manipulate Dwarf Fortress into doing what you want it to do. That's the fun of Dwarf Fort. Yeah, we really lucked into some good colors in this fort. Like Sylvite and rock salt. Especially once we start getting some microcline up and in here as well. That's gonna be real good. Okay, let's do a metalsmith forge. Yeah, we're gonna make that out of microcline. Make it all blue. This game makes you appreciate rocks. Yeah. I remember Astroneer having good rocks. Maybe not as varied as Dwarf Fortress, although I feel like I've encountered equal number of people who are like, Dwarf Fortress taught me a lot about geology, and people are just like, I fucking hate it when games make me think about geology. Like, one of my friends who plays a lot of survival stuff is like super irritated whenever he plays like a open world survival game that just like makes him think about what the fuck a magnetite is. And I get it. I don't know. I can see it. I can see why that would be frustrating and kind of annoying if you just don't want to like put time into learning while you're playing your video game. I could see it. So this is going to be for metal ore and coal is what I'm going to do. So let's say metal ores. And let's go to this and say marble and coal. Let's also say dolomite, lignite, limestone, etc. Then I'm going to say bars, coal. Then I have to make that twice. So let's say bars, coal, marble, limestone, lignite, dolomite, chalk, coal, and metal ores. Then the last thing I need to do is I need to go here and go from north to south. You say none and none. You say 2. Or none and none, I guess, for right. Maybe let's actually just make you slightly bigger. And then say 2. And then this right here, we're going to make a route while everybody builds things. You are going to load from up here. You are going to load metal ore. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. And, and coal. And do none of these. And this first one is rocks. And then this is smelters. And then you, over here, make 2 wheelbarrows, and a minecart. You wish it was blue and pink. You work in a forge in real life. My dad worked at a forge one summer. He always talks about it being very, very sweaty. And I believe it. So now I just need this minecart done. And then you do that. One of these games, and it makes you motivated to make stuff out of rocks. Dwarf Fortress has come this close a couple of times into turning me into a crystals guy. And I'm proud to admit that I have not become a crystals guy yet. But it still is very tempting. And I still think about it and consider it frequently. Especially because there's like a wholesaler that sells crystals and rocks and polished stones and things close to me. And, ugh, the temptation. It's very real. But actually turn the forge on in the winter just to stay warm. Okay, that's fair. Do I still have more Lignite, or did we get rid of it? I guess we got rid of it, all of it. Well, we've got iron. I need to go down to this level. And start strip mining out this ore. I mean, by ore, I mean flux. What crystal knowledge do I have from DF? I know that pineapple opals exist, and I want to own one. That's the crystal knowledge I have of from DF. Is it just, it's made me Google search what a lot of crystals look like. That's all it's really done. Which for me is more than enough. Oh, I know what I need to do, because this is all, it's all limestone. So I need to go to stone use. Don't use limestone for blocks. Let me also just make sure that I put limestone into here. Yes. You love fire opals and black opals? Absolutely. You know, it's just learning that something exists and then learning that something looks really cool and exists is a really good way to develop a weird interest in it. That's all. Sure. Under the brim. Is this a reference to something? Because you're the second person to say it. D. Hicks in YouTube chat. They're minerals! Is that a... What are you guys referencing? Trust me. As somebody who plays a lot of DF, I do not got the Riz. The kids do not think I have the Riz. Was that really from Breaking Bad? Okay, well, I rewatched all of Breaking Bad during the pandemic, and apparently I retained none of it. Or at least not a lot of it. It's kind of an awesome show to have no memory of. No, actually, that's not true. I remembered like 90% of the first season. At least all of the major plot points I remember. But like, a lot of... Okay, the sequence when... I'm trying to remember the name of that character. It's the guy from Need for Speed, the movie. Why do I not remember the name of Jesse Pinkman, that guy. When he's in the like crack house that he has and he's just playing Rage, like id Software's Rage with a light gun, that might be permanently embedded in my brain because it puts the Rage logo on the screen and the game that he's playing is Rage Assets, but there is no point where that is actually Rage the video game. Like, it moves completely. It's like somebody sent them like a bunch of approximations of what Rage looked like and sent them some screenshots, and they just animated the screenshots. It is so strange. Yeah, which is why I won't ever own one. But yeah, Aaron Paul, yes. I don't have enough dwarves to get Forgotten Beasts, Clino. I've been kind of annoyed at the fact that I haven't gotten any more migrant waves since the first two, but... You've made him sushi at your work? Oh, really? Is he, like, a tolerable, like, Hollywood celebrity or an annoying to Hollywood celebrity? I haven't seen Breaking Bad. We have to cook. Jesse, we have to cook. I mean, yeah. Breaking Bad is Breaking Bad is one of those TV shows that it's very character defining, as in, if you run into somebody who's a big fan of the wrong characters, it says a lot about them. You know? Like, it really kind of outs people as being a crappy person if they think that the wrong character's the good guy. Does that make sense? It's one of those stories. But it's a great show. I mean, absolutely love Breaking Bad as a TV show. It's just kind of hard to watch in places because it gets kind of brutal. I mean, I just like Fight Club as like a good gotcha movie, but like a fun surprise ending kind of deal. Let's actually make another loom. Let's make... well, okay, fuck that. Let's make a leather shop. I may have to actually make this room bigger. Let's make a clother shop. Let's be slow with all this for right now. Oh, don't have any empty bags. Leather. We got 50 leather. Okay, let's just do 30. Oops. Oops. Adamantine ballista arrows it is. 35. What? Game. Except when... Oh, I see what I'm doing. Wrong. I'm an idiot. Wow. I totally forgot how to play this game. Leather bag is what I need. I was skipping a step. Get rid of that. Elfie Bean, thank you for the raid of bean. This fort has a lot of beans in it, and now there's more beans in the chat. How are the Elfie beans, and how is the Elfie streams? It is true, Skylar is the good guy. Although, I would actually disagree. Skylar did lots of things wrong. She did do lots of things wrong. She's very, like, complicit in a lot of money laundering. But, like, you can kind of understand why she did it. She's a very believable human character. But she did also do a lot of a money launder. Like, a lot. Haven't a one day. Mike was the best character? I think Mike was the... I think Jesse's the best character, personally. When it comes to, like, my favorite characters in Breaking Bad, Jesse's probably my favorite character. Because he just feels like the idiot who's in too deep and then just, like, gives up and becomes the bad guy, and I kind of respect him for that. Caravan from the dwarves have arrived. In my lap? That's, like... I don't want 11 people in my lap. That seems like it could be heavy. Too bad? Oh, well, okay. I appreciate it. This is my fort. What do you think? Like the big fella that lays on the money? Oh, him and the skinny dude? Big fella and the little guy? That is also a really good, like, money-related meme. The big guy and then the little guy just lying on the money. Although, one of my favorite things about Breaking Bad is, like, that scene... Okay, so it's not really spoilers, but, like, this is a thing that happens. At a point in Breaking Bad, a plane crashes into another plane. All right? And when that happens, you see, like, something falling out of the plane, or from the wreckage falling, and you see it flying towards the Earth. And it's literally just Google Maps that they use for that shot. Like, it is flat. It is, like, Google Maps satellite view for that shot. Apparently, they hired a plane, bought all of the equipment, and were going to drop a camera out of it, but couldn't make the shot work and gave up. And ran out of money to keep trying to redo this shot. Oh yeah, I guess that is Bill Burr, isn't it? Huh. Alright. Huel and Kirby, yes. That sounds right. What's it called? DHicks in the YouTube chat? I don't care to Google it at the moment. Anyway, we meet with the Outpost Liaison. I'm gonna ask for more anvils. Steel ones this time. They want, plants and anvils. They wanted quivers, didn't they? You love Better Call Saul? It's a good show. Oopsies, that's the wrong condition. Where are they going? They were fighting with something. I don't know why they came from that side. Weird. And then this right here needs a... Probably actually just a door. Of the self-litigious? Huh. Interesting. And now this down here is just going to get a covering put on top of it of some kind. You missed 7 hours? Yeah. Well, maybe 6 hours of dwarfs, though. Because we did have to generate a new world today. I need an elephant cage, or a rhino cage, not an elephant cage. It's gonna wait a little bit. Somebody's probably moving really slowly with a cage in their inventory. It's probably you, right? Yep, it is you. Look at that. Moving really slowly with a cage in your inventory with a rhino in it. Hopefully never. Or actually, no, it already exists. It's called Krug Smash. If you want to go to youtube.com/@KrugSmash, that'll give you the Dwarf Fortress television series. But jokes aside, hopefully never. Whee. And then all of the made-for-TV movies are my YouTube videos. Except, like, if mine were made for TV movies, instead of having memes in them, they would just have product placement. I don't know why people want, ironically or unironically, TV shows for most video game-related IP. Especially stuff like Dwarf Fortress. Even though I just always assume it's just people just joking. Rhino Bone Scepter. That's gotta be pretty valuable, actually. When the old man comes in to say, buy my mugs. Hey, look at you, you young whippersnapper. Calling me an old man. Anyway, please buy my mugs. I mean, you know what I mean. It's just like, suddenly there's just like, me sipping a can of Coca-Cola in one of the images. That's more what I mean. That's the mug goblin. True, yeah. Speaking of the mug goblin, we may have the mug goblin on a mug soon. Ish? Maybe? You know, I think that we may... Okay, so hear me out, Gremlin, in YouTube chat. I think we might be getting to an era where video game movies and TV shows could get good. And the reason is... And I feel this way after watching specifically Weapons, actually. Because there's a scene in Weapons where James, one of the characters in that movie, goes, "Oh shit, Willow!" Because he is, like, burgling a house and sees a copy of Willow sitting on the TV console. Like the DVD. Or maybe it's a Blu-ray, I don't know, actually. He goes, "Oh shit, Willow!" And there's something about that scene that I think is extremely funny, but because we live in an era where most movies and stuff are made by made by a group of people that are not the audience for a video game movie, they fuck with it. But we've finally gotten to a point where people are, like, sort of like Lord of the Rings, where people grew up with a thing and have enough, like, reverence for that as a thing to make something that is good out of it. And supposedly Zach Kreger, who, like, directed and wrote Weapons, his next movie is a Resident Evil reboot, which is like, okay, well, congrats, you're gonna make a terrible movie now. Woo, nobody cares. However, he has said the words Leon Kennedy in an interview. So, I kind of believe that it won't be awful. You went to high school with him? Really? Hell yeah. Like, I seem to, I just have some pretty, I have pretty good faith that it won't be terrible. Also, I literally can't sell this to the Mountain Home. It's too heavy. There's no way I could get enough value out of that. So instead I will just do cut gems. Just gonna cut some gems. Orange the fuck. Anyway, apparently there's a tin mug being gifted in the Twitch chat. You can, Is this you trying to get my, my attention? Did I forget to do something or something? Anyway, no. Why are you doing that? The fuck? Orange is maybe on my sofa right now. Could be standing, I don't know. But thank you for gifting out a mug. Just type an exclamation point, enter in the Twitch chat if you want to win a mug. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, Elite Taco says the Halo TV show scarred me for life for video game shows. Oh, dang old Master Cheeks. You know, honestly, I haven't seen that show, and I don't think I will. But that's a funny meme. Okay, so we're making all this hematite ore. Bar is 52. All right, let's do 25 pig iron. And we'll say steel bars 10 if the amount of pig iron is greater than 10. We'll make 10. They shouldn't have any bins in it. Zapperson, congrats. You've won a tin mug with vampires on it. Well done. Yeah, I don't know. As far as Halo goes, though, I have like an abnormally large amount of like personal nostalgia for Halo. Like there aren't a lot of old IPs like that where I have that much personal fondness for it, but I really do have a lot for Halo. Which is like, you know, kind of silly in a way,
Crypt
but
beer.
what are we forting today? We are on a new map. It is so hot that the trees are considered on fire. Like, if you actually look at above ground stuff, it has the lava symbol because it's so hot here. Basically, we're in Arizona. We did a little bit of math and some DF hackery to figure out that it's probably around 40 to 45 degrees Celsius outside here. So it's like Vegas in the summer, basically. Zapperson, thanks for checking out a gift. Same with Nervicious. Thanks for the 53rd month. Appreciate you. That are we forting today. Also, Rat Radis, I did see you, by the way. Thanks for swinging by. Turns out rhinos have a lot of bones. So I've got no shortage of bone bolts at the moment. But like, oh my god, does it ever take a while to load these up? There are no merchants trading right now? No. Well, shit. Didn't get to trade. Took too long. Happiest unnamed dwarf. Okay. Or a rat. I don't have a rat, unfortunately. Or fortunately? I don't... Assuming we mean rat as in, like, the animal and not, like, somebody's gonna report me to the cops. Unfortunately. Otherwise, fortunately. Or fortunately, as in, like, I don't want somebody who's gonna report me to the cops for all of the crimes that I've committed. Unfortunately, if it's an actual rat, because they're kind of cute. Ratus. Rat Ratus is bashful and has a strong sense of duty, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and works to spread its natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and I can't see when the game is moving in the background. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to avoid crowds, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She has an active sense of humor, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is trusting, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about much, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and sees merrymaking as a waste and doesn't care about art one way or another. So like shale and late pewter, as well as ruby and gauntlets and traction benches and rings and ballista parts and llamas for their jutting teeth and guppies for their coloration and the sound of the desert of luxury and the sight of the lilac of pantomimes when possible prefers to consume ratfish and river spirits and garlic seeds and absolutely hates flies. Also, I really hope that we get some migrants soon. Otherwise, we're going to have trouble. Your aunt is stone, so Auntie Stony. And you have a cousin who's local, who's a planter. And you have no friends. Too relatable. Yeah, I mean, they've been committing raticide as long as they've existed, or since before they've existed as a province. I never fully understood, like, the absolute, like, prohibition on rats. Also, like, I do personally, from the bottom of my heart, what little of it there is, want to say that I call bullshit on, like, their 100% rat-free province. Like, there's no fucking way in hell there is not a single rat in that province. There's too much land mass there. Like, sure, do they have minimal rat infestations in, like, corporate environments? Certainly. Certainly. But it means they've seen some shit. It's like basically saying, like, they're jaded. Or, like, they've already been through quite a bit. Their claim is that there's no breeding population? Bullshit. That's like saying there's no ants here. I mean, there's no ants in my house. The anti-rat force field of the Albertan border. The memes are pretty... Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can find this poster that they had a while ago. I saw this poster flying around the internet. Oh, man. Oh, no, I'm not finding it. I found the logo. Oh, here it is. Like this. Like, I almost want this on a t-shirt, but like an ironic parody version. Oopsies, no, not that. This. Rat on rats. I rat on rats who rat on rats. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I do think that the rat vendetta is a little silly. I just want to see a rat show up to the police station to inform, like, animal control that there is a rat infestation, to only then just get arrested and put in little rat handcuffs. The rats in NYC are truly insane. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, like, you have to do your best to keep them down. Population-wise. Will dwarves stop taking too much bags for seeds? Cook your seeds. Allow them for cooking. Go to kitchen, go to seeds, and then allow the ones you don't want to hang on to for cooking. So, like, click this button. And then they won't, like, they'll take them out of the bags and they'll cook them. Like, literally, that's how you deal with seeds. Coffee bean dye? Today I learned you can make... Okay, first off, now that we can process coffee fruits, we can get coffee beans. Why can't I brew coffee beans yet? Tarn! You're failing us. Yeah, rats are lovely. I don't want one, but they're lovely. It would be too powerful. Just makes them move slightly faster and it's a stackable buff. I could also make olive bark die. Needs caffeine to get through the working day. You know, honestly, that's a bit of a mood. It is true, in fact. How'd you know? That's actually maybe the better response to that. Metal bars, I'll go in there with as many bins as I can muster. Got 3 pig iron bars. We'll eventually start making steel. There's just too many tasks going on in this fort at the moment. By the time we can play as human factions or elves. I feel like the elves are just like hopped up on coffee beans all the time. Like that would check out, right? Like that would make some sense. I could see that. Yeah, these dwarves have too many tasks to do. I should just let them do the tasks. I don't know what that means, Fractabellum. Also, hello, how are you? You're really excited? It's great. It just adds a lot more variety to the sieges. Shutterbug. Some of the things are a little odd, but I'm sure that stuff will get tuned. And some stuff has already been retuned again. But yeah, no, it's just a really good, how do I put this? Like, elaboration on the previous stuff. But yeah, for the moment, there's just far too many tasks these dwarves need to complete. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I've never been and probably never will be a Terry Pratchett person. At least not for a while. Got too many other books I want to read first. So a lot of Terry Pratchettisms kind of go over my head. I want to say that coffee fruits get used for things, don't they? Like in real life? Like they're used in, like, cooking. Human spearmen, go away. Make tea out of them. Okay, that I've never heard of. That's interesting. Tons of bone bolts getting put away and such. Leather bags getting made. Nothing much getting loomed, but we do have some brown, some green, some olive green brown recluse spider silk cloth. Which is kind of neat in its own weird way. It's a really nice color, actually. And then I'm going to make a little thingy right here for only dyed cloth. And it's just going to take items from this stockpile. I think that's called Intelligent Undead, in regards to life extension technology. Let's also go over to here and fill that in. And place those. All right, so I have too many tasks for these poor dwarves to do. So I'm just going to pause all of these for the moment. And just let them go do literally anything else. Because so much stuff has to be put away right now. I will be back in a moment. Just going to use the restroom. Just waiting for those ads to end now. You know, SCP takes from other things as much as, like, any kind of fan fiction does, so something that reminds you of an SCP may have been inspired by the thing that you're being reminded by the SCP of. That sentence didn't make any sense, but it did in my head before I said it out loud, okay? Fabulous take on the zombie is not a sentence I thought I would read today. I really like Dwarf Fortress's take on zombies, though. I think Undeaded Dwarf Fortress are pretty interesting because, like, they are, quote-unquote, that person, but, like, minus their soul. I don't know. Chat room, what were you guys up to this weekend? You guys play a bunch of Dwarf Fortress, or are you guys doing something else? You guys playing the new update? If so, what do you think of it? Or have you just been, you know, distracted by every other video game that's released? Because every video game with a budget above $10.50 came out in the last 3 weeks. Including some that, like, I completely missed even though they'd been announced. You got seduced by EU5? I think that you do the seduction in Crusader Kings, though. I guess you can do some of that in Europa Universalis, too. And then half your dwarves died? Sounds like it's working as intended. Saw Del Toro's new Frankenstein, solid film, 4 out of 5. I'm assuming it looked great. Best Franken's ever looked since Stein. I developed this annoying cold, didn't do enough editing, and that's about it. I'm playing CUD. Cool, cool, cool. Europa Universalis 5 has too many bugs and I've stared it directly at them for too long. I would say that it doesn't have I don't think it has as many bugs as Starship Troopers. It won't solve aging for us, unless you mean by solving aging, we will all suffocate due to all of the fumes that the like generators powering the AI superintelligence require. If by solving aging you mean like us ceasing to exist, I'm certain they will achieve that. I don't think they will solve shit for us because they will realize that they don't need us, as per standard AI fiction. So, no, I don't think they're going to solve Squiddly Dot for us. Maybe they'll upload The Last of Us before the oceans boil off. Hold up. By upload, do you mean like upload our like minds to some big computer, or do you mean like they'll like download the TV show The Last of Us and upload that to like their Plex server for us? Because that would be very nice of the AI, but I don't think that's what you mean. The first? Okay. I honestly think they're more likely to upload The Last of Us to a Plex server. AI alignment or not? We're not going to. We're never going to give like enough money to that because the people that care are not the people that are pulling the strings, and the people that are pulling the strings don't care. So I have like, if you guys want me to be like a nihilistic doomer, like more so than usual, this is the discussion to have because we're all gonna fucking die. There's absolutely no way in hell any other result is gonna come of like that. Like that is going to kill us, period. We are not going to solve alignment. We are all going to die, and that's all there is to it. And it's gonna be because of that. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. They're not going to solve it. Miracles. Actually, the only way to solve superintelligence AI alignment is by ceasing to develop AI superintelligence. That's how they're going to solve it. Period. Yeah, like Oklahoma becoming uninhabitable in places, SP Gremlin. I think, like, if you're naive enough to think that we're actually going to solve it, you're insane. Period. The only way they stop developing it is if all of the money is taken away. That's the only way it's going to stop getting developed. Or if we all die. And I think the latter is going to happen first. Anyway, like I said, if you want me to be an apocalyptic doomer, talk to me about AI superintelligence. But I could also be the bigger person and just be like, I will step away from the conversation quietly. I need more rock mechanisms. No, the issue with alignment is greed. Because you don't need a capitalistic system to have problems with greed. You can have problems with greed in socialism. You can have problems with greed in everything. The problem is intrinsically human. And when you present power, be that in the form of control, the form of ownership, or the form of financial profit, people will take the greed. Because that's what people are, unfortunately. It's impossible to avoid. because it's in front of all of us all the time that are in. Alright, so now I need... Whoa! Well, it's a good thing I put cages in there. Caught a Crundle. It's now a dead dull. Yikes. Alright, well, good to know. Or not Crundles, Troglodytes. It's kind of annoying. I'm just gonna throw a cage up here. Just throw Troglodytes in there periodically. My bad, not Crundles, Troglodytes. So you're right there already, so I can go to you right here and grab this. And go down to you and grab this. Sure, I'm not denying that the system openly encourages it, but I think it's extremely naive to have the opinion or thought that, like, if we had a different governmental system, the end goal wouldn't be the same, you know? The only thing is if you have a different governmental system that allows for different types of economy, on an individual human level, life could be quite different. But in an abstract, overarching world goal level, it's still the same. You know, it doesn't matter if you're the Borg or like the Federation, you still want to have some form of control over everything. You just have different methods of doing so. Let's brew some drinks. I should probably automate those soonish, but we've got so few dwarves that it doesn't feel necessary at the moment. Let's just go into here and just hack down all of these spaces around here, and we will occupy this cavern layer pretty soon. Is greed the reason why fortresses fail? Well, I mean, the human players... Well, that's actually not true. Human player is not the reason why fortresses fail, but... but, hold up. Sorry. Mild head cold. You have discovered a downwards passage. Lovely. Pop up a layer to make sure that I'm not dropping things on myself. I try to do that. Honestly, for me, the biggest concern about all that, Gremlin, they say they were talking about how people are interacting with AI now and the types of scams now and people's dependency and how much of it already can mislead people, and they just go with like my issue is it's too close an approximation of things that we quite literally need as humans. It's too close. You know, I'm gonna send some dwarves over here just to see what this looks like. And it appears that several troglodytes have now been executed by Under the Brim, who has bashed and cut his way and scratched his way through the remainders of these poor troglodytes. This is such a skilled dwarf, it's actually kind of ridiculous. So this is where they all appear to, or where a lot of them anyways appear to be coming from. Charging forwards, has now killed 6 in total. It's like, what, 3 or 4 more? I want to know how deep this goes. Ooh, that's useful to know. That's also useful. Same with all this. That's shale down here. This is all marble. This is a really deep downward pit. Keep going down until we hit rock bottom. There we go. We discovered another expansive cavern deep underground. Oh! Lapis lazuli. Is this a dry cavern? Wow. It is. Alright, well, let's go back up to here then. Actually, no, let's just go up to here. Because I want them to bring their gear with them. And I would like to put a wall piece right here. Whenever somebody gets the, you know, the bright idea of going for this, constructing it. Lots of silk, yep, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I want to have it isolated. I don't want all of that extra silk having way in down through the underground. That's a liability that I'm not willing to give it. Makes sense that Under the Brim is now officially the most upset dwarf in the fort. Kind of a faraway task, eh? Nobody anywhere. It's doing the task. Construct building. Why not? Good luck there, Monster Slayer. It's mildly infuriating. And let's just go up to here and throw an unrelated cage to that. Burrow? There is no burrows in this fort. Trust me. I would know if there was a burrow. No, we literally just don't have the population, is the actual issue. And everybody's hauling items. Because I only have 15 dwarves in this fort. 2 of them are Monster Slayers. Like, that's the actual issue here. Did you just go pick up a crown from there? No, that's a baby that I'm clicking on. Mom, did you just go pick up a crown? Wow, you did. Rhinoceros bone crown. Looks good on you there, dwarf. Do-be-do-do-do-do. So you're constructing that. I am not going to do that, Fractabellum. Thank you very much for the offer of a possible solution, but I'm not going to do that. Because all I need to do is just wait a little bit for a dwarf to go do it without having to, you know, make a dwarf's mood worse than it has to be already. Alright, I also need a refuse pile and trash and stuff. How many hours I have in this game? It's impossible to actually say because I played it for hours and hours and hours before it released on Steam. If you go by the Steam version playtime, I got 3,753. If you go with Twitch tracker, it's about 16,000. And if you go with if you go with Twitch tracker, it's about 16,000. And if you get all concerned about the fact that I stream and just sit in the directory for an hour before I actually turn the game on, which is true, so that number is like kind of off, then you could... Oh shit, there's magnetite down here. Cool. Then you could presume that it's a bit closer to, I don't know, like 14,000 hours or something. But that's just since I started streaming it, which I played this game before I streamed it. So, I don't know. How many hours do I have in this game? A couple. 2 or 3. I don't know what happened, but merchants left my fort. Horse went berserk. One merchant was stuck by melancholy. I had some merchants disappear from my fort, and I'm presuming it's because I got attacked by some sort of wild animal that I didn't see. That's often the case. It's going to be impossible for me to decipher what happened there, but it's always kind of fun to think about. No, I mean, when it comes to the dwarves not getting shit done in this fort, I guarantee you, all of the time, it's just going to be because I just have too many tasks and not enough dwarves. The population of this fort is very low for the amount of tasks I'm actually asking of them. Because we only got the first 2 migrant waves. I haven't gotten a migrant since then, which is real bad for average moods. Actually, no, don't put refuse in there. Just do corpses. Say body parts and corpses. Yeah, well, the horse could go berserk if they get attacked, but they could also go berserk if, like, they get startled enough times or something scary happens close to them, or if somebody that they like dies, or if somebody completely unrelated off-map dies that they were friends with. All of that could cause them to go berserk. It could have been something you did. It could have been something that just happened that was on your map that was unrelated to you. It's really hard to say. Because if you continue talking about AI, the second theorem will cause me to inflict a polite request for you to take your discussion into DMs instead of in my chat, because I don't want to read it anymore. That's why it's important for AI. I realize that you guys are just, like, continuing this conversation, but, like, could we move it into DMs, please? You never had this happen before, so you're just kind of laughing at it? Yeah. No, I've had some wagons, like, disappear for really weird reasons. Although the weirdest wagon thing I ever had happen, I caught it on video, was, I had 2 dwarves in my fort that were part of a merchant caravan. They were 2 soldiers, and they were a married couple, and they left the map, and as they were leaving the map after trading, they had a kid. And then the kid was part of my fort because it was born on my map, and they left the map and then immediately walked back onto the map as citizens of my fortress. Like, they just ditched the caravan and joined my fort because I'd had a kid in my map and just like decided to settle down. I was like, aw, that's like extremely real, but also it's all good, miracles. I was just kind of hoping it would go away if I stopped acknowledging it, but like, I don't know. I don't want it in my chat. There's a reason there's a room in my Discord called the AI Slop Containment Chamber. Like, it's just, keep it compartmentalized, and I don't want to be a, I'm enough of a nihilist already without me constantly saying, yeah, we're all going to die and it's going to suck and we're all going to be broke and the world's going to be awful and every job, including mine, is going to disappear before it happens and it's going to be slow and awful. I don't think anybody actually likes that, so. You're curious about how deep is the water in regards to that merchant in water? No, but nobody's gonna watch content creators anymore who are human. Nobody's going to get or have access to art that is human. It's just going to be generated prompts. Anyway, like I said, I don't think you guys want me to do this, so let's stop, please. I don't want it in my chat at the end of the day, Grindin' Nick. Like, it's not even like, oh, I won't read the message. I don't want it in my chat, because this is my place at the end of the day. And if it affects me negatively, I don't want it here. It's repeatedly been dragged, so let's, move on. Hardly, because YouTube chads haven't paid my rent. Twitch chads do. James S. Simo. I mean, my mortgage, rather. Twitch chat covers all of my bills by itself. I could delete my YouTube channel and still make a living. So, I don't know. How about them Canucks? I don't know, are they still shit, or are they okay? I don't watch hockey. Like, at all, to be honest with you. It's not, like, even due to a lack of interest. I just don't watch it. It's kind of an expensive sport to watch. I watched half of a baseball game relatively recently, and it reminded me pretty concisely why I don't watch baseball either. It's a very slow, boring game. I think I would rather watch golf, if given the option. I do watch F1, yeah. That is true. Rent, mortgage, tomato. Yeah. Same problems, different pile. But if this is entirely sealed, will that layer fill up with water? Yes, but it's not entirely sealed. Unless the water is coming in slow enough that it's evaporating before it could flood. If the water's evaporating faster than it can flood, it won't overfill. If it's not evaporating faster than it can flood, and it does flood, it will overfill. But it needs to be overfilling. Not intentionally, in regards to watching the Olympics. I'm not a sports person, really. Like, I watched a bunch of the Olympics when it was in Vancouver, but that's because it was literally in my backyard. Like, it was impossible to avoid. I don't think I've watched a single individual event of the Olympics since. Except for, like, if it happens to be on at a bar that I'm at, but I try to avoid sports bars. Appreciate it. Yeah, right? I don't particularly care where you watch as long as you watch Gremlin. But I wouldn't be able to do this in the format that I do this without the Twitch channel, so. What's my drink of choice? Currently? Bubbly. If you're asking me, like, what do I drink as an alcohol? I like scotch, I like some whiskeys, I like some vodkas, I like beer. I don't really like mixed drinks unless they're very simple. Too much sugar fucks with my blood sugar in bad ways. I like beer. I've recently been leaning towards pilsners and lighter ales, stuff of that sort. But in the summer, I tend to gravitate towards more hoppy things. In the winter months, I tend to gravitate towards darker beers. So we're definitely, once fall kind of slows down a little bit, I will eventually lean into a more... I will eventually start to lean into a much more, like, how do I put this? Like stout season, basically. I don't mind a whiskey sour, but most whiskey sours that I've had in my life have used Jameson, and I fucking hate Jamesons, so it's kind of a... But I like an old-fashioned. Cheers, lamp pigs. I'm just personally not a huge fan of the, like, this platform versus that platform, Gremlin. From the creator's perspective, different platforms are good for different things. YouTube is really good for static content that stays as it is in the form of a video, but it's pretty terrible for streaming. I stream on it as an ad for the Twitch stream, and the fact that people watch on YouTube is a bonus. Twitch is terrible for static video, considering they more or less got rid of all those features outside of clips. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. YouTube is good. YouTube is very much a rich get richer kind of thing. Like if you already have a pre-built-in audience, it's great for discovery. Otherwise, it's pretty terrible for discovery. It's very much a like if you already have an audience there or have built an audience there, it's great for discovery. Otherwise, it's not great for discovery. You watch YouTube with Twitch chat open? I mean, that's the like actual Galaxy Brain play to do. Is just lurking both. Alice Doth, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Yeah, I just don't like seeing my audience argue over which platform is better because I stream on both because I can. Not really. It's like they're both good at what they're good at and they're both bad at what they're bad at, and that's about it. I mean, I'll say this, and this is the truth about every platform, dude man, you only see the successful ones. So saying like YouTube Shorts go crazy in the algorithm and it's great for discovery, sure. But if you're at the point where you can say that about something that you've made, you've already figured it out, or the algorithm has already favored you, and you've already won, right? Like I could start a brand new YouTube account and upload a short a day for the next year and a half and have zero success. I could go back to an old account right now and upload and have zero success. But the account that I have already works for a certain thing, and that certain thing has repeated success. Like if I upload a YouTube short right now of Dwarf Fortress, it'll get 20, 30,000 views in 48 hours. No question. Easy. Sometimes more. If I upload a short about, I don't know, Jupiter Hell or something that isn't Dwarf Fortress specifically, it'll get a 20th of the views. So yes and no. No and yes. YouTube favors the thing that it knows succeeds on your channel. And that's actually the main beef I have with YouTube live streams is YouTube live streams don't feel like I've built an audience. They don't feel like I've built a community because 3 weeks ago, before this update released, there was maybe 60 people watching on YouTube. But I had like 200 people watching on Twitch, right? But when an update comes out, there's a much larger audience of people watching on YouTube because YouTube recommends it because they go, oh, there's interest. and people watch what's being recommended to them. So it's more of a like passive, I'm going to just like flow into this place or flow into this place for a bit. And even though I've been streaming on YouTube now for like 2 years plus, I still don't feel like I've built a fraction of the community in the YouTube chat that I have in the Twitch chat. Like there's a little bit of it, but it's a fraction. And considering the numbers are like on par some days, it doesn't feel even remotely close to that. Like in any form of support, in any form of chat activity, in any form of consistency. Whereas with Twitch, I know that if I turn the stream on and stream just about anything, I will get 100 to 200 people here. But if I stream something that isn't Dwarf Fortress, I will have 20 people on YouTube in like 90 minutes. Because people start to tune out and YouTube goes, oh, nobody cares anymore. And then they stop recommending it and it disappears. And so it doesn't feel real. Yeah, because YouTube's streams are like a weird side project for like YouTube. It's not like a priority for them. And also because YouTube live streams are fucking awful to find. Because they don't just have, like, it's not like Twitch, like youtube.com at blind IRL live or something. It's literally just like youtube.com giant YouTube URL, which changes every single time you stream. I guess you could just go to the live tab, but even then, it's been 8 hours. Ratchet Television. I don't like CDDA, so I wouldn't be there. I mean, it's one of the reasons I'm always like hesitant to play things like Caves of Cud, right? Bah? I think that because I know that if I stream Caves of Cud, it'll do terrible on the YouTube channel, and it'll do okay on the Twitch stream. It's one of those it's, you know, it's yeah, I don't know. Appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoyed the videos and got some use out of them early on. By YouTube, bookmark to YouTube subscriptions instead of just YouTube. I mean, that's the way to do it. I mean, the way to have the best experience with YouTube is by just going to the subscriptions page. Like, bar none. Like, that's a given as far as I'm concerned. Do I like Lord of the Rings? I mean, as much as anybody does. Those books were fine. The movies were pretty fun. The, like, Hobbit movies were pretty bad. I don't give a shit at all about the wider, expanded fan fiction verse post-Tolkien books. I guess that's kind of a weird question. It's like, do I like Star Wars? It's like, well, I like the first 3 movies. The prequels are okay. They're not good, but I have some nostalgia for them. I don't particularly care about anything Disney's done. No, absolutely, Alphanaut. Yeah. Thanks for the $4.20. I can't read that text, it's very tiny. Hold on. Did you want me to go? Oh, here, I'll go open up a thingy and go see what it says, because it's very small, I can't see it. I get tips so infrequently that I literally have to open up a tab to go look at what it was, if they write something. You attract a fun crowd. Cheers, mate. I'm glad you get enjoyment out of it. I found it. It's all good, Shinobi. Yeah, I know. Sorry for being like an annoying stickler about some things. Nobody's perfect, and I sure as shit ain't. All right, let's do that. And this. What are the levers for? Locking the doors when things go bad. That's what the levers are for. Ah. These are just gonna keep getting suspended because of all of these. bolts on them. No, because migrants have been extremely slow this far. I'm almost on year 2 and I only have 17 dwarves. If I didn't lose those first 4 dwarves, maybe, but... When you stumbled back upon your channel looking for adventure mode playthroughs, gotcha. You didn't realize it was the same person? Yeah, I've been putting my face in my videos more, so people recognize me, which is like both a good idea and an annoying idea. It's a good idea because people recognize you more. It's a bad idea because, oh god, people recognize you more. And the problem with people recognizing you is then you get recognized in public more, which is bleh, a thing. It's not bad. It's just like... It's a little bit worrisome sometimes, I guess. Is there a spare happy dwarf? Did you redeem a dwarf? Oh, did you? Noted. Hold on, let me double check. How long ago was that? Hey, oh yeah, you did. Huh. All right. Well, sure. What would you? I also need to give a wretched television. I don't have a military. I have 2 dwarves that are assigned to a squad, and they're both named. I don't have a military wretched television. I only have 17 dwarves, and I can't even get my shit constructed in time. Like, I also now need to restrict planters so that like it gets done more like without like bringing the whole fortress to a halt. So no, I don't have a military. But I'm also running out of dwarves pretty quickly. Like, I literally have 2 unnamed dwarves, and one of them is a baby. Actually, sorry, 3. So I guess this one goes to Stormwolf. Stormwolf always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, and has no ambitions whatsoever. He is confident under pressure, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He occasionally overindulges and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He's assertive, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and does not care about fairness. He likes Koboldite, as well as Billin and Cat's Eye and Bloodthorn, Wood and Gauntlets, and the words of the Born Crests, and the sight of the Lilac of Pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume giant kangaroo, or not giant kangaroo, just kangaroo cheese and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. And you have a passing acquaintance who doesn't live here named Togi, who was a person who came by and visited briefly. Like, I haven't even made a tavern yet. Like, this is the fort as it currently sits. And, like, not even all of these bedrooms are occupied. A lot of them aren't. Several of them aren't. Because we're so low on, like, populations. You want to be the guard elephant? Okay. This right here is just going to get all the troglodytes in it real quick. Also, sorry for missing you there, Stormwolf. Thanks for letting me know. The start of your first playthrough, your videos have been a great help in your first year of your permanent residence. One became a new king and then joined you as a citizen, and your population exploded. Hell yeah. That'd be nice if that happened, honestly. Just a medium-sized world. But the faction did a shit ton of repopulating right when I started. Like, I started this fort, and then, like, this fort, this location, and there was one other one, which I'm not seeing now. All got reclaimed. So my assumption is any migrants I would have gotten would have came from there. So it's like, it's not like my faction is dead. It's like... they're absolutely reachable. We're not that far away from anything, but I got the first 2 migrant waves and nothing since, so. As far as Wretched Television goes, he's never moved by the emotions of others, and she is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and enjoys the company of others and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she often feels nervous, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and often feels envious of others. Welcome to the fort. Not you IRL? Right. We're gonna get elves to trade with pretty soon, so I should move my 2 rhinos to this cage. Because apparently I have 2 of them. But yeah, no, this was the world that we generated this morning. What was the cartoon series of the elephant that is like in Arabian Nights? Oh, great. I need to pay my phone bill. Awesome. My phone just sent me a text telling me I need to pay my phone bill. It's hard for me to say if it makes the game harder. I think the only way it really makes the game harder, from my perspective, is how you are now required, or you are now like often attacked by baddies that have higher skill levels than they did previously. That's harder. But outside of that, the game actually doesn't seem that much harder to me. Not really, anyway. Although maybe I'm just like a bad person to ask when it comes to difficulty of this video game. Which is entirely possible. Babar, that sounds right. That sounds right. That does sound right. That would be what you would be in my brain. Would be by a little anthropomorphized elephant man. I don't know why that is what came to my mind as like the concept in my head of what an elephant person would be, but this I'm just going to make wear. It's gonna be a clothing stockpile. Actually, let's just do all of this, none of this, and then wear. Let's also throw in amulets and armor, and just take out metal. This fort kind of resembles a goblin-style layout. Bedrooms are too big to be a goblin layout, but yeah, aside from that, you're not wrong. Rock cabinet. Rock coffer, let's just do 40. 40. I should make those pretty quickly. We can also start replacing a lot of these walls with built walls. So like go into here and then just do a bunch of this. Oopsies. Turn off the auto, do that, do this, do this, do this, do that, do this. From all those goblin mayors. This is true. I mean, there is a goblin in the fort right now. There's a goblin monster hunter. An elven caravan has arrived, and they brought trade elephants. Oh, man. The elven caravan. I mean, hey, we are going to sell them these guys. Let's just go into tasks. Pause literally everything because I just want them to move. For maybe those. Just because I would like them to cage those rhinos like this. These elves bringing me elephants is actually really nice. Although that would make them more alpha fence, right? Okay, so there's one there now. Let's do this. Around a bunch of this. Over to there, over to there, over to there, and down to there. Now we're just waiting for the other big guy. Wherever it is. Like you, right here. Someone should come get you. Soon. Please. It's a little grim. All of us just sitting here eating all this rhino meat. Unless they like... Hold on. Game, did you change how cages work? I will be so sad if you did. Because I know that they can like... Okay, never mind. They didn't. Do they have pointy ears? Ooh. I wonder if this is like docking a dog's tail. Where they like snip the ears of the elephant so that it has... Yikes. I'm sorry, why'd you just run away? Some migrants have arrived! Bless the mayor! I mean, maker! We're saved. I can now get things done at a slightly more reasonable pace. Thank fuck. We've done it. Bless the fucking sun. Hallelujah. 37, 38, 39, 40. Pile them in. Good dwarfs. And now I need a temple for the hateful communion. You know, honestly, checks out. Hoi. Thank Armok. Let's go here and just type in cage. Rhino cage. It's gonna be a really heavy cage. Look how heavy that is. Hoi. Save the game? Okay, sure. Bedrooms time? Yeah. Oh, bridges are absolutely still worth it. In fact, if anything, make more bridges. Like, that's the takeaway I've gotten from the Siege update, is just bridges are still worth it, and also make more bridges. Oh no. Well, this is a damn shame. They decided to use the elephants for trading this time and not literally bring me elephants. So now I need to buy whatever they have that's heavy. You know, actually, could I even... Yeah, it's... I can't sell these rhinos, chat.
Happy 47 months blind. Hope stream has been good. If we continued with last time it would be 407. I added a 0 last time accidentally. Hope the rest of weekend was good.
Wait, what? 407? You mean 47? Yeah, no, I mean, it's a total of 47 months, 30 months in a row. I don't know where the 407 comes in there. I'm confused. But thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream, dude. Literally looking for gems. So I can just buy their grown cages. All right, well, it's in here somewhere. Cloth bin. How about I just bring this cloth bin up and just sell them a few pieces of cave spider silk cloth in exchange for other things. Bridges are not indestructible. They haven't been indestructible for like the last 2 decades. They just can destruct a lot of things. But no, they are not indestructible and they haven't been indestructible. But they're way more destructible than they were before, and a lot more things can destruct them. I was hoping you'd met your soulmate. I was hoping that elephant here would be your soulmate, but unfortunately they're not selling it. So instead I will just simply have to buy cages from them and butcher some of these big animals. And pause the game and then go cages. Grown. Grown. And I'm going to go here and just go rhino. Whoa. Oh, it's because they're being traded. Turns out you can't butcher animals that are currently being traded. Well, that's not good. The werebear I'm just going to say Apache. Apache Apathy has come. A very large bear twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both flesh and blood, and its eyes glow orange. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Where is it? Or more like, bear is it? It's right there. I mean, there. I'm done with this bit, okay? Let's see how worth it this can be. This should just be set to everybody does this? Yes. I'm going to actually make a burrow that I haven't done up until now. And everybody get in here. Let's go back up to that werebear. It's a werebear child? It killed a goose and axe wet. Sometimes you gotta wet your axe. Uh-oh. Get him, Wretched TV! Uh-oh. Well, this ain't good. Just gonna lock this door. I have a feeling Wretched Television may be about to die here. Rest in peace, Wretched Television. It's an elf child. Where did they come from? The Violet Adoration. They could have been friends in another life. I don't think I've ever actually seen an elven child sprite in the game. So Wretched Television can't stand and is utterly exhausted. We lost at least one dwarf in that. Yeah, I don't know. The game kind of breaks sometimes when creatures like that have ages that are tracked. So it's not too surprising. Okay, so I do actually realize I found a problem here. These dwarves can't collide with each other. No, maybe not. Maybe they can. Okay, no, they absolutely can. I was a little bit worried that I'd placed these too close together. Who died? A dwarf that didn't have a name. It was English, this dwarf. Gonna deconstruct this trade depot so that this elf merchant leaves. Because you most certainly got bit a whole bunch. So much for trading with them anyway. Didn't a child die too? That was the child. That was English, the child. Sorry if it wasn't clear, but that was the child. They just don't have a dead child sprite, which honestly, I thank them for. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. Completely missed the start of that ad break. All right, yeah, I can't even do that because that's where the aquifer is. All right, so then instead I will dig up. This way. There was an adult dwarf too? Norman child Etur. Well, you've been bit a whole bunch. Maybe there was. Ah, there is. Oh, it was your father that died. Do I do the thing that I want to do, or the thing that I should do? The thing that I should do is I should be like, well, I get to deal with this problem now. The thing that I want to do is expel the mother. I'm going to expel the mother. And the kids. We'll deal with that another day. No? Why? You hoped I wouldn't do that? I don't want to deal with a child were creature. That sounds awful. And like a pain in the ass. The goal of this fortress is to deal with sieges, not with, deal with contaminated children in my forts. That being said, chat, it is 5:38, which means I've streamed for 8 hours and 35 minutes. I think it's time for us to call it for the day. It's been a good long stream, considering I have this head cold. I kind of thought I was worried that I was going to lose my voice today. But I think we made some great progress. We've got enough dwarves now that things are going to start getting hot starting tomorrow. And we got some dwarves to bury and get rid of. We got some bodies to deal with. And I got a child that needs a tomb. Or, I mean, a father that needs a tomb. I do hope that you guys enjoyed today's stream so far. And enjoyed the process of us exploring deeper into these mechanics. There will be more of this tomorrow. We will be continuing this new fortress if you would like to see more of it. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, I will shut you down first. So If you want to come raid somebody with us here on Twitch, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you on the flip side tomorrow. Same dwarf time, same dwarf channel, with more of the same dwarf fun. I'm going to go make some dinner because I'm hungry. Yeah, I skipped lunch today. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go make some dinner. You have a good night, YouTube chat. And thanks, everybody, for hanging out.